name is Bertram Swartz. I'm from Namibia. I work for the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform, a very humble public servant, and your program manager for today. This is the third day of this conference, the third Groundwater Conference for SADC-GMI Conference. Today we will be engaging each other on the third sub-theme, enhancing the contributions of groundwater in the water, energy, food and ecosystems nexus through effective groundwater governance at national and transboundary level. One session we're having in the morning will deal with just this. Then we will have two special sessions, one before lunch and one after lunch. Yes, there will be lunch, an early one at that. So then we will head into the closing proceedings. Before we get going, some house rules. We all know where the bathrooms are, right? And you know where the emergency exits are. You're right. And yes, the presenters and panelists, when logging on, make sure that you have your presentations ready and you test your audio and video. Make sure that is good to go. If you have problems with connectivity, please switch off your video. That sometimes helps. For the attendees at the bottom, you have a Q&A where you can ask your questions and presenters will answer as you go along, and there will be question and answer sessions towards the end of each session. Attendees, please introduce yourselves at the in the chat. Say hi to us. Interpretations are available to your bottom right, French and Portuguese. There will be polls running throughout the sessions. Please have these are important to us. Also, attendance registers for the day will also be circulated. Please complete it before you leave and catch your plane back home. Without further ado, let me pass the mic to the first session's chair, Tizisani, and your rapporteur, Kuzo. And thank you. Let's have a good session. You have 1 hour. I'm a very strict timekeeper, so also the session chairs, they will interrupt you when your presentation is about to finish, and you have 30 seconds to conclude. But you can add some more in the Q&A session. So thank you very much. Tizisani, over to you.
Thank you, Bertram, and welcome all. I don't normally speak a lot. I like those that are supposed to speak. So in the meantime, I'm not going to waste time. I'm just going to ask our first presenter, who's going to give us a presentation on the compilation of a geodatabase from the hydrogeological map of Lesotho, is Luigi Simeone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to the ladies and gentlemen. So I'm quite happy to be here to introduce my job here. It's a work which is dealing with the GIS, Geographical Information System, the new technology. Well, not new here, but a technology which will help us to study, compile, have data in a database and do analysis. So now this work is dealing with the hydrogeological map of Lesotho, and now let me just go and share my video here, my screen, so that you can I can actually introduce my presentation here. So here we go. Maybe you should wait some moment here, and maybe you should be able to see my screen here.
Yes, we can see the screen. If you could put it on a presentation mode. Yes,
right.
Thanks.
Yes, perfect. So now you can see my presentation here. And so let's go now and start. So this my title is, the compilation of a GIS database from the hydrogeological map of Lesotho. So the aim of the work was conceived to test, the capability of the GIS, the Geographical Information System, as a data storage, digital data storage and analysis. We are now shifting from paper maps to digital maps, and digitalization will help us a lot in not only having data stored, but also having data analyzed. The hydrological was one of the outcomes which came after a 10 years project, which was co-sponsored by the European Union and Italy over 10 years. It resulted in hundreds of water wells, areas, collection of valuable data, the implementation of survey campaigns to get very important data for groundwater, which is the base flow survey. Base flow survey is one of the best ways to get information about infiltration, which is, of course, as you know, will feed the aquifers and groundwater. But now let's go and focus on the work which I did, which was done in relation to this hydrological map of Lesotho. So the map, the hydrological map of Lesotho, which was a paper map, it was transformed into a digital object. It was digitized into the GIS after having been georeferenced. Then all the hydrologic parameters which were placed in the map and were stored into a database, and data have been analyzed to calculate the hydrogeological balance of some sub-basin. Probably this was the most important part of the entire project, But just to let you know, it was just a tentative work, having done the entire hydrogeological balance for the entire country, would have been, quite challenging. So I only wanted to describe and demonstrate the effectiveness of the GIS as the tool to do the job in this manner. The work took place over 6 months. It ended in January 2017, after having released a new review with the geodatabase. The geodatabase is just a sort of a format to store data, geological data, georeferenced data. So data have been stored and organized in different domains. And the geology layer of the map was again digitized at a larger scale, in this case 1 to 25,000. The map itself was compiled at a scale of 1 to 300,000. This is the map. So now you can see on the screen now the map, the paper map, the hydrological map of Lesotho, which was compiled by the Department of Water Affairs of the Kingdom of Lesotho and by other colleagues. And of course, the scope of the map was to provide data, hydrogeological data at regional scale of the country. It was named solving specific problems, of course, operational problems due to the scale. The scale was large, but not such to allow you a detailed investigation, groundwater investigation. The map was also a good way, a repository, to have all the data collected and summarized the results of the 11 years of the groundwater projects in Lesotho. And also, this is very important. I think maybe this is one of the most important let's say, outcomes of the map. Now we do have data available before the implementation of the Lesotho Highland Water Project. Let's go have a look to the geology here. You know, the geology of Lesotho, you know, as you know, in many other section parts of Southern Africa, is made by the Upper Karoo series. You know, you can see here in this screen, just wishing to show you the details of a cross section here, which is running from in the western side of the country. You can see here the layering of the formation of the Karoo and dikes. So dikes are very important. Dikes actually is one of the places, condition into which you can find groundwater. Let's go ahead here. And then you can see the hydrogeology. Hydrogeology in Lesotho is not so favorable in some parts. You know, we always have found water flows which are, you know, ranging from 0.3 liter per second to 1.5. 1.5 when you have the best condition, you know, available when you have dikes which are encasing the dikes which are encasing the rocks, you know, and maybe you're gonna have actually a river, a stream, which is somehow in relation with the network of fracture, which are, you know, in place, which have been caused by the dikes of the Lesotho formation. But this is really incredible. We also have found quite high flow rates, up to 4 liters per second in some portion of the country, especially on the western side, the lowlands of the country. In some places, in some towns, we have found quite remarkable, you know, yield of from different wells. Just to mention the few, Buta, Bute, Teya, Teyateng, which are all town placed on the eastern side, on the western side of the country, in the lowlands. And basically, you know, we were able to demonstrate, after having carried out long-term pumping tests, the presence of aquifers, which were located in alluvial deposits, which, you know, are, you know, with quite, you know, which quite a remarkable extension, capable of feeding, you know, the drilled water wells. So very good, you know, very good places to have groundwater feeding medium towns. The GIS work. Now here in this slide, I placed on the right-hand side the map, I mean the hydrogeological map of Lesotho overlaid with the entire database. You know, then you can see here, you know, the blue dots which are, you know, representing the wells, drilled wells. Then you can see the dark dot, which are the villages, you know, which are mostly scattered in the country. Again, another great, you know, and remarkable, you know, advantage of having GIS. You're going to have data, you know, even different data placed on your map and have them used to do different analysis. But overall, the work, the GIS work was organized in this manner. We have used the ArcMap Esri 9.3 version. Well, we have acquired the map in digital formats. Then we have the map georeferenced. You know, we have done the digitization, sorry, of the geohydrological data, the storage in the geodatabase, and then at the end of the hydrological investigation. Here, you know, not that much to say. You can see in this screen on the right-hand side the map into the GIS system, and on the left-hand side the data of the you know, the projection, the map projection, which was customized according to the data of the map projection which were available and printed on the map. Other points have been added, just to have the map perfectly, perfectly georeferenced into the GIS system. I have used also the grid, which was placed, which was printed on the map. Here you can see, all the data, all the map, as it appeared in the GIS, and you can see here, the different things which have been digitized and stored. We have rainfall, average rainfall guard station, average annual rainfall, data, geological data, dikes, rivers and streams, and very important, hydrological basins. Sometimes we forget the importance of doing analysis at a sub-basin level. And then again, in this slide, again, other data which have been digitized and stored in the geodatabase, springs, drilled wells in rural areas, runoff stations, mean runoff values, and digitization of contours, again taken from the map, from the paper map. This is the dikes. Then the analysis. This is actually the point. So now we actually have reached the last parts of the project. In this screen, I have placed one of the most important starting points for an hydrogeologist. So the general water balance equation, precipitation equalizing evapotranspiration plus runoff or stream flow in this case, and infiltration, and plus infiltration, of course, the change in the storage, soil, bedrock, groundwater. So basically in this screen, you can see here, in the screen, the storage value, which might change, precipitation and evaporation, in this case, evapotranspiration, and again. And runoff, which in this equation, in the soil, as you can imagine, plays one of the most important roles within the balance of the equation here. The map here, you can see now these parts. Let me just show you here the different basins which have been, or in this case, basins were not calculated from the digital elevation model. These are basins which I digitized from the map. And then you can see one of the first results of this project. On the right side, on the eastern side of the country, which is also the highest part of the country, and high value of storage and less runoff. But let's go again and see, on the next slide, the results. So basically, the work was focusing on the effect of precipitation we had available from contours and from the rainfall station. So basically, you can see here that on the eastern side of the country, we have a less value of runoff, while the runoff, which the highest value of runoff is basically displayed in the lowland, in the lower part of the country. So in this area, the upper part of the country, in the upper western side of the country, we have more infiltration, which means more water available for groundwater. Conclusion. So we can now actually see the capability of GIS as an efficient tool in the management of databases. The result would direct, policies for agricultural water management and village water supply. And again, let me just, to display what could be done in the future, So one other, idea is to have parameters which are used for the, calculation of the water balance by having data collected from remote sensing, from satellite information. This is very important to underline. As you know, in many places, in many parts, we have stations. We don't have hydrological station available. We don't have gas station available. So it would be very, very important to have data, taken from satellite, from satellite sensors, and have all these parameters, displayed in a mesh on a grid, and calculate values to each single point of the mesh. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I actually have taken a few seconds more than data, which was available. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Luigi. I think it was a very exciting, very good presentation and a very good project. Okay, if you have got comments or basically questions, please use the question and answer button to put your question. And thank you for that presentation. Next up, we are going to take the presentation by Rini Chorose, Bertram Shart, on the country support tool, a process to increase the contribution of groundwater to economic development and livelihoods in Africa. So I think the first person who will go is Bertram, who will be introducing the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Felisani. Luigi, can you unshare your screen, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It seems as if we have a few presenters missing from today's session, which normally when we have a gala dinner and then the next morning people are not rocking up on the last day. I don't know if you guys have had a secret gala dinner somewhere. Rennie, can you just share your screen and control the slides? So today, myself and my colleagues working on this project will be sort of presenting in tandem. It's important that for myself to introduce the project, a given point of Rennie, I still can't see your slide, and then Rennie as the consultant, and we have Ramon on there as well from the BGR. Rennie, I still can't see your screen.
I'm not sure why, because I actually said share screen. Let me try again.
Please unshare and share again. So as I've introduced myself, we can see it, Rennie. Right. Bertram Swartz is my name. Again, a humble public servant, I'd like to call myself. I work in groundwater, which doesn't get a lot of attention, but with this tool, actually, we try and elevate, and get groundwater to be up there and be in the decision makers' faces, and for them to look towards us, not only in as a saving grace in drought periods, but throughout. This presentation is basically a presentation on a country support tool for groundwater. It's a process to increase the contribution of groundwater to economical development and livelihoods. As indicated earlier, I'll just do a short introduction, and then I'll pass over to Rennie. Next slide. So just an outline, one back. Just an outline on the presentation. Basically, what is the aim of a CST? It's something that you know, you'll come to that a bit later, but it will be on everybody's lips in 2021. What is the methodology? You know, the national development context and some findings on the diagnostics that was done. And then I think I'm missing something. And then also some conclusions towards the end. Thank you, Rennie. Next slide. So what is the aim of this CST? You know, the CST is for groundwater is expected to provide relevant Namibian institutions with information on one, the potentials to develop groundwater infrastructure, two, what are the policy reforms, you know, what are the knowledge and data available, and you know, the management operation capacities for sustainable groundwater management within member states or Namibia, as this one will be demonstrating. Next slide. Okay. Basically, the development phases of the CST went into 3 phases. The first phase, an inception, where you know the task was to align the visions, the national development goals, and this with this process. Otherwise, you'll miss out, and policymakers will try and battle to find where this links in with the overall vision for the state, for the country. Then we do a gap analysis. What is the current state in phase 2? You know, get a context report, see what has been done, what is the current state, and then do an action plan for desired future state in the third and final phase, and get an action going to try and get how to obtain this future state. Now, next slide. Namibia has basically, or the methodology for this, you know, assessment of this, like I said, assessment of this existing data sources within Namibia and the SADC region. Consult stakeholders. This is very important. It cannot be foregone. We have to consult stakeholders and thoroughly do that. Otherwise, there's no buy-in. And then report on the key findings, the context and assessments report, where this is. Where we are right now is sort of between the final context assessment report and presentation of this to an advisory committee. My colleagues will delve into that. So we're sort of into this. There's some hiccups with the current COVID and all that, but this is where we sort of are. Next slide. The national development context, like I said, it's important that we align this within the national context. It's no use developing it somewhere else and it doesn't fit within your state, within your visions, within your national development plans, your SDGs. That can be done, but each country has developed that from their own plans, their own visions from certain sectors, and we need to definitely definitely align that. So picking out from the Vision 2030, from the National Development Plan 5, and the Harambee Prosperity Plan for effective governance. Key findings will be dealt by Rennie. So Rennie, over to you. You can just switch on your video as well.
Thank you, Bertram. I hope my connection is good enough to support the video projection. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Rennie Munyai. I've been working with Bertrand, Ramon, and the rest of the team in terms of gathering data for this particular project. And I'm just going to give a highlight of some of the findings from the context analysis. Our context analysis was split into 5. We looked at the technology options diagnostic. We also looked into the socioeconomic issues and also looking at the threats to groundwater in terms of quality and quantity. We had a policy and legislative diagnostic carried out, which was also looking into the policy and legislative prevailing context and the gaps and what needs to be done to address them. We thereafter looked at the institutional diagnostic, looking at the institutions with the mandate of planning and managing groundwater resources, and to see where we are doing well as a country and where the gaps are and what solutions need to be put forward to address or to bridge those gaps. Then lastly, we looked into the financial diagnostic, where we're looking at the financing streams for groundwater management initiatives. So as such, I'm just going to walk you through the key highlights from those 5 thematic areas of our context analysis. The first diagnostic, as I indicated, was focusing on technology options. In answering the question of the groundwater management initiatives and innovations that have been implemented in the country, the majority of respondents actually acknowledge that there has been some innovative approaches that have been piloted in the country. And one of the initiatives that was cited was the groundwater investigations in the north of Namibia, which was a project implemented by then the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Forestry, currently the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform, in collaboration with the government of the Federal Republic of Germany through the Federal Institute for Geosciences and Natural Resources, BGR. This particular project successfully verified the existence and spatial extent of the aquifer, of the Ohangwena aquifer, and revealed that the Ohangwena 2 aquifer has huge potential for regional water supply. And also in collaboration with the bulk water supplier, NamWater, they were able also to look into the water quality as well, with key concerns around fluoride content, which was exceeding the acceptable limits in Namibia. But notably, the project drilled and equipped exploration boreholes with water level and temperature recording devices in order to better understand the water levels and the groundwater recharge in the system. Another initiative that was highlighted, probably another component of this particular initiative, was the finalization and implementation of the National Groundwater Information System, GROWS-2. The project actually improved the user friendliness of the database and included a GIS-based graphical user interface with a vast range of query functions. And the good thing is it allowed for real-time reporting with monitoring data being sent to the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform in real time. Other innovations, as shown in the slide that we mentioned, was the artificial recharge was identified as one of the best practices that probably should be promoted for scale up in the country. The technique was piloted with the Windhoek aquifer, and water banking is actually used as a mechanism to reduce evaporation and overflow losses at the Windhoek Dam by purifying water from the Windhoek Dam in a water treatment plant and injecting it and storing it in the Windhoek aquifer. So that's what you see in the first picture on my left. The Omdale artificial recharge was also identified as a notable groundwater management innovation. In this case, surface runoff is impounded and artificially recharged into the Omaruru Delta aquifer through a system of infiltration basins, as shown in the photograph in the center there. There was also reference to the work that NamWater is doing with funding from the Adaptation Fund. NamWater conducted some desalination pilot plants at Grunau in the Karas region, aimed at improving the quality of brackish water in aquifers in southern Namibia. So that's the photograph you see on the far right. Moving forward, we did a diagnostic of the socioeconomic issues. And here we actually try to interrogate the contribution of groundwater to a number of the key sectors. And our findings indicated that to a large extent, Domestic use, agriculture, and mining are the biggest groundwater users in Namibia, as shown in the table. Sorry, I didn't label my table there. With the domestic sector being the largest water user, standing at 52%, followed by agriculture sector, 38%, and 10% is used by industry, in particular mining. In terms of domestic use, we have a number of examples of schemes that have actually that are actually supplied by groundwater. Bearing in mind that Namibia, the perennial rivers along the are all along the borders of Namibia, and approximately 50% of the water is actually supplied from aquifers, while 78% of the water used by livestock is also abstracted from groundwater resources. When it comes to agriculture, emphasis was made that it's mainly irrigation, which is the bulk user. And we have got examples that were cited, for example, in the Grootfontein, Tsumeb, and Utavi areas, where considerable economic activity is happening linked to agricultural production. And it's actually noted as one of our industrial.
Please,
can you hear me?
Please start winding down. Your time is coming to.
Right. In terms of livelihoods, it was mentioned within from the study that yes, we have local level livelihood initiatives that are being supported with community gardens in place, subsistence farming, and even small water supply schemes in place. The key threats to groundwater quality and quantity that we identified from the socioeconomic diagnostic included the issue of climate change and variability, that already we are a water scarce country, and this in itself means our recharge levels are also quite low. There was the issue of alien invasive species and how they have had a negative impact on our groundwater levels, with examples of prosopis being cited. Salt water intrusion was also indicated as a threat in terms of water quality, where we might find poor drilling practices leading to fresh groundwater and saline groundwater mixing. Then we also had issues related to nitrate enrichment of groundwater resources from agricultural fertilizers, and stakeholders also pointed out the issue of pollution of groundwater resources from leaching of waste disposal sites, as well as fecal contamination of groundwater, especially for shallow aquifers, from poorly sited pit latrines and so forth. When it came to the policy and legislative diagnostic, the Water Supply and Sanitation Policy of 2008 was cited as one of the key policies informing and guiding groundwater governance within the country. And also the National Sanitation Strategy makes minimal reference to groundwater issues. There's also reference to the Water Resources Management Act of 2013, but however, this one has not been operationalized because the regulations have not been put into effect. And we also have the National Water Policy Paper for 2000. So effectively, the Water Act of 1956 is still effective because the regulations are in place for that particular Water Act. It will only be repealed when the regulations for the Water Resources Management Act of 2013 come into effect. The key policy gaps that were identified included the absence of a standalone groundwater policy, as well as the absence of protective zoning of groundwater sources, and also being mindful that we have got some areas within the country that are quite irrigation intensive, but are not yet zoned as groundwater protected areas. And as I mentioned, our regulations for the Water Resource Management Act of 2013 are not yet in effect. And this actually means we have got an act without teeth, so to say. And then the low profile of groundwater outside of the water controlled areas was also cited as one limitation. When it comes to the legislative gaps, the absence of gazetted regulations was mentioned, fragmented legislation and poor coordination between entities mandated with the protection of groundwater resources. We find conflicts when we look at the water, for example, the Local Authorities Act revised in 2013 that gives primarily some mandate to local authorities to supply. But how does this interfere with the mandate of the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform in terms of their function, in terms of issuing permits, for example, and providing general oversight, and the capacity issues with local authorities vis-a-vis this new mandate that has been placed onto them. And there was also the issue of low regulation, as I indicated, in areas outside of the water controlled areas, and as well as insufficient capacity to monitor groundwater pollution threats and to enforce the legislation. When it comes to institutional gaps, the 4 key issues that were brought up was low institutional development for groundwater resources development and management. You realize some of the functions that were outlined were not fully operationalized. So there are key positions that still need to be filled. Constrained capacity for groundwater management at all levels. Here we are not only talking of human resources to actually support the implementation of the mandate, but also even resources to be able to go out there and monitor, to monitor and police, for example, to what extent users are adhering to their permit conditions and stuff, as well as institutional coordination. Like I said, the functions are scattered around a number of institutions. We have NAM Water with a mandate in terms of bulk water supply. We've got the Director of Rural Water Supply and Sanitation that is actually providing water to the rural community, largely through groundwater sources. We have got a number of local authorities that are actually self-supplying. So there is need to ensure that all these entities are well coordinated and an integrated approach is being implemented. When it comes to the financial diagnostic, the key sources that were identified were central government, multilateral development banks, agencies and funds, regional investors in the SADC region, as well as bilateral funders that provide country-to-country financing. However, the key gaps that we identified with regards to the financial diagnostic was that there's no clear government policy to provide financing of the groundwater subsector. There is no clear strategy on how to increase financing, including domestic resource mobilization in support of groundwater management, and no clear policy to encourage and incentivize private sector investment or engagement in support of groundwater and the water sector in general. And to date, we don't have a comprehensive assessment that has been undertaken to calculate the financing requirements for meeting the development and management of groundwater resources. The key conclusions that I'll just pass on the conclusion and just give the recommendation to some of the gaps that were identified. It was put forward from this particular context assessment that when it comes to technology, investment in research to inform innovative groundwater management technologies needs to continue, and we need to scale out best practices that have been identified from the study. When it comes to socioeconomic issues, we need to really place emphasis on systematic assessments and monitoring of groundwater in order to prevent aquifer depletion and contamination. On the legislative, policy and legislative angle, there is need to develop a groundwater policy to inform the coordinated planning, development, and management of groundwater resources. And for institutional issues, we need to strengthen capacity to investigate, manage, and monitor groundwater resources, and focus has to be on the geohydrology division to capacitate them with resources to implement their mandate. And when it comes to the financing, there is need to increase domestic financing towards groundwater management, as well as to establish an enabling environment in order to encourage financing inflows into the sector. Before I wrap up, I'll just want to probably request Ramon in just a sentence or two to speak to the next steps with regards to this CST process. Ramon, if you can just speak to the next steps and how it links to the rest of the Africa continental initiatives towards sustainable groundwater governance. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rennie. Yes, I know time is short. I just want to bring quickly to bring the entire tool into a broader picture and a wider picture. And I think where we are now is phase 2, the gap analysis, just finished it. And this is what we have now is a report of the gaps and opportunities, threats. So what you mostly call a SWOT analysis is the final result, I think, from the gap analysis, and within a very holistic water sector field. So you have seen all these different fields of analysis. I think this one is maybe not completely new, but in this holistic perspective, maybe unique. But what is coming now, this is a really, I think, specific for this tool is the next phase. And this is where this tool turns to a participatory approach, where we come to a consultative meeting to present these results and discuss these findings, and finally to come out with an action plan, what to do within the next couple of years. Finally, all stakeholders, relevant stakeholders are involved. And I think if we have the action plan, this is something like the states, the ministries of the member states, as well as donors and development banks can't ignore at the end. And so I remember that I spoke to representatives from development banks, from African Development Bank as well as World Bank. They said we have interest to invest in groundwater infrastructure and groundwater into the groundwater sector, but we don't know where to put the money in. And I think this action plan is crucial to finally to support, to write strategies for member states, for development banks finally, and it could have, I think, a significant impact on these things. And this is finally the aim of the tool, to fill a gap from these findings of bottlenecks and threats and opportunities to financing and policy formulation. Yeah, and finally, I just want to close the circle then to the Upper Grow program, which was presented yesterday by Paul Orengo and Mushu Tijani from AMCAO. This is part of the Pan-African Groundwater Program, and this should be one of the core deliverables. And the idea is that member states express their interest. So we finally pilot this tool with Namibia, and hopefully we could, after the action plan, it will be a success, and there will be raised interest from different donors, but also from member states to use that tool to finally identify these special investment needs in different sectors, like you have seen, capacity or infrastructure, whatever. I think this tool can be very helpful. Thank you, and I give it back then to Bertrand.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Bertrand. Thank you for the presentation. It was comprehensive and well structured. I've noticed that we have got some of the presenters that were supposed to be presenting, but so far we have not heard anything from them. So we would like to move on to the next available presenter, who will be Ralph Klingbeil, who will be presenting on groundwater quality within the World Water Quality Assessment and its relevance for the SADC region. And he will be doing that presentation with Karen as a joint presentation. Ramon,
yes, hello, good morning.
I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Let me share my screen with you. I hope that works easily. Should be this one, hopefully. If it's the right one. I think it's the right one. Can you see this?
We can just put it in presentation mode.
Yeah. We should start at the beginning. I'm sorry. Somehow confused in this. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting us to allow us to participate in the meeting today. Myself, I'm one of the two speakers and three presenters in this presentation, but we're actually standing for a much wider group. So the presentation is about the groundwater quality assessment, or the assessing groundwater quality as a global perspective, and with a relevance to the regional data and regional information in the SADC area. This is part of the wider World Water Quality Alliance, which is a UNEP-led initiative, a UNEP-mandated initiative, and it has just been earlier this week, last week, submitted to be part of the World Water Quality assessment contribution to the United Nations Environment Assembly 5 next year. As such, it is still very brand new, and we are very happy to share it with you here in the SADC Groundwater Conference. Karen, are you with me already? Karen is joining me for the presentation, and also thanks to Claudia from IGREC to help us prepare the presentation for today. Karen, you are with us?
Yes, thank you, Ralph, and happy to be joining you for the presentation.
Thank you, Karen. As I said, we are only 3 presenters, but the Friends of Groundwater, who we are representing here today, is a much wider group. I don't want to bother you with all the little names and all the big names on the screen, but to have it a bit quicker, you can also see the different institutions, and you see many institutions involved in the development of what we call the perspectives paper in the moment. There are many colleagues, and I think some of them are also joining us here today. But plenty of us, or there are a number of organizations who are also part of GRIP. I want to stress this also, that we are joining forces for groundwater issues at the global level in wherever we can. And I think that is also one aspect where Karen was very much leading us and assisting us to move these things forward. But also, thanks to all the others in this group, this is what we have come forward with. What we are talking about, if you talk about the Friends of Groundwater and the groundwater assessment as part of the World Water Quality Assessment, is actually the following, that you don't have to read the whole document, but in 2016, UNEP came forward with a number of documents, a snapshot on the world's water quality, towards a global assessment, and towards a worldwide assessment of freshwater quality, these kind of reports which are still available under UNEP or under UN Water. And that led to a resolution in the 3rd United Nations Environmental Assembly that in 2017 requesting the Executive Director to cooperate with other relevant organizations, including through UN Water, to develop a World Water Quality Assessment for consideration by the Environment Assembly at its 5th session, which is supposed to start next February. But I understand it's actually this year a little bit different, will be split over 21 and 22. We, in this group, in the World Water Quality Alliance, or for this assessment, there were already 2 global meetings. We were hoping to have a 3rd one this year in Namibia, but hopefully we can have one end of January in connection with other meetings in Africa. The Alliance overall is a global multi-stakeholder network of approximately 100 institutions. On the slide before, you only saw 20. These are the 20 which are already kind of joining only for groundwater alone. The aim is to develop this kind of world water quality assessment for freshwater quality at global level. Aim is there, but I think we will see in the next slides that there are a few challenges when it comes to groundwater issues. Currently, we have seen the development of 3 African use cases, one in your neighborhood directly, the Cape Town use case, where a number of colleagues from South Africa were directly involved. We have currently about 10 work streams. One of them is the groundwater work streams. There are plenty of others on global modeling, on freshwater, on oceans, on capacity development. And there is a governance mechanism in this World Water Quality Alliance in place with a strategic and a technical advisory committee. We are just a small group of Friends of Groundwater, the fog, trying to come out of the fog to bring the groundwater to light and the groundwater quality to be more visible. So that is our main aim as this relatively informal group. Having given this background, maybe I can just give a few more ideas what we are actually intending to do, or what has been done already. We have now summarized for a global level in this assessment of groundwater quality, this perspective paper, we have summarized threats to groundwater. Groundwater is facing many threats, particularly related to agricultural intensification, urbanization, population growth, and climate change. As this, we are also seeing particularly the groundwater salinization from irrigated agriculture or from overpumping, drawing kind of old saline waters up, or the seawater introduction into coastal aquifers as a major challenge for the quality of groundwater at global level. There's of course nitrate pollution, either man-made, agricultural introduced, or actually even in some cases some natural geogen, nitrogen, which is actually mobilized. Microbial contaminants, particularly in the direct environments of wells, shallow wells, groundwater contamination from industry and urbanization, emerging contaminants associated with industrial activities, urbanization, and agriculture. If I move on, we are also considering the contaminants, that contaminants can occur naturally in groundwater, like naturally occurring geogenic contaminants that can lead to serious health problems if present at high concentrations in groundwater supplies. Examples: arsenic, fluoride, radionuclides. There are others, but we in this report particular focus on these three, and we mention others. This picture is something from our colleagues from EAWAG Switzerland, Joel Podgorski and Berg, who did a kind of probability analysis of natural occurring arsenic at the global level with a number of machine learning tools to come up with this kind of map. It's interesting now to zoom in and look a bit more into the details of the hotspots, which I don't now here in this paper, but we will in the future. The next aspect is actually also the question of how we can move forward with a local groundwater quality data point into a larger regional or even global assessment, which is the final aim of the whole exercise. There are a number of methodological questions and challenges. What are the actual priority parameters we need to focus on? How do we want to upscale from local studies to regional assessments? How do we deal with the third dimension, three-dimensional flow? If you look from a satellite on the Earth, it's relatively easy compared to groundwater to come up with an assessment of surface water quality. In rivers or in lakes, it becomes already more difficult because they're often also layered in deeper layers lakes. The same thing in groundwater. Plus, we have a very complex way of how our water is moving in the subsurface. And groundwater has another much more complex issue to deal with. It's the fourth dimension, the time dimension, how to handle the aspect of contaminant. On one side, what you see down, the seasonal variation questions within a year or within between different seasons, that actually you might see them quite easily fluctuating over quite some high ranges over a short period of time, only within 1 year, depending on rainfall or depending on flow velocities. But also you have the long-term effect, kind of in this case here, the long-term effect model, global groundwater increase in nitrate stored in the unsaturated zone, and the potential impact on groundwater quality for decades, the legacy, what we actually carry on our shoulders and on the shoulders of our children and their children for the future. The third dimension I already introduced. This is a picture which shows on one side poorly productive aquifers. On the left, they're kind of flow lines. On the left side, it shows a productive aquifer and very different flow lines, and the way groundwater is coming to an outlet or a discharge point. So what happens along these flow lines, it's of major importance to understand how groundwater quality evolves over time. That makes things more complex. Plus, of course, the question of poor sampling and or analysis procedures and the poor monitoring of well construction. There are a number of challenges to come forward with. Challenges and opportunities for a global groundwater quality assessment also include the question of data information challenges. Who has the mandate at a national level? Who is allowed to use national data sources? We see also that citizen sciences in water quality are emerging, we see more and more on this, but we are facing the situation that our groundwater is still hidden. And so there are ways forward for citizen science, but they are not as straightforward as in other situations. And Earth observations can particularly help with proxy data, but might also help for specific shallow surface groundwater assessments in the wider sense, like the coastal area. We already collected a few links to global assessments and overviews, what IGREC or the British Geological Survey have done with the Africa Atlas Groundwater. There are global studies, what EAWAX, the Swiss program, and the Groundwater Assessment Platform have prepared. Or there's a little bit of data in the UN Environment GEMSTAT water program, which is supposed to collect water quality data globally, but very little on groundwater so far. So that all relates, for example, also, and should actually develop a baseline for the current worldwide assessment of this, as a current worldwide assessment of water quality that can be also related to the country data, the SDG 632 ambient water quality data, and this kind of UN Environment Water Quality Assessment. And there are a lot of regional and countrywide data sources. And I think that's why I want to hand over to Karen, because I think that comes much more on the aspects of the SADC region as an example. Karen.
Okay. Thank you, Bertram, and thank you, Ralph. I have the task of sort of contextualizing this UNEP Water Quality Alliance work in terms of regional and even continental initiatives and partnerships and so on. So what I think is important is to see that groundwater basically will be very in Africa, and especially the quality sides of it. And we have to recall that about 70% of the African population are reliant directly on groundwater for their basic water needs. And that already tells us that we really have to be cognizant of the water quality as well as the quantity. Also, as we've seen, I think throughout the conference, that groundwater is increasingly being developed in the continent and the SADC region as well, of course, for multiple purposes, including urban water supply, and also for economic sectors. And here I would like to emphasize agriculture and food processing, because in these particular sectors, the water quality, of course, is very critical. And also, I think it's very important to emphasize that, and I think you already highlighted that, Ralph, is that the capacity at the continental and regional level in Africa is relatively low when it comes to monitoring, assessing, and managing groundwater quality. And so we really need to ramp up, development of capacity to be able to address the issues that are at hand. Then I wanted to emphasize some of the already sort of ongoing initiatives that I think we'll really need to build on, and which could catalyze some of these things going forward. So we have, of course, SADC with SADC-GMI already very heavily involved in the region here on groundwater, as well as also increasingly groundwater quality. We have AMCAO with the APAGROP. We heard from BGR and the country support tool, how they're supporting APAGROP in Namibia. The APAGROP program is looking at both surface groundwater and groundwater quality as such. And they have become very important and interested in stepping up on the quality issues, both surface water and groundwater. And then, of course, we have river basin organizations and other regional players in Africa that we need to target when we roll out this larger global initiative. I already mentioned the SADC-GMI and the APAGROP, and just want to emphasize that again. Also highlighting that AMCAO is member of the Strategic Advisory Committee of the UNEP World Water Quality Alliance. So they're sitting quite centrally in the whole exercise. And of course, for that reason, also has a strong both say, but also interest in getting resources and impacts on the ground in the continent of groundwater quality. AMCAO is also presently engaged in monitoring of water-related SDG targets, and groundwater quality will that scheme of things, and the framework and the capacity around that. And going forward, there'll be opportunities both with SADC and AMCOW to support on these regional and monitoring aspects. And beyond SADC, we also need to address other regional river-based organizations and regional communities in Africa. Okay, thinking of sort of what I can see specifically and in the SADC region, as this is our remit in this conference, more or less. Ralph already mentioned the groundwater use case in Cape Town, which is one of the 3 groundwater use cases that have been, no, it's only one. I think the others are not groundwater specific, but there's one that is specific on groundwater, and that is related to the case in Cape Town. That has been pretty much finalized, and there's some good experiences that can be outscaled and applied in other parts of looking particularly at the urban context. And if we go back in history a little bit, there's work been done in terms of mapping and hydrogeological conditions and so on. And under that, there was a borehole database developed as well, which was collating data from all the countries in SADC in terms of what they had available in terms of groundwater quality. And so that database is still sitting there. There's been some use of it, but relatively little, stemming from the fact that it has been difficult to harmonize across the countries in terms of the parameters, units, and so on that are being used in the reporting, basically. There's also quite a bit of inconsistency in terms of density and so on in terms of the data that are available, but it's a very good starting point. We also have legacy work from the groundwater drought risk mapping and management project that goes back, and that has been further developed in this hotspot mapping that we discussed yesterday. In that we did a little bit of very broad mapping of groundwater quality risk mapping. I'll be showing a couple of examples of that in the next slide. Then sort of looking a little more forward and what's happening on the ground at present, and I think which will be very important going forward. So there's some work that is looking specifically at groundwater and sanitation. I think a lot of the issues related to groundwater quality across SADC and even across sub-Saharan Africa is due to microbial contamination and waterborne diseases. So there's a lot of need to focus on that particular angle. There's some new initiatives where we're looking at managed aquifer recharge, using wastewater as the entry water, and that of course has to look at also the water quality, making sure that we don't have any risks from reusing wastewater through the groundwater system. As we know, groundwater can have a sort of purifying property in terms of rinsing water that is being used in managed aquifer recharge, but we do need to know and understand those processes and account for them in practical implementation. Then also there were some presentations on groundwater remediation in the conference, and I think there's a lot to be done in that sector, and it's great to see the movement in that regard. We're talking both around remediation in situ and ex situ. So when we pump the water out, we have to treat it ex situ, so after the pumping. And there's also the opportunity to look at any remediation inside the aquifer by implementing measures that can help accelerate natural degradation. And this can be done example-wise by introducing some harmless chemicals that can catalyze otherwise fruitful natural processes in the subsurface. Ralph also mentioned salinity issues, and I think they are becoming more prevalent across the continent, both in coastal areas where we see seawater intrusion, especially in those areas where you have low-lying areas and where you have heavy dependence on groundwater, then the tendency for salinity intrusion is higher, and we need to focus on those areas. We also see salinity increases in water supplies, especially where you have where you're taking advantage of deep aquifers, because naturally deep aquifers tend to be more saline because they have been sitting there for a long time and exchanged chemical processes with the surrounding aquifer material. So that's another salinity issue that needs to be looked at. Point of use treatment, I think, is something that needs to be looked at also going forward, both in terms of microbial pollution, but also in terms of some of those geogenic threats that Ralph mentioned, like fluoride and arsenic. So there's a lot of work that we can do in that regard. I think I will go to the next slide, just briefly mentioning those maps that I mentioned earlier on. So these SADC was just giving a snapshot of threats in terms of fluoride and nitrate and salinity. This has to be, it has to be mentioned that these maps were drawn quite on a simple qualitative basis. So basically from stakeholder consultation and asking the different countries of the region to pinpoint where they have pollution problems with these particular chemical parameters, and not necessarily based on monitoring. But this was work done back in 2011, and we really need to pick up on these things going forward. Also revisiting the SADC borehole database, as I mentioned earlier on. So lots of interesting stuff going forward or going on. I think I will give over the word to Ralph to continue. Thank you very much.
Ralph, I'm not sure how many
Yes,
slides you have. I think our time has run up now.
We only have 3 more slides, and it's only summing up in the end.
Can I give you 2 minutes to just wrap up?
Okay, we will try. Key messages. This goes back to the global. Thank you, Karen, for the insight in the region, because I think SADC is very advanced and could actually bring in a lot of their utmost importance, the groundwater quality, for achieving a number of SDGs. We have elaborated on this more in the report. Karen, or should I just go through?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The dedicated global groundwater quality assessment is obviously very necessary and timely. The large durability of anthropogenic and natural chemical and microbiological contaminants can be found in many places around the globe. And they have a large range of characteristics that require a lot of expert knowledge. It's not something which you can just assess without all the basic hydrogeological knowledge you need to have from the sampling to the analysis. Groundwater systems are very heterogeneous, or can be 3-dimensional, and cause with this also additional challenges in mapping the information. Information on data and groundwater quality is variable, is not always available easily, and also not, even if available, is not necessarily accessible for people to want to assess. Karen, can we move? The next 5 points are that we face the situation of various scales, how to scale up information in relation to the different end users also, drinking water ecosystems, food production, energy production, and others. Groundwater monitoring programs targeted and designed according to the purpose of the monitoring. And important new advances are becoming more observations. I've mentioned already earlier, GIS is not that new, but still there's new tools developing, citizen sciences, machine learning or artificial intelligence approaches, combined with numerical modeling of contaminant fate and transport could lead to very new assessment mechanisms. Very much an additional complexity comes into transboundary aquifers, where we have to see that on one side, on all sides of a border, we have to make sure that the capacities are there and the national level legislation and regulations are in a way equal, or at least in a way available, that they can contribute to a transboundary assessment also. And local global partnerships and investments in research, capacity development, evidence-based policy making are required to advance this management of groundwater quality sustainably. Our way forward, this is where we are looking for new funding, also not only us as the current Friends of Groundwater, we are inviting others to join. It's an open network. And as we already heard, I mean, we have in the moment, we have 4 colleagues and institutions from Sub-Saharan Africa involved, 1 from South Africa, 2, 3 from one from AMCO, and from also from West Africa, 2 additional. We are preparing this global groundwater quality assessment portal. Down there, you have a little screenshot of how it might look like in the future. You won't find the website yet. We are within this FOC group. We are building a network of assessment tools. We are preparing to load up, or actually link at least all national levels. I'm done here. This is the last slide. And the upscaling and the regionalization. I mean, you see there are a number of tools which we are planning to implement over the next years. If funding comes available from UNEP and other donors, and we have some signals that this might go soon. Karen, last. And yeah, thank you very much for all your contributions. Our meetings over the last year only took place by 10 different online meetings with different colleagues from everywhere in the world. But it worked, and we are most welcome to share with you the outcome report as soon as we get the green light from UNEP. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm not gonna say a lot. I hope, can you please unshare the screen? I'm going to ask Bandaba Vuelo to present, to take us through the presentation on the assessment of wastewater pollution of water resources in the cradle of humankind World Heritage Site, South Africa. If you have got questions or basically questions, just put them on the questions and answer button at the bottom of the screen. Stella, I'm handing over to you now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vuelo Bandaba. I am a candidate researcher from the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in Pretoria, South Africa. Today I'll be presenting a component of a water resources monitoring program that we have been conducting in the Cradle of Humankind as the project team. So just for a bit of background, the Cradle of Humankind World Site is one of the top tourist attractions, and that is mainly due to its scientific, cultural, and environmental appeal. It is world renowned for its paleontological discoveries, which include the discovery of Australopithecus africanus, commonly known as Downchild and Mrs. Ples, as well as recently Homo naledi. Research has shown that about 40% of the world's known human ancestors remains have been unearthed in the Cradle of Humankind's caves. Due to the scientific and scientific significance of these fossil hominid sites, the UNESCO inscribed for the protection of their cultural heritage in terms of the World Heritage Convention Act in 1999. Since then, a management authority has been established within the Department of Economic Development of the Gauteng provincial government, and it is mandated to protect the resources of the cradle of humankind. In 2017, the Management Authority commissioned the CSIR as a service provider to conduct a comprehensive water resources monitoring program, which currently serves as an observation platform for establishing the extent to which surface water and groundwater resources in the property meet or fail to meet various water quality and quantity targets. The main impacts the water resource in the main impacts sources in the cradle of humankind have been identified as wastewater sources from acidic mine water rising from the Western Basin, as well as municipal effluent from the Mogale City local municipalities Percy Stewart wastewater treatment works. Both these facilities are the output of these facilities are primary concern to the upkeep of the cradle of humankind due to the delicate nature of the fossil sites in the area, as well as the use of borehole groundwater by the local residents. Another aspect of the monitoring program that is covered includes the analysis of surface water and groundwater interactions, as well as an assessment of river health on a biannual frequency. Quarterly water monitoring, quarterly water quality and quantity monitoring has been conducted through the monitoring program through collaboration between the CSIR as well as the Department of Water and Sanitation. Between the period of 2017 and 2020, the monitoring program has managed to get data from 4 rainfall stations, 18 DWS monitoring boreholes, about 10 surface water sites from the local river systems, as well as 10 dolomitic springs. For the scope of this presentation, I will only be focusing on 5 surface water and 5 groundwater sites within the cradle of humankind property. The cradle of humankind covers an area of about 65 square kilometers, and it is the geology is mainly karstified dolomite from the Tunispoort group of the Transvaal supergroup. The main tributaries of the main river systems traversing the property include the Blaubank, the Blaugatspruit, the Blaubankspruit, the Tweelopies Spruit, as well as the Rietspruit, and these all converge and flow into the Crocodile River. It has been established that water in the cradle of humankind generally follows a northeasterly direction towards the Crocodile River. In the monitoring program, we used a quarterly frequency for monitoring the surface water and groundwater quality, as well as the groundwater levels, and a biannual frequency was used to monitor the dolomitic springs, as well as conduct the river health assessments, which comprise biomonitoring and toxicity assays. The information or data that was collected during monitoring runs includes field tests, which comprises physical chemical parameters that were measured using a handheld HQ40D multiparameter, which measures temperature, pH, electrical connectivity, and dissolved oxygen. At the Car Spring water sites, water samples were collected directly from the eye of the spring, and at the rivers, water was collected within the channel of the main stream. The collection of water samples involved filling up a volume of 100 milliliter sampling bottles, as well as that were used for microbiology analysis, as well as 1 liter bottles that were used for the chemistry analysis. The chemistry parameters that were considered are indicated in the table below, and these cover basic chemistry, your pH and pH and electrical connectivity, as well as your inorganic and some other trace metals. One other aspect of the pyramid included bacteriological components, which looks at the total coliform bacteria as well as E. coli colonies in the water. The monitoring, the samples followed the SABS ISO 567 and analyzed in a SANUS at the CR. And water quality results were measured against the South African National Standards for Water 2005. The results from the sampling and monitoring runs indicated that there was a greater concentration of contamination of surface water sites than of the dolomitic springs, and the most affected river system is the Blowgat and the Blowbankspruit, which routinely have E. coli and total coliform colonies of more than 2,419.6 most probable number per 100 milliliter. The least affected spring, excuse me, the least affected spring was found to be the Plovers Lake spring, although the Plovers Lake spring as well as the Chrome Dry spring belong to the same compartment. The Chrome Dry spring is more affected by the contamination of E. coli due to its position in the channel of the Blowbankspruit. We also noticed that at the Blowbankspruit, at the dolomitic springs, there seems to be seasonal variation in the concentration of E. coli found at the individual springs. The images here that you see were taken in July 2020, which indicate the level of water pollution that was observed in the water resources of the cradle of humankind in that period. In the image labeled as B, you can see the mixing of water from the Swartkrans spring as it flows into the Blowbankspruit, and that is one of the indicators of the severity of contamination of water resources in the area. As I mentioned earlier, river health assessment was also conducted as part of the monitoring schedule, and this comprised an account of macroinvertebrate biomonitoring and toxicity screening assays. The assessment was largely based on 2 sites within the cradle of humankind, but for the purpose of this presentation, I'll only focus on the impacted Blowbankspruit. The assessment also included an application of the integrated habitat assessment system, IHS, as well as the South African scoring system for rapid bioassessment of rivers. And these were used to evaluate the in-stream habitat quality as well as the associated macro invertebrate integrity at each site. Three of the toxicity screenings that were conducted include Vibrio fishery screening, which looks at the inhibition of bacterium and stimulation of bacterium beyond 20%, as well as the Daphnia magna screening, which considers the mortality of water fleas within the samples that were collected, as well as the Selena strain.
You have just 2 to 3 minutes to wrap up.
Okay. The results from the river health assessment indicated that the water from the Blowbank Spruit as well as the Blowbank Spruit at Makiti Lodge, as well as further downstream at the Nedbank Olwazini Plaza. The results indicated toxicity at the Makiti Lodge site, and potential eutrophication at the downstream site of Nedbank Olwazini. The results from the Daphnia magna screening indicated acute hazard potential of the water resources, and the S. capricornatum screening indicated, similar to the Vibrio fishery screening, indicated toxicity potential for the Blowbank Spruit at Makiti Lodge, and eutrophication potential at the site by the Nedbank Olwazini Plaza. From the results that I've presented, it is clear that there is severe bacteriological contamination from the municipality wastewater treatment works via the Blowgat Spruit into the Blowbank Spruit, and this is reflected in the total coliform and E. coli values that routinely exceed a most probable number or calling number of more than 2,400 per milliliter of sample water collected. And from these observations, we have argued that the municipality wastewater treatment works poses an equally dire threat to the fitness of use of receiving water, surface water resources, as well as the mine water, in the area. And this has a potential hazard to the ecosystem at the Crocodile River. The river health assessment has been very beneficial to the monitoring program, as it has helped to improve the standing of the results acquired from the quality results. And in terms of the municipality wastewater treatment plant, it is clear that developments at the facility have led to deterioration of water quality at observed water sources on the property, and the managing authority of the Cradle of Humankind has made attempts to address the situation through numerous requests and conversations with the municipality as well as the DWS. However, to date, no advancements have been made in terms of the investigation of water pollution activities in the Cradle of Humankind water site. one other aspect of the monitoring program is to assess the risk, is to determine the risk assessment, the risk potential of water in the cradle of humankind intersecting the archaeological fossil sites. And the status report delivered by the SAR in 2018 established that for the 3 major fossil sites, namely the Stekfontein Cave at low risk, and for the Stekfontein Cave and Bolts Farm, and moderate risk for the Rising Star. The outcomes of the surface water and groundwater monitoring program have highlighted the need for continuous monitoring of water resources in the cradle of humankind to ensure sustainable management and protection of water resources and associated systems in the world-renowned site. Some of the recommendations that we've put forward to the managing authority include continuous monitoring of the municipality wastewater, and also establishing a reporting system within the municipality where the water quality from the Percy Stewart treatment plant can be assessed and determined whether it complies with water quality standards. One other recommendation that we've put forward is that the monitoring program develops a more holistic or comprehensive look at the water uses in the cradle of humankind, as these along with the municipality effluent and mine water, these also can have an impact on the quality of the resources in the property. One other recommendation that we've put forward, we observed during the monitoring program that we had quite a lot of residents from the cradle coming forward to give us information regarding the status of water resources. And so we've suggested that in furthering the monitoring program, that a system citizen science platform can be established where the residents in the property can engage on a more formal platform with the project team. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Viola. At this stage, I see we have gone past our scheduled time, and to the program manager, I would like to apologize for that, and also to the delegates. I'm not sure if we have got any questions that we have to take, but I have noticed that from the chat box or from the question and answer box, there were questions that were raised and they were answered. So I'm not sure if there's any other question that need to be asked, or if the delegates have got questions that they need to ask. I think you can ask maybe basically in the last presentation, which I think it has just been concluded. If there's any other question, please let's just ask that question now, and then we get answers before I hand over to the program manager. Is there any question or a comment? Okay, I take that there is no comment, no question. So in the meantime, let me take this opportunity and hand over to the program manager. If you've got extra questions after this, then you can put it on the question and answer on the screen. Thank you very much, Petra.
Perisani, thank you very much. Thank you to all the presenters for the session. I think it went pretty well. We had some questions in the chat box, but they were duly answered. I think we really appreciate your candidness. We are a bit behind time. If you see, we had a comfort break, which is supposed to end right now. We will put a comfort break in and then go into the special session, mainstreaming water and food security into transboundary water cooperation. IUCN, Alessandro, or your colleagues, can you maybe start setting up while the rest of the attendants and participants take a comfort break? So we will be back at 20 minutes past the hour of 10 Central African time. Thank you very much. You all know where the coffee is, right in the lobby.
We are coming to Namibia for the coffee bedroom, so be careful.
You're welcome. No,
good, thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your coffee. See you in 10. I think we can start the next session, which is a special session on mainstreaming water and food security into transboundary water cooperation. The colleagues from IUCN will be heading this session. I suppose you will be chairing this session. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You can start your introductions and continue the session. You are being recorded. Please ask your presenters as they come in to put on their videos as well. Just for courtesy, if they do have a problem with connectivity, that's also fine. They can put it off, but if not, they can please show us their faces when they talk to us. Thank you very much. Have a good session.
Thank you, Program Director, and well, I'll call him the Honorable Bertram. He may be a Prime Minister one day in Namibia, so it's good to be on his side. Welcome, colleagues, and I hope we all had a very comfortable coffee break there. My name is Tari Rosaruchera, or other people in the region call me Davis. It's fine. I go by both names. And welcome to the IUCN session. I'll start this with an apology. Not something that I do often, but please indulge me. We had a slight change to the session itself. It was adjusted because some adjustments became necessary. So the session title should actually be reading Mainstreaming Governance for Sustainable Groundwater Development. We also have a slightly different lineup to the agenda than what you see there. But your take-home message is still going to be the same either way. So we are very happy to have you online, and I welcome you. Just as a way of introduction to this session, you know, those who know me know that I say this almost all the time when I'm making any presentation around the region. There's almost always a confusion of what IUCN is. Other colleagues think we are donors, others think we're an NGO, others think we are a think tank. Well, the bad news is that we are not really any of those components, but the good news is that we are all of the above. So IUCN is a membership union, just like your AU or your UN, and in fact, you are the biggest environmental conservation organization in the world, the only one with a seat in the UN General Assembly. So a lot of the conservation institutions that you see in the world are actually members of IUCN. States are also members of IUCN, just like Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, and so forth. So within IUCN, we are working from the secretariat point where we provide technical backstopping to the IUCN programs. And we work across 15 themes in IUCN, including business and biodiversity, law, heritage, climate change, water, and many others. And particularly in the water program, most of you on this platform actually know how much we are involved in a lot of the programs that are ongoing in the region. We are an implementing partner of SADC in the environment and climate change sector and in the water sector as well. So we have been working as the IUCN water program in the region for so many years, but beginning around 2015, we're specifically working around our bridge program, which stands for Building River Dialogue for Effective Governance. And this is a capacity building program for water governance and works through learning, demonstration, leadership, consensus building, and so forth, mostly in your transboundary or shared water resources, including groundwater. And one of the key challenges in the region, which is one of the very nice things that we now have, we now have the SADC-GMI. The challenge is around the surface water, groundwater interaction. We have a lot of shared aquifers in the region, but we have regional river basin organizations that traditionally have only been dealing with surface water. Now, if you want them to deal with groundwater as well, how do you make it work, especially given that the boundaries of the surface water basin do not exactly coincide with the groundwater aquifers? We also have a very interesting and relevant program coming through SADC at the moment about transfrontier conservation. This is also works mostly on the surface landscape. And one of the key issues that have been raised recently is how to combine transfrontier conservation with transboundary water management. Again, the boundaries don't exactly coincide, but the principles are the same, the objectives are the same. So we find ourselves in this context as IUCN, where we are working with our members, where we are working with SADC, where we are working with you, everyone who is on this platform, to actually tackle these challenges that we have in the region. And one of the key things that we can already see is that there's no way we can do this in silos. It has become very necessary to work together. And because of this understanding, you always find us participating, especially in water programs in the region, like your WaterNet Symposium, your SADC Groundwater Management Institute Conference, and so forth, because we understand this relevance and we want to be part of the solution to this. So in this session today, I just have several presentations, and I hope they'll create some kind of learning platform where we can exchange ideas and then talk further. We are particularly interested in bringing out messages around elements of water governance, the relationship between conservation and the sustainability of the groundwater bodies that we cherish so much. And one of the key things that we really like to, bring into practice within IUCN, wherever we work, is the issue of sustainability at a local level. You can talk about sustainability in policies and documents all the time, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the person who is using the resource. So that access, that local access that ensures sustainability has really been investigated around a lot of different approaches. But we have a different approach in IUCN that kind of takes in all those and others, what you call the rights-based approach, and we're going to have a presentation on that. And we also are very lucky today because from outside SADC, we have a presentation that speaks about embedding IWM into food security as part of realizing the benefits of conjunctive water management, coming as a case study all the way from Rwanda. So thanks, colleagues, and be ready. Those who want to know about Bridge, you can go to our IUCN website, www.iucn.org. You go to the water program. We have a lot of interesting tools, especially in water diplomacy, on benefit sharing and so forth, that can really be implemented in the programs that we use in the region's water sector. And we're always ready to have more discussions around that. But I won't waste more time around this. I am bringing in our first presenter to just set the scene for us. This is Dr. Lakson Namo, who is joining us from the Water Research Commission in South Africa. Dr. Namo is an IWM and remote sensing specialist who has been working a lot on water management in the region, beginning at the International Water Management Institute, and is now one of the pioneers in the WEFE nexus projects that are ongoing in the region. So he's going to tell us just a bit about how we can bring groundwater into the WEFE nexus. Thanks so much, and Dr. Namo, please come in. Thank you.
Thank you, facilitator, and good morning, colleagues. I'm trying to sort out my screen here. Can you see my screen and can you hear me?
We can hear you very well and we can see your screen. Please kindly put your slides into the presentation mode. Yes, there we are. Thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you, Davis, for the facilitator, and good morning, colleagues. As Davis has already mentioned, my name is Laxo Namo. I'm working for the Water Research Commission, and yeah, most people know me during my days with the International Water Management Institute, but jumped ship. I'll be talking on the water towards sustainable development and resource security. Right, when people could be wondering why WEFE and not WEFE as is in the program, right, there are many issues concerning the WEFE nexus. The WEFE nexus is just one of the nexuses that are available out there. And the way term WEFE continues to expand. For example, we are talking of the WEFE. There's an E that has been added there. And recently we have been aided to add the health component as well due to the COVID-19 challenges. So it will continue growing and growing and growing and getting more complicated and more complicated. But however, I will highlight most of these issues on the why my team and myself, we have decided to change this term from WEFE nexus because the term WEFE nexus on its own is confusing. Therefore, we have decided to call it nexus planning. Right. For example, here I'm going to talk about nexus planning and other transformative approaches in resource management. That is to move towards sustainability. I don't want to focus much on groundwater because I don't want to end up to work in a silo. Myself being a water person, the WEFE nexus is being driven by water people and they end up advocating for a sector approach whereby the water sector should be leading in everything. However, the challenges that humankind is facing at the moment is being driven. There are drivers that are triggering these changes. For example, among others, among these drivers, we have got the rapid urbanization. Due to population growth and the emergence of the middle class, we have found that many people are migrating from rural areas into urban areas. And this has resulted in the demand of resources. Resources, for example, in our region, the SADC region, are stressed at the moment because we are becoming urbanized. For example, in the case of South Africa being a water scarce country, already 15% of the available water resources are coming from groundwater. And 13% of that water is being used in the domestic sector. And agriculture is using 59% of this groundwater. But the question is, how much groundwater is available? And also we have got another factor. No, before I proceed to that, from 1950 to 2004, groundwater use increased in South Africa, increased from 684 million cubic meters to 1.8 million cubic meters. That's a lot, that's a lot. So, but how much water is available? And we go to other driver, which is climate change. climate change. I'm not going to draw much on that. And agriculture expansion. Agriculture uses most of the available freshwater resources worldwide. It uses more than 70% of the available freshwater resources. And its expansion is actually disturbing the socio-ecological infrastructure. And because of the destruction of forests due to agriculture expansion, we found that the natural habitat for wildlife is also being disturbed. And this has resulted in animals, in wildlife living closer to human beings, which has triggered the challenges that we are facing today. For example, the coronavirus, the COVID-19 pandemic, which is a zoonotic disease. It is coming from wildlife. These things were not there before. Why are they being pronounced today? Because of the destruction of wildlife habitat and population growth, which is causing this rapid population. Let me go to give, for example, the case of South Africa. I'm going to use these triangles, which are well related. I'm going to start with the green one, for example. Right, I'm not sure what will happen because my network is saying it's a poor network from my side. It's being jealous, but let's hope I will manage to finish. 86% of South Africa's energy comes from coal, which is already condemned. And it is polluting. For example, if you take the case of Mpumalanga, it is polluting groundwater resources. For example, if we go to cities like in Middleburg, in Mpumalanga, people are not allowed to use to drink tapped water. They have to buy from the shops. The groundwater is already contaminated, and the coal itself is condemned, and the population is increasing. And if I go to the blue one, the threat of infectious diseases, this is related to agriculture expansion. The increasing demand of resources, and 98% of the country of South Africa's water resources are already allocated. That's why South Africa has said it is actually the 30th driest country in the world. We are water scarce in South Africa. 98% of our water resources are already allocated, which means we are limited even in irrigation expansion to meet the food requirements of the growing population. And more than 50% of the population in South Africa is food insecure. And the COVID-19 has actually compounded this challenge. For example, 51% of the working class lost their sources of income somehow, somewhere. And this is a real challenge. And these issues are related. So how would we go about it? Do we need to look at these issues, these challenges in isolation? Let's take, for example, the COVID-19. It was seen as a health challenge initially, but look what it had triggered. It had disrupted the demand supply chain of the whole economic system. It has affected our jobs. The employment rates have gone up. Many people have lost their jobs. Food prices are going up. And we are faced with a lot of challenges because of the COVID-19. So if we look, the problem is we are reactive because it was a new thing. No one didn't know what to do. The interventions were reactive. So how would we approach these challenges? Myself and my team were advocating for transformative approaches. That's why I was saying we don't look at the WEFE nexus because there are so many nexuses out there. For example, examples of these transformative approaches, we have got the nexus planning. Because of what is happening today, we have actually developed, we come up with another nexus, which we are called water, human health, environment, and nutrition. We are calling it one nexus, and we have already published a paper on that. And these transformative approaches complement each other. They don't work in silos. I'm going to explain that in the later slides. We have got scenario planning. We have to plan to identify how can we, if we've got a problem, we don't need to look at the present, but we have to look also into the future. That is sustainability, circular economy, sustainable food systems. And these would drive transformative approaches, would drive to water, energy, and food security, and improved levels and nutrition. And this will result in resilience and adaptation. Now, these transformative approaches address 4 main thematic areas, which are the drivers of change, risk and exposure, and they also address preparedness and recovery, and they result in adaptation and resilience. On this slide, I'm not going to draw much because these are some of the issues, because I didn't want to go out of topic. That's why I'm emphasizing on groundwater. But it's not only about groundwater. Yes, what we are saying is very necessary, but let us not look at these things, let us not see these challenges in silos. We need to break these silos. In fact, one of the reasons why we have been criticized is that we, especially from the policy and decision-making side, we've been criticized because they think we are saying, let's destroy these other departments, or some countries call it ministries, and form a mega WEFE nexus department. No, the nexus planning is actually a platform for stakeholder engagement. We are not saying that, or we are not saying that governments or the region is working in silos. That is not the point. Right? And what are the options to achieve sustainability by 2030, for example? We have got linear or monocentric approaches on one side, and we've got these transformative and polycentric approaches. Right. I know I'm coming from a new generation of researchers, and I know the old folk would want to stick. I was criticized the other day when I presented this, and I was actually threatened with the prison the other day because people thought I was attacking the integrated water resources management approach. But with linear and monocentric approaches, they are sector-based resource planning and management. And because of this stand-alone, these big silos, they've got divergent sector-based policies, and they aggravate contemporary crisis because these silos, they've got their own policies and they've got their own goals, and they end up duplicating activities and result in reactive interventions. And actually, it does not work. It focuses on the present situation only. It's transactional, not transformational. It's transactional in that we want to solve the immediate problems, but at the same time, we'll be just transferring those problems, those challenges to other sectors. And why transformative or polycentric approaches? They are cross-sectorial resource planning and management. We don't only look at the groundwater. We don't only look at energy, the energy crisis, but let's see these challenges together. They interact with the present, but also mirroring into the future. And they expedite the resilience building initiatives and create a balanced system through the use of smart technologies. We developed this spider diagram. For example, this is the case of South Africa for 2015 and 2018. We can see that the graphs inside, they are not balanced. We have talked much on this, but let me proceed. Nexus planning modeling complexity. This is very complex. We are saying let us integrate 3 sectors with 3 different units of measurement coming from different areas altogether, and which are multifaceted, How would we integrate it? Myself and my team, we've used the multi-criteria decision-making, and we used the SD that are related, for example, to the water, energy, food sectors. And we focused on availability, accessibility, self-sufficiency, and productivity. And this is for the case of South Africa. After our analysis and using the analytic hierarchy process of the multi-criteria decision-making, we came up with these composite indices. And that is when we came up with the 2015 status and 2018 status on the use of resources in South Africa. There's no balance. There's no balance. Right. The other thing, my team, we've just finished a project, another project, Watch the Space, on how we can operationalize the WEFE nexus through the theory of change. But however, we are focusing on the region, that is the SADC region. We are focusing on the SADC region. And we wanted to answer the main goals of the region. I'm not going to talk much on this theory of change. And but Watch the Space, we've submitted our paper to one of the top journals already. But the outcomes which answer to the regional goals is simultaneous water, energy, and food security, and responding to SDGs 2, 8, and 7, and job and wealth creation, sustainable natural resources management, that is SDGs 12, 13, 14, and 15. Let me proceed. Right, colleagues, all that I've been saying here, we've already published in a top journal, Environmental Science and Policy, with my colleagues there. You can see it's quite a number of people who were involved in this project, and you can actually download it for free. It's an integrative analytical model for the water, energy, food nexus South Africa case study. Most of the things that I've been talking here are there. But Watch the Space, more proposals, projects, they are coming. We are also, because I said the WEFE nexus, the use of the word WEFE is confusing. There are many nexuses out there. We've actually developed the WEN nexus. We have already applied the health, included the health sector in the nexus thing. And another project that is coming, we are finishing it only next week, is the urban nexus. It's quite interesting, right? This work is as a result of the collaboration between the Water Research Commission and the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And I say thank you. Back to you, facilitator.
Thanks so much, Dr. Namo. Some interesting text there. And I'm sure no one will try to arrest you after this one. Colleagues, we are slightly trying to catch up the time that was lost previously. I want to go to the next presenter so that we have questions for this presentation and the next presenter together. So if you have questions, those who want to actually throw them into the chat box, no problem, go ahead. Then I'm going to move to the next presenter. And then after that, we can have a small session where we have some feedback. So please allow me to introduce my colleague, Diego Jara. Okay, he's gonna share his presentation just now. Diego is one of the senior project officers in our Environmental Law Center, which is based in Bonn. So he's joining us all the way from Germany, and he will be telling us a bit more why governance is central to achieving that balance between ground and surface water management. And well, yeah, yes, he's right in line. I can see your presentation, Diego. Can you please put it in presentation mode? And yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Tariro. I'm not sure if you can already see my presentation. Let me just...
I can see it, yes. Please put it in presentation mode.
Is it fine now, Tariro? Can you check this, please?
Okay. Okay, not yet.
Because I am just 1 second then. second. Please let me know if now it's fine.
Yes, okay, you can go ahead. It's okay. It's in another mode, but I'm sure we can work with that.
Or like this, is it better now?
Now it's perfect, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. It is a pleasure to be here. As my colleague Tariro Saruchera mentioned, my name is Diego Jara. I'm a legal officer at the IUCN Environmental Law Center located in Bonn, Germany. And today I want to do a very short presentation on the issues of groundwater governance. And I will be very quickly as well, since many of the topics that I wanted to discuss were already very well detailed and explained by the previous presentation. So I will go very quickly into mine. So just to give a word on the challenges and risks from the governance of groundwaters, I just want to mention this sentence that as a hidden resource, the social, economic, environmental, and political importance of groundwater is easily overlooked. And I highlighted here the part political because most of the times when we think about the challenges on groundwater systems, we think directly on population growth, the increasing demand of water for agriculture, energy, of course, overexploitation, contamination and degradation of ecosystems. But there are other challenges that derive from these particular issues, and particularly when we discuss about transboundary groundwater systems. So when we discuss about the governance issues, and some of these was already mentioned by the colleague who presented earlier, the governance of groundwater is by nature complex. There are several complexities that are inherent to the governance of these resources. And of course, many times there is an absence of clear policies, laws governing groundwater resources, because in many states, in many regions of the world, not only Southern Africa, but if we also go to, let's say, Latin America, if we go to Southeast Asia, there is a lack of clarity on specific provisions that govern groundwater resources. As well, weak institutional coordination, and I would like to emphasize on what the colleague who presented earlier mentioned, that many times the work is done in silos. So if we are discussing now, let's say, about this nexus, water, food, and energy nexus, sometimes decisions in states and even at the regional level are also taken in silos, and there is no integration of thoughts between the agendas of different sectors of production. Let's say the ministries of agriculture perhaps don't know what the ministries of water are doing. Sometimes the agendas in the ministries of industry, the ministries of mining are completely different from those from the ministries of environment or authorities on water. And this is what I mean with this weak institutional coordination. And of course, another issue is the lack of data and information. And this is mostly present in, again, regions such as the one I come from in Latin America, where due to the technical inabilities to process and to gather data and information regarding, let's say, the state of aquifers, we don't know what we actually want to manage. And I think this is not only a problem that can be seen in Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asia. This is also present in other latitudes of the world. Even sometimes when we see to the lack of clarity and coherence in decision making even in Europe or even in the United States regarding the protection of groundwater systems. There is no clear understanding of the state of the quality of the waters of groundwater system, and of course the decision regarding particular the protection of these ecosystem is not done in a good manner. Then when we refer to transboundary groundwater management, a key issue is the absence of cooperation mechanisms. And what I mean with cooperation mechanisms is, of course, agreements, institutions that are in charge of coordinating actions for the protection, for the good management of these resources. Actually, perhaps during the whole course of these event, we have seen that there is actually a lack of institutions at a transboundary level that actually deal with these resources. It is very interesting to see that just recently, one of the latest agreements on groundwater system was adopted, the Guarani Aquifer. This is some of the few transboundary agreements on groundwater that has been adopted. There is still a lot of work to be done, let's say, in comparison to what is happening to other water resources, transboundary water resources, such as rivers and lakes, where we can already see commissions, where we can see river basin organization. There is still some work to be done specifically in terms of groundwater systems. And then I wanted to mention that there are some enabling elements that allow for effective governance of groundwater. First of all, I would say technical capacities, and the technical capacities, as I mentioned earlier, to gather data, information on the quality of the groundwater, on understanding even the minimum knowledge of aquifers, such as extension, such as specifically if there is any contamination. If there is no technical capacities, both at the government level, also, let's say, derived from academia in different regions of the world to produce data on these resources, these are going to be ecosystems that will remain hidden. Then a clear challenge, of course, is the financial capacities. When we want to monitor, when we want to understand, when we want to make a test about the quality of water, it is indeed needed to have financial capacity. Sometimes, specifically going to river basin organizations, sometimes, or even states, when they negotiate mesh mechanism in order to protect water, they say, okay, well, we are going to have different types of mechanisms to monitor the water quality, and we are going to create a secretariat in order to have experts that can monitor the quality of waters, but there is not enough financial capacities to do so. And if there is no financial capacity, then all of these efforts are going to be, they are not going to be done. So in this sense, financial investment is essential for governance. Another point as well is, of course, public participation. And with this, I mean the engagement of all stakeholders, as it was mentioned already previously in this session, the involvement of locals, of civil society, local communities who can actually participate and provide their thoughts in decision-making, or even in monitoring or providing inputs on the state of water resources. And then a specific point that affects specifically transboundary groundwater systems is political will. If there is no political will to cooperate, then little can be done in order to manage a resource in a joint manner. And political will is, of course, the basis for cooperation, and something that we in IUCN promote constantly, specifically for the governance of transboundary waters and transboundary groundwater is cooperation, and cooperation understood or made in good faith in order to attain optimal utilization and adequate protection of international water course, as this was taken from the UN Water Courses Convention, which is the main instrument which is in place for the management of transboundary waters. Without cooperation, and mentioned earlier, without political will, little can be done for the governance of transboundary resources. Then also in relation to cooperation and taken from the draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers, again, the basis for cooperation is good faith in order to attain equitable and reasonable utilization and appropriate protection of transboundary aquifers or aquifer systems. This is the, again, cooperation is the basis for the joint management or establishment even of institutions in charge of groundwater management at the transboundary level. And how this cooperation, that we can see it in very general terms, can be anchored or can be materialized, this is done through specific procedural mechanisms, again, such as the regular exchange of data and information, which is the most basic and most essential mechanism that can be done under cooperation. So in this sense, exchange data about the condition of an aquifer, in technical terms about the geology, hydrologically state, meteorology, and ecological nature. So this type of information has to be first gathered and exchanged in good faith with other states that share a specific groundwater system. And a second manifestation of cooperation is, of course, the negotiation of bilateral and regional agreements or arrangements in order to define or to delineate, determine the provisions that will guide the protection, use, and development of a specific aquifer. Without specific agreements, the governance of a specific aquifer will be impossible. Then, of course, any type of agreement has to take into account the protection, preservation, and effective management of groundwater resources. Mainly focus at the prevention, reduction, and control of pollution. And here there is an interesting point taken from the draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers, in the sense that the prevention, reduction, and control of significant pollution that might cause significant harm to other aquifer states. And for this, it is important to negotiate, that states negotiate in order to determine what a significant harm might imply. And of course, this principle of prevention, reduction, and control of pollution based on a precautionary approach. This means, in view of uncertainty about the nature and extent of the pollution, just take a precautionary approach. As mentioned earlier, another manifestation of cooperation is the continuous monitoring of the state of aquifers. This is also contained in the draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers that mentions that states shall monitor their transboundary aquifer systems. And of course, when it comes to transboundary resources, that this is being done in a jointly and coordinated manner. Regarding the management as well, that a proper management of transboundary waters is being done always considering consultations with the other states, and as appropriate, always trying to establish a joint management mechanism, as we see in the case of surface water with river basin organizations, with the regional, even regional sometimes organizations that contribute to the management of rivers and lakes. And I think that this is important in this forum of SADC, that these type of dialogues are being done in order to promote the discussion, to foster the discussion on groundwater systems. And these will at one point generate, of course, the regional policies, the regional guidelines in order to better protect and manage these resources. As mentioned also by the colleague who presented earlier, there is this feeling that in regards to groundwaters, there is this feeling that we are working in silos. IUCN has proposed a dialogue approach, and a dialogue approach involving different stakeholders. First of all, of course, scientific community, policy makers, diplomats. It's essential the role of civil society and even private sector at different levels. This can be done at the regional level, at the basin level, at the level of an aquifer, or at a very local level, in order to generate a joint vision, let's say, in order to jointly find solutions or guidelines or specific provisions that could help the protection of a groundwater system, let's say. And in this sense, even though sometimes it is difficult to achieve political will and even to generate agreements, at least to hold these dialogues, to understand the state of an aquifer, in order to understand the needs of specific water users, of the private sector, for policymakers as well, to understand the science behind, or the science within, sorry, of the complexity of aquifers. It is important to have dialogue. With this, I would like to conclude with some specific ideas that, of course, the governance of groundwater is complex by nature. And in this sense, the involvement of different stakeholders and mainly the scientific community is essential. That there is the need to create an enabling environment for effective governance on groundwater, and this based on the specific capacities that need to be built for effective governance. So technical capacities, financial ones, to promote political will, let's say. And finally, that cooperation and dialogue are essential for the governance of transboundary agreement, of transboundary groundwater. Finally, I would like to invite you, as my colleague Tariro mentioned at the beginning of this session, there are several resources that IUCN has developed for in regards to groundwater systems, and as well as transboundary waters that you can access freely online. First, there is this book on governance of shared waters that is on the left of your screen, and a specific tool called Spring, which deals on the management of groundwater. So with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and if there are any questions, I will be available. Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Thanks so much, Diego. At least there's just one thing you had. In IUCN, we use what you call a dialogue approach. And this is the central tenet of the principles that we use in Bridge. But I don't want to add anything to this. I'm going to use the next 5 minutes to take questions. And you can actually raise your hand or type the question in the chat box. For now, then the presenters can respond before we move on to the next presentation. Okay, I don't see any raised hands yet. Okay, I think we can proceed this way. Anyone with questions, please type them in the chat box. Yes, then I can read the questions from there, and the presenters can respond. Yes, so in the meantime, I think we can proceed while those questions can throw them in. Please, presenters, stay online. You may be required to respond to a few questions or inputs as we go on. At this point in time, please allow me to invite my colleague, Kudakwashi Chigodo, who is the team leader for our SADC IUCN project on trans-frontier conservation. This is a new project that we're implementing for SADC, and it only began about 3 months back. And it is working across the whole SADC region and funded from Germany's KfW. Ms. Chigodo is a very experienced practitioner in the area of trans-frontier conservation and has been working in several UN projects, beginning all the way in Zimbabwe with the national parks, where she has been in charge of some of the trans-frontier conservation areas that involve Zimbabwe and other countries in the region, like your Great Limpopo Frontier shared by Mozambique and South Africa, or the Kaza, that's the Kavango Zambezi one, which also involves Namibia, Botswana, and others. So we are really hearing from a lot of learned experience here. And Madam, please come online. Thank you. May you please put your presentation in presentation mode?
Sure. Thank you, Taru. Is this sorted now?
I can hear you and I can see the presentation, but it's not in presentation mode yet.
I seem to be having challenges here.
Let's see. Okay.
Is this now?
Yes. Great.
All right.
Yeah.
So thank you, Taru, and all of you colleagues for this opportunity to be part of this exciting discussion on groundwater management and governance. As mentioned by Taru, I will speak about TFCAs, and my main focus will be on the SADC region, where as IUCN, we are also cooperating with SADC on a number of initiatives. So let me start by just giving a definition of what we mean by trans-frontier conservation areas. As IUCN, we also refer to these as transboundary protected areas. So TFCAs are an area of land and or sea that straddles one or more boundaries between states, sub-regional units, such as provinces and regions, autonomous areas, and or areas beyond the limits of national sovereignty or jurisdiction, whose constituent parts are especially dedicated to the protection and maintenance of biological diversity and of natural resources and cultural resources as well. And these are managed cooperatively through legal and other effective means. So what also comes out from this definition is the fact that TFCAs are taking a holistic approach in terms of biodiversity conservation. They're embracing not only the traditional protected areas that we are familiar with, but also going beyond communal areas, identifying special conservation areas there, and also into private sector where they're involved in conservation of biodiversity. We have some legal basis for the formation of TFCAs in the SADC region. And at the helm of it all, we have the motivation from the SADC Treaty, which has been signed by a number of SADC TFCA member states, And now, learning from the SADC Treaty, a number of protocols and strategies have been developed to provide an enabling environment for the establishment and development of TFCAs in the SADC region. These include, amongst a number of them, the SADC Protocol on Wildlife Conservation and Law Enforcement, the SADC Protocol on Forestry, the SADC Protocol on Shared Watercourses, and the SADC Regional Biodiversity Strategy. As you can see that this program, as I've mentioned earlier, is all-encompassing, not just focusing on biodiversity conservation, but or let's say wildlife management and conservation, but also going beyond that into forestries, water management, which is the topic of the day today. The previous speaker has also talked about the need for collaboration through several policies and bilateral or regional agreements being signed by the various member states for them to be able to effectively manage the shared water resources, be it underground water or even the surface water resource, and also looking at the aquatic lifeline that exists in those water courses. So SADC is a good example of trans-frontier conservation areas, and these are all found both in terrestrial and marine environments across the region. This is just a map of the SADC TFCAs, just to illustrate the number of TFCAs involved in the SADC region. We have approximately 18 of them, which are at different levels of development. But the emphasis here is also on the transboundary cooperation in the management of the various resources that are okay in the SADC region. I'll quickly move on to just highlight the value of TFCAs to biodiversity conservation and groundwater management. I'll also highlight that TFCAs are a new approach which SADC is related to in terms of biodiversity conservation. And this approach, I must say, is an opportunity for us to also address a number of challenges which I've heard from the previous speakers. These include collaboration in the management approaches, in the shared natural resources, where we have governments collaborating with local communities, NGOs, and the private sector to make sure that we conserve these natural resources and shared resources, but also to make sure that we are all equitably benefiting from the use of these shared resources that across the international boundaries. TFCs are also adopting a landscape approach to conservation, which is also seeking to address the challenge of isolation in terms of policy making and implementation of biodiversity conservation programs. And I'll also highlight that SADC TFCAs are also pushing for the harmonization of policies across participating member states, but also across sectors, be it tourism, wildlife management, agriculture, even mining, and all those other industry, water development. There's a move towards harmonization of these policies. It's not an easy road, but at least the political will is there from the governments to start working on this. And we've also seen incredible support from our partners through the NGOs and private sector to support these initiatives. We also see through TFCAs a number of investment opportunities, for example, through ecotourism and the entire biodiversity economy, acknowledging even the fact that water plays a critical role to attracting investment opportunities within the SADC region. We also know that communities also derive diversified forms of livelihoods from the use of water and water resources and other natural resources as well. The issue of regional integration and collaboration is heavily emphasized in the cooperation through TFCAs. So I will say that SADC TFCAs is actually a very good example in Africa of governance, natural resources governance, where we have a number of treaties and MOUs which have been signed by member states. But within each TFCA, we have other bilateral or trilateral agreements which are also entered into by the participating member states to ensure that we effectively conserve the shared resources that we have. I will also talk about the issue of knowledge management and data sharing, which was also raised by the previous speakers. As IUCN, we are also working closely with SADC to make sure that member states are able to really generate data and knowledge from the ground. It can be conserved areas, protected areas, and here our sister program in IUCN, the BioPalm, is also implementing what is known as the Regional Resource Hub, which was actually launched the day before yesterday to actually, and this enables member states to contribute towards knowledge management and data collection and even interpretation. And eventually, this also assists policymakers, researchers as a hub of knowledge and data where we are all free to refer to. So SADC is working together with the Regional Resource Hub. We already have the SADC TFCA portal, which contains a whole lot of information about SADC TFCAs, protected areas, local communities. And I think this is an opportunity for the water sector as well to closely work with the Regional Resource Hub in terms of data collection and storage. We also have another product of the Regional Resource Hub, which was also launched a day before yesterday, which is called the State of Protected Areas Conservation Report. It's also available on the internet. We can share with you the links for this. This was also developed by IUCN. Moving on to how TFCAs can also potentially support groundwater management. This is work that is already ongoing. We can attest to this by what we see in the integrated development plans that TFCAs, some of the TFCAs have developed. Look at Kaza, Kavango, Zambezi TFCA, the Great Limpopo TFCA. But all this is done with the realization that water is an important resource in biodiversity conservation. And we see the importance of TFCAs in keeping ecosystems thriving, which would also contribute to the regulation of the water supply, which we've heard from the previous presenters that fresh water is scarce. And issues of climate change also don't make the situation any better. But we have opportunities through the TFCA's program to actually make a difference, even including regulating the climate, the soil quality, and many other ecosystem services, providing more food access to the local communities and in general. We will then notice that maintained landscapes will help to retain rainfall, which in turn would feed into the groundwater bodies And then also taking into cognizance the fact that a number of groundwater bodies in the SADC region exist across country boundaries, over 30 of these resources. For example, we have the popular Limpopo River, the Kavangwa River, Kunene River, the Zambezi River itself. All these are the examples of the shared water courses that we have, that also TFCAs are also involved in managing these. TFCAs also ensure that countries are equally participating in maintaining these resources, but also because countries also derive a lot of benefits from the groundwater sources. TFCAs also provide a platform for cooperation among member states. I think this can never be overemphasized in collaboration, in conservation and management of shared water courses. And I've seen from experience, TFCA institutions such as CASA, Great Limpopo, working together with the NGO sector in financing conservation initiatives in the water sector. For example, we have the Resilient Waters Program, which is being funded by USAID, and a number of other initiatives that we have under TFCAs. So the future is bright with cooperation in TFCAs, and we hope that we continue to work together to conserve these resources and ensure that we manage these resources sustainably for the benefit of the present and the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kuda, for giving us those highlights on the role of transfrontier conservation for the sustainable management of groundwater, and you know the knowledge around the opportunities that we have for conservation and groundwater and surface water anyway, to specialists to work together. The shared responsibilities that actually obtain in member states whenever we're talking about you know, your shared landscapes, your shared resources, your shared water courses, I think is one of the major responsibilities that bring us together in SADC. It's a good thing that we at least at the regional level, we have the kind of frameworks that are that already exist to enable us to achieve that. So let's keep working together. I don't see too many questions. Okay, I think there's one question here from James. This is James Sauramba, I think. Yes. Kuda, did IUCN do a SADC-wide TFCA status quo report, which also analyzes the role of the water, energy, food, and environment nexus? I'll let you answer this one because it's the only question I can see, while others can keep the questions coming in. And after you answer this, I think we'll keep rolling. Then at the end, we can capture the other questions that come in just before we close. So could I please respond to that?
All right, thanks, Daru. The State of Protected Areas and Conservation Areas report published by IUCN is mainly focused on your traditional protected areas in the Eastern and Southern African region. It may not cover all the SADC TFCAs, but it's the first attempt actually to provide a lot of information on what is going on in protected and conserved areas within this region. It may actually give a few highlights on the water sector, but as I indicated earlier, that there is an opportunity actually for us to collaborate and perhaps even come up with a specific status quo report on groundwater issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Kuda. In the interest of time, let me speak through to the next presenter. Now I'm going to Kigali in Rwanda. Alphonse, who is our senior technical advisor in the Eastern Africa Component of our water program, working specifically within the Rwanda landscape, where IUCN is running some very huge projects in partnership with the government, right from the president's office, actually. You know, one thing I like about Rwanda is that they're serious about conservation. And when you start something, you always know that you actually have central government working with you and also right on your footsteps, trying to make sure that everything is going the way they want to see it. So let's learn a bit about how IWM can be embedded in the practice of water management to promote food security and eventually landscape conservation for groundwater benefit. Please come in, Alphonse.
Thank you, Tariro. I hope, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, and I can also see your presentation. Can you please put it in presentation mode? And yes, we have 15 minutes.
Is it? Can you see it now?
It's not in presentation mode yet, although I can see it. Okay, everyone, I think Alphonse also joined using my link, so he's looking like he's another Tariro there, but don't worry, his name is Alphonse.
Are we in presentation mode? Tariro, are we in presentation mode?
Not yet.
Okay.
I think you want to go to that, the icon just to the right of your slideshow.
Transition view.
No, I think you still go to slideshow. Don't go that end. Yes, then the second icon there, the second icon. No, okay, go to the first one, let's see. It's not coming.
Any luck? Any luck?
Not yet.
Maybe would you mind maybe just stop sharing and share again? Sometimes that works.
Yes. And then you just click that icon that says begin slideshow. Yes, perfect. Now we
now?
Yes,
Great,
we are
thanks.
in now.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry
Please
for that.
go in. You have a maximum of 15 minutes, so I'm sure I can do that. If you spend less, then the better.
All right. Thanks, Tariro, and thanks, colleague. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to talk to you on the work we are doing in Rwanda on embedding integrated water resources management to ensure food security. This is an activity we are. This is an activity. Sorry, the transition is slow. This is a partnership we are undertaking in partnership with the government of Rwanda, as well as SNV, a Dutch international organization, together with a Rwanda Rural Rehabilitation Initiative. So our work is supported through the Kingdom of the Netherlands Embassy in Kigali. This is supporting this work, and more importantly, this work is supported through the local communities. Our work really integrates working with the local communities. I always like to call them the spear, the tip of the spear in terms of promoting environmental conservation. So our work is focused on the northwestern part of the country in a catchment called Sebeya. This catchment, roughly about 400 square kilometers, is a clear example of the typical landscape in Rwanda with the rolling hills. Rwanda is called the land of 1,000 hills for that specific reason. This area in this country is so hilly, the terrain is so rolling, such that that has a big impact in terms of water conservation, in terms of how the resource is managed. So Sebeya catchment is an area that has been selected for this program as a pilot, and eventually the aim is how can we upscale the good initiatives that we are undertaking in Sebeya, and this catchment has critical challenges in terms of soil erosion, the rolling terrain, the high slopes that we find here result in so much erosion during the rainy season, and as a result of the terrain as well, with the flooding is very frequent. We have challenges of deforestation here, and once you combine deforestation and high rainfall, the level of erosion is extremely high. So land degradation is one of the biggest challenges that the country faces, and our program is really aimed at kind of addressing that. And as a result of land degradation, water storage issues also come up. Huge rainfalls, high soil erosion, high peak discharges. As a result, you find that even water storage, on-farm water storage, dispersed storage is very limited. So our work is geared towards kind of alleviating those challenges. And I will skip this slide, but it basically talks about some of the opportunities within this landscape. This is a landscape that has huge potential for tourism. This is a landscape where, hello?
Sorry, Alphonse, I think your slides are not moving on our side. We're still on the landing slide.
Are you still on the first slide?
Yes, we are only on the title slide since you began speaking. So I think you need to move them. I'm not sure. Okay, yes. Now we can.
Second, right?
Now
right.
We can see the second one. Yes.
Thanks. So just a quick one. I was just here highlighting our partnership. We're supported through the Netherlands Embassy, and we're working also with SNV, and more importantly, the local communities. And we are working in this catchment where you can see from the map here the level of the slope here. It's an area where the slope is very high in a large part of the catchment, and high slope, and that results in huge levels of soil erosion in this landscape. Compounded that with levels of high deforestation, land degradation is extremely high. So our program in Rwanda in this landscape focuses on how can we improve water storage. And once we're able to improve water storage, that has an impact in terms of even agricultural productivity, and also even improving one of the challenges in Rwanda as well is the effect of flooding again from the slopes of this land. So this landscape, like I said, is an area where there's a potential. I mean, it's an area where there's huge potential for tourism. This is an area where there are even hydropower stations. And when you have soil erosion, huge amounts of soil erosion in an area where there's hydropower production, that has an impact in the productivity of those power stations. The soil fertility, even though it is high in this landscape, is hugely impacted by the high levels of soil erosion. So our work really tries to improve in terms of how can we rehabilitate these landscapes? How can we reduce soil erosion and land degradation, and improve as well the resilience of both landscape and the communities that live in this area? So what we are doing right now in Sebeya catchment is to try and engage local communities in terms of integrated water resources management. Our work really focuses on working with the local communities designing programs that not only enhance landscape conservation, but are also geared towards improving livelihoods. We are also targeting under integrated water resources management a concept of how can we promote innovative finance mechanisms. This is an area that we are also implementing a program together working with the local communities. Another area that this program works on is in terms of catchment planning. Rwanda is subdivided into what they call 9 level 1 catchment, which are the higher level catchments. And for each catchment, the government of Rwanda is striving to ensure that each catchment has an integrated catchment plan, which includes both the impact, or rather the contribution of local communities in the design of that catchment. So our work is also working with the government of Rwanda to try and develop our catchment plans for. Right now, we are working on 4 actual catchments that we are developing catchment plans. And then the other component is we want to promote decisions that are based on evidence. So our work is also trying to improve knowledge systems and data collection. Like in this case, we are working with the Rwanda Water Resources Board to improve their data collection system from all the hydrologic monitoring systems. So that is, these are the main components for which we are working within this catchment. Like I said, our work is very much driven by the communities. We have been working with an organization called WARI to mobilize communities, train communities in integrated water resources management. And then at the end of the day, communities are the ones who are going to implement these activities. We have programs in agroforestry that are going on in this catchment. We have programs in terms of landscape restoration, where we are trying to promote agroforestry, trying to promote tree planting. In the forest, we also have a program of trenching in forest as a way of holding water on the landscape. Holding water on the landscape not only reduces surface runoff, it also helps to improve infiltration and support to groundwater recharge. So communities are what we call VLUAPs. These are village land use action plans. We are, like I said, we are working right at the community level, and communities take part in developing action plans for landscape restoration. And that's one of the good things in Rwanda is that there are what are called contracts that are signed between village community members together with the leadership at the district level and even at the national level, where communities have to sign performance contracts in terms of their activities. And in this case, these are activities that are geared towards landscape restoration. So, like I mentioned, landscape restoration, you can see these are some of the pictures of our community members taking part. I mean, this is voluntary work as well as paid work in terms of landscape conservation and restoration. And soil erosion, like I mentioned, is a key element, is a key challenge. And here you see in one of these pictures, you find people that are actually involved in trying to remove sand from the river. And this is also from upstream. Terracing, radical terracing is one of the key areas that we are working on in terms of landscape restoration within Rwanda, as well as I've mentioned digging pits within forests for holding water on the landscape. So we are also working with communities in terms of rainwater harvesting. The challenge of peak floods, high rainfall, high surface runoff, what can we do? We are promoting, supporting communities with rainwater harvesting structures, and we are using both plastic tanks, and now we've got a pilot study where we are working with building water storage facilities from bamboo tanks that are reinforced with concrete using locally available materials. The aim here is to promote dispersed water storage, and once you promote dispersed water storage, like I mentioned, you're actually promoting infiltration, recharge to groundwater, reduce soil erosion. So this is one of the support measures that we are currently working with local communities to promote conservation as well as livelihoods. The challenge of Rwanda, like I mentioned, the steep slopes when people have to travel long distance and up and down these steep slopes to fetch water is actually reduced when we provide on the plot by their households facilities for storing water. So this we feel is another, besides reducing runoff, is a way by which we can support communities to have water available near to their homesteads. And then one of the, we are, like I mentioned, we are also working with SNV. SNV is working on a component where we are trying to promote innovative finance mechanisms and value chains how can we improve the economic status of these communities? Integrated water resources management encompasses promoting livelihoods in terms of support towards communities being able to take care of their landscapes. So we are promoting an approach that IUCN is working on, what we call Community Environment Conservation Fund, which is just a way through which communities are supported through savings groups, strengthen their resilience. There's a way of supporting them with financial resources. As long as we have financial resources, communities are able to build their resilience, to be able to support their livelihoods, and then that can incentivize environmental conservation. Climate smart agriculture is also another component that SNV is also supporting us within this project, working with the communities to improve productivity of the landscape. The challenge of, like I mentioned, soil erosion and land degradation really requires for innovative methodologies to improve productivity. And this is an area through which SNV is supporting this program. We are also at this stage within our program, we are working with an organization called Ecosystem Equity currently to design a payment for ecosystem services program within this catchment. What we are simply saying is how can we promote conservation through providing incentives for local communities. As long as communities are incentivized, we realize this is one of the approaches through which they can engage in environmental conservation. So we are at that stage where we are designing a pilot for a payment for ecosystem services. We still have to kind of identify what ecosystem service, but most likely this scheme will focus on a water-based payment for ecosystem services, which we then hope in the next phase will implement. We've got some funding from the Dutch embassy to implement a pilot and then eventually to scale it up to the entire catchment and to the national level. So this is one of the areas that our program is working on. And then, like I mentioned, we are working with the government of Rwanda through the Rwanda Water Resources Board to develop a catchment plan at the higher level, what they call level 1 catchment. We are doing biophysical and hydrologic analysis. For this work, we are working with an organization called Dutch organization called Future Water for selected catchments. We are also undertaking ecosystem services valuation in terms of eventually utilizing that assessment to prioritize landscape conservation activities. And then obviously in catchment planning, you need to have an understanding of the socio-economic status of those communities. That's another area. So these assessments that we are undertaking eventually will lead into strategic management of catchments. So we are developing these plans, and these plans are being developed with clear and specific engagement of local communities. We are also, like I mentioned, in terms of data and information systems for Rwanda, we are working with the hydrologic department to kind of build the hydrologic monitoring system. The more data we have, high quality data we have, the better we are able to make decisions in terms of our water resources management. So we are working now with the board to develop, upgrade their monitoring system, as well as data storage and processing as a way of kind of providing information for decision making. Another area that we are also currently working on to support our landscape restoration is promoting what we call green roads for water. Roads within these communities, at some time, roads can be used as a way of channeling surface runoff. Roads can also have a negative impact of enhancing surface runoff. So we are working to try and enhance the design and management of roads in such a way that they promote storage of water. They promote and channel water into storage facilities. So we have just started a program with an organization called Meta to promote green roads for water storage and water management within this severe catchment that we're working in. this is an area that we've just begun, and we are going to also involve local communities in that activity. So some of the key messages from our work in terms of integrated water resources management, the basic, from our work, the basic key message is really this work has to be spearheaded working with local communities. Local communities are the tip of the spear in terms of eventual implementation of landscape conservation, in terms of technical or even implementation, on the ground implementation is work that local communities. So for local communities to take part, there must be that involvement from the design and then eventual implementation of those activities. And then the other key message is that for communities to take part in landscape conservation, there is need to address community livelihoods. Immediate community livelihoods need to be addressed, and therefore, that's why we are trying to employ systems of innovative finance mechanisms as a way of addressing community livelihoods, as a way of eventually supporting landscape conservation. And again, like I mentioned, our work is focused on evidence-based adaptive support measures where we are undertaking promotion of good quality data collection for decision making. So this is the work that we are currently doing, working with the communities in Sebeya catchment, northwestern part of Rwanda, and it is our hope that at the end of this phase of this work can be upscaled to the greater part of Rwanda. Rwanda, like I mentioned, is the challenge of the rolling terrain, the steep slopes, and the challenge also of high rainfall on the western part of the country, and generally drought on the eastern part of the country, how we are able to balance these water resources. So thank you so much for giving me this time. Back to you, Tariro.
Thanks so much, Alphonse. Colleagues, in IUCN, nature-based solutions is the way we go. We would rather store water in an aquifer than in a dam. So part of this message is that we keep hearing from our programs around the region is exactly around how we promote nature-based solutions. And 2 months ago, IUCN launched its global standards, the first ones to come out actually for nature-based solutions. We are welcome to keep talking to us about those. I'm going into the last presentation of our session. This one is quite special because it's coming on Christmas Day. Those who are familiar with the United States of America know that Thanksgiving, which is today, is their version of Christmas. So it's Christmas Day in Washington, D.C., and it's just after 4 a.m. But the lady who's going to be speaking with you has been up since 2 a.m. her time to just make ready to speak with you. How blessed we are. Please welcome Dr. Barbara Nakangu, who's going to tell us a bit about promoting rice-based approaches to equitable access to groundwater. Please, in the meantime, any questions for Alphonse and the other previous speakers, keep throwing them into the chat box. Dr. Nakangu, I think you have, if you can make 12 minutes in your presentation, I'll be very happy, but let's try and see. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Tariro. I'll try my best, and thank you very much for inviting me to this actually very interesting conference. Initially, I was a bit intimidated. I'm not a water person, and when I had groundwater and all that, I was like, oh my God, what am I going to say? But I think it was great to invite me because I think what I do cuts across, and I hope it resonates with all of you. Very quickly, as Tariro has introduced me, I'm Barbara Nakangu. I like to associate with the continent, even though I'm based here in Washington. So I like to introduce myself as a Ugandan working here, coordinating the global program on governance. And no, I don't coordinate the global program on governance. I work with that program, coordinating governance aspects under that program. Okay, good. So I would like to talk about a bit on that program and the rationale for it, and really how it fits within this this conference and this session. I coordinate the governance program or aspects of mainstreaming governance within IUCN using a framework known as the Natural Resource Governance Framework. And it's really, and it was developed since 2017. It is being rolled out started being rolled out in 2019. And it's really about a recognition that we have done very well as a conservation community, development community, to advance, you know, science, to advance policies and frameworks to deliver, you know, advance sustainable conservation. But there's a critical gap that we are still having crisis, climate crisis, we're having biodiversity crisis. And it's really mainly because of fragmented ways on how we deliver and implement what we do, which in the end affects the sustainability of what we do, which is the focus of this conference. There was a clear recognition now, there's good momentum raised that the key gap that is required, but diversely understood, sometimes understood in narrow ways on particular aspects, is governance. And most importantly, governance that focuses on society as active members in implementation of what we do, or taking forward and sustaining what we do. Which is really like what Alphonse has really highlighted. How do we focus on this? Which is the reason and the rationale that IUCN members proposed and pushed for designing the Natural Resource Governance Framework that centers people, that coordinates the mainstreaming of how we deliver on aspects of inclusion, aspects of equity, aspects of effectiveness, because those are the aspects that are core, that are really determining whether we achieve the transformational change. I really liked Dr. Namo's presentation, that we want or not. So we can have all this integration at the high level and etc. But if we don't have this at the community level to enhance their participation, to sustain what we do, like Alphonse has presented, we will struggle. And many of us technocrats really struggle with some of these things, how to do it. And so this is really the reason for the Natural Resource Governance Framework. It helps us, all our programs, to focus on these aspects very critically. And really at the center of this framework is to ask ourselves, who is excluded? Because we want everybody, the majority of the people, to participate, because that's how we can have scale, and that's how we can have cooperation that really is sustainable. We have to understand who is excluded. We have to understand why they're excluded and the impacts of those exclusions. Because the outcome of that is to make sure that what we do is actually enhanced by inclusion. We recognize that. I really liked Dr. Namo's presentation, because it really shows the effects of exclusions create inequity, scarcity, food insecurity, and that really comes from some groups benefiting at the expense of others. Others carry the cost of others. Mining companies, coal companies, you're really having power to shape decisions that then in the end affect and create scarcity for others. So really this is the rationale of this Natural Resource Governance Framework. I would like to emphasize also that, as Tarilo said, there are many already have very many tools, frameworks that have been developed globally within IUCN to really coordinate better governance. The Natural Resource Governance Framework complements this, consolidates a number of this, and actually aims at creating a kind of comprehensive view of how you address any resource management and governance by focusing on these 10 principles. These 10 principles were designed over time in a consultative way, with a robust analysis of a lot of literature on what we have done so far, and what we could do better. We argue that when you have these 10 principles, there is a fair chance that you'll be inclusive in your work, you'll be equitable and effective. It was designed for use in different contexts at different levels. So yeah, I think this is important. This is an important background because this is, I think, why Tariro thought I should make this presentation here. So like I said, the focus of the NRGF, as I'll be calling it, is about centering society. So I'm really glad that Tariro, you put me at the end where, we've listened in from, Dr. Namo proposing the need for us to advance towards a transformational change because there are challenges of working sectorally. The place where you'll find the most integration is in your household. It's very hard for you in your household to see, economics here and then my resource here. Its integration is best there. And really a household, a number of households is society. The society is the best place where you can have the most integration. So having that at the lowest level is what will be most sustainable, is what will be most effective and impactful at scale. But also I really liked the presentation by my colleague, Diego, who really highlights that we need to have a framework that allows and provides the capacity for communities, for stakeholders, most especially the society, because it's the majority, to participate effectively, to have that power to participate. And I would like to say that I think in generally, we have established these frameworks that give us these guidelines. The SDG is a core one, and I really liked Dr. Namo's presentation because he really have emphasized this. It already gives us these principles and aspects that we have to do. My experience of using the NRGF in a number of countries, including the SADC countries, shows that actually most of our countries, most of our regional blocks have created this framework that allows participation. This is one of the hardest aspects of achieving participation, but we have, I think, a fair framework there that should promote participation. The difficult thing is enabling it to work. When you do most analysis about governance, most of them will say we have good frameworks. The problem is implementation. The problem is how do you get the majority to engage in the implementation of these frameworks. And for us, using the NRGF, the key thing that we'd like to look at that really we think matters is how you get the majority society, participate in equitable ways. They participate in decision-making, in discussing the trade-offs and the benefits. And the key aspect of that is how the community participates in shaping the justice of that decision-making, benefit sharing, management, etc. And really, it is what Tariro referred to. We are really advancing as an institution the recognition of nature-based solutions. And really, nature-based solutions are about centering people, their ideas, their knowledge, their interests, their values, alongside those others that are most common on the table. Policymakers, as technocrats, private sector will easily find their place on the table, but communities rarely, and yet they are the key to achieving what we want to do, to sustaining what we desire to do. So I'll use an example of how we've used the NRGF to kind of organize and help us analyze and identify the entry points that we need to pay attention to mobilize the society, because this is the hardest. I often say that it is easier to work with policymakers, technocrats, private sector, but working with the community is actually hard because that's the majority people who are diverse, who are different, and it's about engaging their differentiated interests to be able to mobilize them together to be able to cooperate and work. They will be the ones who will sustain the work or actually undermine it, disengage from the work. Now, we use the NRGF to reflect on a program that IUCN was coordinating in 2 of SADC countries, Tanzania and Mozambique. Sustain was a huge program. Some of you may have heard about it. It was about responding to shaping the foreign direct investments that was flowing in Africa, I think in 2008, flowing in Africa to invest in land-based investments. Of course, the worry then, not really the worry, but the worry was that these large-scale investments, mainly agriculture and minerals, was going to shape and shift the way resources are used, the way water is used, the way people participate. And the success of these projects will depend on how people are included, how equitable the projects are, and how people are participate to shape and secure their livelihoods as alongside these investments. Now, these sites were already facing challenges. Biodiversity, first of all, the projects are going to be implemented in sites that are most biodiverse in these areas. The Zambezi Valley, in Kilombero, in Tanzania, and then the areas were already struggling with some of the sites were already struggling with effects of climate change, water variation, the quality of water, and most importantly, there was really unequal use of water. And now there were other investments coming in that were definitely going to change the dynamic of how that resource is being used. And for us, we're saying, okay, what's the effect on the equity, on the inclusion, on the participation of people will determine the sustainability of those resources. Now in this particular, we're focusing on water resources or not. So for us, when you're using the NRGF, the key aspects that you analyze and identify are some of those things that Diego has already highlighted. One, is there a policy framework that allows cooperation and participation of people? Two, are those institutions in place? Are the processes actually actively applied and used so that people have power to participate in decision-making alongside private sector and policymakers? And then, is there cooperation? Are you seeing the cooperation or not? Do you see people actively participating or disengaging, or you're seeing conflicts, or you're seeing some of these challenges that you're trying to address? Now, the experience of using this in Tanzania and Mozambique shows a number of things that I just want to share with you here. The first is that when we are engaging, whether in implementing, if I pick some of the words of Dr. Namo, the WEFE, or if you're implementing transborder projects, if you're implementing, programs like Alphonse has been highlighting, the first aspect that is crucial is the stakeholder mapping. Now, we found that this is a stage where you either get it, include people, or actually lead to marginalization. And here we're looking at these issues like who decides, who uses the resources, who has rights over the resources, who is excluded and why, who decides on these resources, who has capacity to decide, because you may want to decide, but you have no capacity to decide. There's no institution for you to go to. You do not know the process. You do not even have the power to say anything, even if it matters. Those were very crucial that we identified. The stakeholder mapping will determine who you include or you don't through a program.
Dr. Nakangu, you have exactly 3 minutes to wind up.
Okay. I think I'm going to skip this, but for me, I highlight that the 2 programs, and we have these reports that are going to be available on the IUCN website. They highlight, I use the example of Tanzania and Mozambique, where in Tanzania, I think it's similar to what Alphonse presented. They worked with the entire society, worked through the mandated institutions, and worked to build the power of people to participate in shaping decisions. Whereas in Mozambique, they did fantastic work, but most of the work was done through groups. They worked through smaller groups. So most of their work was good, but fragmented. They didn't have good impact, and it contributed to leading to some exclusions. The other key aspect that the NRGF helps you to highlight that is important is to recognize how the policy and legal framework enables participation of people. So often the policy and legal framework, we look at the technical aspects, but we don't pay attention, not that we don't pay attention, but we often don't analyze this very well on how the participation can be enabled and how the enabling conditions can't be mobilized through the programs we implement. And then finally, as I highlighted, the institutional framework, so it can be there in the policy framework. We have water user association, catchment management committees, etc. Maybe even at the national, even at a transboundary level. But when people do not even know them or cannot access them, and yet they are crucial in taking the decisions at the lowest level. So we found that this is often the challenges that are often there that are highlighted. So often the outcomes that we saw, examples between Tanzania and Mozambique, we found that in Mozambique, you saw a lot of stewardship, a lot of engagement, because the emphasis was on mobilizing and empowering people to participate and take charge of their interests, but also most importantly, they were focusing on highlighting their benefits individually and collectively. Whereas in Mozambique, there was very, very good success. And as I said, most of it was fragmented. Now, I'll tell you that where they worked through the institutions that mobilized and promoted the active engagement in catalyzing clear individual and collective benefit, there was a lot of success. There was also stewardship to actually enforce the rules and the management, compared to where there was fragmented use, which actually most of the time creates a high risk of elite capture and exacerbated inequality. I've rushed because I would have shared a lot more, but yeah, generally, I just want to say that for us as a conservation community, development community, often our focus is, the NRGF aims at enhancing and uplifting the society to operate at the same level as policymakers, as technocrats, as private sector, in deciding on how we use these resources. Now, paying attention to that is what will be critical and crucial to advance towards the transformational change we have. Even working at the transboundary level, the decisions that you make first of all, you get further away from the people, but as long as the interest and view of the differentiated stakeholder groups, society groups are not paid attention to, then sustainability becomes a challenge. And this is the aspect that we are increasingly paying attention to, and we provide frameworks to enable that. Thank you, Tariro. I hope it was useful to you all. Tariro, you're on mute.
Those who doubted me, I'm sure now you are convinced this was a Christmas message from DC. Thank you so much, Dr. Nakangu. I'm going to give just 1 minute to Alphonse to answer 2 hot questions here. Alphonse, there's a question from Michael. Are there any energy efficiency interventions in Rwanda? Then there's another question from Reina. For the green roads, is there a concern for hydrocarbon contamination and other pollutants from the roads recharging to the aquifers? Yes, I think both the questions are for Alphonse. Please, you just have 1 minute, Alphonse. Please come in.
That's fine. Thanks, Tariro. Yes, in terms of energy efficiency, one of the initiatives we're working with SNV is improved cook stoves. So we are supporting local communities in terms of providing them and working with a local organization to supply improved cook stoves as a way of reducing even deforestation from the landscapes, So that's an energy efficient intervention that we are undertaking in Rwanda. And then for the green roads, yes, that's a very serious concern in terms of contamination from pollutants and hydrocarbons. So within the work we are doing, we are really going to try and support water storage in areas where, one, we look at the amount of traffic, the traffic density. I mean, this is going to be a big concern where there's a huge traffic density. So our work is going to be focused in those areas where the traffic is not so much, as a way of kind of alleviating that concern in terms of contamination, and also the roads that we're going to promote on-site storage. It's really going to try and move very far away from areas where there's high traffic density here. I think, yeah, but that's a very good point. That's a good concern, yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Alphonse. There is a comment in the chat box there, Dr. Barbara Nakangu from Dr. Barbara van Koppen at IMI. You can read it. Colleagues, thanks so much for coming to this session. This is the end of the presentations. We are going to have some closing statement there. From my boss, welcome Madame Mavenge, sitting in Eswatini at the moment. Melissa, please come in and close the session. Thanks so much.
Good day, everyone. A number of concluding points for the way forward for mainstreaming water and food security into transboundary water cooperation can be distilled from the previous presentations that my colleagues have made. These points relate not only to approaches that can be used, but mainly emphasize on bringing all sectors, governments, and institutions in the region to work together in groundwater management. For example, the SADC TFCAs can also be used as a platform to inform decision-making. However, to facilitate proper management, there is need for improved innovative finance mechanisms, improved technical will, and improved governance and preparation mechanisms. And to emphasize on this, there is also need to improve community livelihoods for these to work. And finally, I just want to let you know that we have a lot of projects that we are working on within the regions and beyond. And you are most welcome to get in touch and get information. We are also welcome to work with you in these. And finally, I would like to give special thanks to the SADC-GMI for allowing us to be part of the journey to date. And we promise to keep working together in this. Thank you all.
Thanks, colleagues. Can you all please turn on our videos for the camera opportunity just for 5 seconds? We need to brag about this. This was beautiful. So everyone, please come in.
Hi, everyone. All panelists are encouraged to please switch on their cameras. We're going to take a photo. So if you're on the panelist side, please go ahead and turn it on.
Diego, Alphonse, please come on. Okay. Yes, okay, good.
Great. And we're taking a photo in, oh, give us a big smile, please. On 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more. Para also joined us. Again, 1, 2, 3. Smile. And thank you.
That's it, folks. Bye-bye. Please enjoy your day. Thanks so much for coming into this session.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that session. For the participants and the presenters, thank you very much. We're behind schedule for a bit, so I'll have to ask everyone to maybe just grab your lunch and join us back here within 25 minutes or so. We're starting at 22 with the next special session. Yes, on the Tuli Karoo and Eastern Kalahari Karoo aquifers. So see you then. Please, it's a graveyard shift, but let's try and keep the lunch light, and we'll see you after then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome back to this second special session on the sub-theme 3, cross-learning on shared groundwaters in the Tuli Karoo and Eastern Kalahari Karoo aquifers. We have a session chair, Emmanuel, as well as rapporteurs. Brighton, I see you're online. I see the session chair as well. Are you chairing the session as well, Brighton?
The session will be chaired by Patience Mukuyu. I think she's in.
Okay. Patience, then over to you. Let's not waste any more time.
Chair? Hello?
Yes, it's Patience.
Patience was struggling to join, but I've just resent her the link. I think she'll be joining soon. Yeah, I've just called her and she was struggling to join. So she's trying. I've just resent the link to her. She should be joining now. Or so.
Okay, I think then while she's joining us, I think Brighton, you might want to just start your session, if you don't mind, and then she can find us going.
Session on cross-learning for shared groundwaters, a case of the Tuli Karoo and the Eastern Kalahari Karoo. Thank you all for joining from wherever you're joining us from. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone. Please, may you introduce yourself in the chat box. We'd like to know where you're joining us from, your name, your affiliation, and the country from where you're coming from. So we also have translation services available. Please feel free to select the language of your choice, French or Portuguese. And so without wasting much time, I would like to start our session by handing over to Brighton Munyai of the SADC-GMI, who's going to welcome us and give us some framing remarks as we start the program. Brighton, over to you.
Thank you, Patience. Welcome, colleagues, to this special session on cross-learning on shared
You are muted, Brighton.
Can hear you, Brighton.
Oh, I can hear you now. Sorry.
Sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, let me start all over again. I was saying welcome, colleagues, to this special session on the cross-learning on shared groundwaters in the Tuli Karoo and the Eastern Kalahari transboundary aquifers. I've been asked to provide some framework and some small background to this special session. I will do this by reference to a sample, let me call it a sample, of some of the key literature documents that have shaped the thinking and the approach and probably the prioritization of these two transboundary aquifers and their uniqueness, and why EMI and SADC-GMI are interested in these two transboundary aquifers. So basically, I'll try and talk to the identification of TBA's need of joint management as outlined in Davis et al. Of 2012. I'll also talk to briefly the Tuli Karoo as a TBA of potential Karoo, of potential concern, as outlined by Gomo and Vermeulen in 2017. I'll also touch, just in passing, to raise issues that the panelists and the presenters in this special session will delve into. I'll also talk about the current state of knowledge of TBAs in Africa, as outlined by Nissan et al. In 2018. Lastly, I will look at the institutional aspects that arise around as a result of the classification and occurrence of TBAs in river basin organizations, and what are the possible institutional setups that we can have, and our presenters and panelists will take these issues further. So probably I found this article to be, or this publication to be, quite central in the discourse of transboundary aquifers in the SADC region. So Davis et al. In 2012 classified different types of aquifers in the SADC region between troublesome, potentially troublesome, and unlikely to become troublesome. And two aquifers in this study emerged as most likely troublesome. And these were identified as the Tuli Karoo Basin, shared by Botswana, South Africa, and Zimbabwe, and the Eastern Kalahari Karoo Basin, shared by Botswana and Zimbabwe. What is probably more striking is that there's a lot of similarities between the setup of these two TBAs. They both occur in a semi-arid climate with low runoff and high moisture deficits. And the Tuli Karoo lies at the confluence of the Shashe and the Limpopo River Basin, while the Eastern Kalahari Karoo Basin is situated between the Nata and the Zambezi rivers. And this has got some implications in terms of its management, extent, and surface water, groundwater interactions. And there is a very likelihood of cross-border groundwater flow through the Karoo strata towards centers of abstraction. So that was the first piece. In 2017, Gomo and Vermeulen also identified the Tuli Karoo as a potentially troublesome transboundary aquifer. And they noted that there's very little research has been conducted and on the understanding of the physical system. And they also noted the potential for cross-border flow and that there are potential impacts of cross-border flow. And also that there's going to be increasing demand on water and as a result of scarcity, climate change, et cetera, et cetera. In 2018, Nissen et al. Did a review of the status of knowledge of groundwater resources. What is probably important in that publication for this discussion is that a number of transboundary aquifers in Africa, this was a continental-wide investigation, were identified as in need of improved management, including joint monitoring. And these transboundary aquifers, the first three highlighted in yellow, the Southeastern Kalahari Karoo, the Stambret that we discussed earlier on at the beginning of this conference, the Eastern Kalahari Karoo transboundary aquifer was also identified, and the Kakia Brae Dolomite aquifer. So those are the three TBAs in Southern Africa that were identified in 2018 by Nissen et al. As being in need of joint management and some form of joint monitoring. And this classification was based on socioeconomic indicators, namely human dependence on groundwater and groundwater development stress. Lastly, this diagram shows the potential positioning of TBAs in river basin organizations. So you have the numbers 1 to 6 indicating theoretically the location or position of TBAs in the river basin, which are the background oval-shaped colors that you see there. So you have a lot of possibilities, from 1 to 6, where 1 is a TBA that is not in any identified river basin organization. You have a simple case of 4, where you have a TBA being wholly located in a river basin organizations, and you have the slightly, or let me say, the unique or slightly complicated TBAs that are located between 2 or 3 river basin organizations. So just to move forward and give over to Patience, you can see with a quick review of literature that there is a case for joint management in these 2 TBAs. Little is known about the hydrogeology of both TBAs. There's limited groundwater monitoring occurring in both basins. And both TBAs occur in established RBOs, and they provide ready institutions for nesting the management of the TBAs. And there are some studies, localized and unilateral, that have been undertaken in the riparian states. But as mentioned earlier on, there's almost nothing that has been done at the TBA level. And also at the SADC level, we have regional policy and legislative frameworks that exists and provide a good basis and platform for cooperation between the riparian states. So what we have at the bottom is just a summary of what this session will try and do. We will present work that is being done by IMI in the Tuli Karoo, and also some work that is being led by the SADC-GMI in the Eastern Kalahari Karoo transboundary aquifers. We'll try and draw comparisons and share experiences, and also inform the broader discourse around TBAs in the SADC region, and hopefully in the academic and research fraternity. So I think, sorry, patience with that. Let me hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brighton, for setting the scene for us for the next few hours. So without wasting much time, I'll hand over to Jonathan, who will give us a background of the Tuli Karoo project and share with us some of the activities that were involved during the transboundary diagnostic analysis. Jonathan, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Patience. And maybe I'll just quickly confirm that everybody can see my slides. Patience?
Yes.
Good, great. Okay, thanks, Patience, and thanks, Brighton. That was a very good framing, I think, of the context in the region, I think, by Brighton. And I'm actually going to reinforce some of those points on kind of overlap and non-overlap between basins and aquifers and transboundary basins aquifers. I found that very interesting. Yeah, okay, great. And then, so as Patience said, I will drill into the Tuli Karoo, which is one of the two shared aquifer systems that we're going to compare in this session. And maybe just one or two points of broader background is that
un ou deux points de cet arrière-plan, c'est que
yeah, is that there was also a session on the first day of this conference focused on transboundary aquifers as well, focused on Ramotswa and Stamprey. So that can certainly bleed into the discussion and thinking of this session.
Cela peut aussi entrer dans la discussion.
And although the title of this session says Transboundary Aquifer, implying groundwater, both of these projects in the Eastern Kalahari Karoo and Tuli Karoo focused on taking conjunctive approaches.
Dans le Tuli Karoo et
there's some feedback. I'm really sorry. I'm hearing the French come back to me. I don't know if that can be.
Sorry, I think there is an issue with translation.
Il y a un problème avec la traduction. Can you hear me?
I can hear it in French as I'm speaking.
This is. Je peux parler en français. Vous m'entendez en français maintenant? Can you hear me?
I don't want to hear French when I'm speaking. I just want to speak. Okay, maybe I'll try to continue. So the two, I was just saying in the two aquifer systems, we took conjunctive approaches. I noted a couple of days ago, it was interesting to hear Neno Kukurich from IGRAC talk about how conjunctive approaches in transboundary contexts are making their way up to Jeff. And it's interesting to note in the SADC region, between these two projects, there's two that have taken conjunctive approaches, and then with Shire, there's even three. So in broader context, it's interesting to note we may be at the forefront in this region on conjunctive approaches in transboundary contexts. And then also in terms of transboundary aquifers specifically, Brighton highlighted a couple of days ago, there's 5 in total that have received focus. So quite interesting to note, where we stand on that front. Okay, so, as soon as you say conjunctive, people ask, okay, what's conjunctive? So very simply, it's just defined here in a straightforward way, integrating the management of both surface and groundwater. So not just focusing exclusively on surface and not focusing exclusively on groundwater, but rather linking the two of them together and managing them conjunctively in unison. And then why? So when you ask this question, what's the premise of this project? Why are we bothering with these conjunctive approaches? Well, look, there's a lot of benefits, and it's common knowledge in the water management community that you can enhance the range of benefits derived from water by thinking about both water sources and even beyond that, potentially with wastewater, to maximize benefits, minimize risks. Some examples are just quickly shown here. Benefits can be things like greater resilience from source diversification. You can also improve agricultural production through more reliable water availability. So in basic terms, there's widespread recognition that there's more to be gained by thinking about all the potential water sources and drawing on them together rather than thinking narrowly about one or the other. So when we move into the question, okay, great, conjunctive is good, but now why, when it comes to transboundary waters, why are we thinking conjunctively? Well, look, you can look at the map on the right of your screen. So, and I think Brighton alluded to this in his presentation just before me, is that there's a lot of overlap. When you look at the map, of Africa or SADC or wherever you'd like to look, you'll find a lot of transboundary aquifers are actually located in transboundary basins. And, historically, I think we all know there was kind of a bias towards surface water. More recently, there's been growing attention towards groundwater, but ultimately, the same principle that holds true generally, that is, there's more benefits from conjunctive approaches, also holds true when you're coming to transboundary waters. So that's why, we need to think about managing these two water sources together when it comes to transboundary waters. Just a tiny bit of background. Now, moving into the Tule Karoo, which was the main focus of this project. The Tule Karoo is located, you can see on the map there on the bottom right of your screen. It's located at the confluence of Zimbabwe, Botswana, South Africa. So more than half is actually located in Zimbabwe. Botswana contains a good portion as well, and then there's a bit in South Africa. Brian highlighted the aridity aspect of it, and the potential for trouble, I think, which was interesting. Underlining that aridity point, I mean, you can see a picture there from the aquifer area. And, there's ephemeral streams there. Almost all of the streams dry up. That's a quite large stream called the Limpopo River that you see in that image. It was taken at our kickoff workshop. So basically, there's ephemeral streams. A lot of the year, there's no water flowing in them. And the bottom line is that drives heavy reliance on groundwater for pretty much all uses. Some of the main ones are highlighted here: agriculture, domestic, industrial water supply. So there's heavy reliance on groundwater, and basically we need to understand this water resource better, the shared water resource, and manage it better. So basically there's increasing groundwater use. Brighton alluded to this. There's growing populations. There's droughts historically, given the issues around climate change, these may very well increase going forward. So there's increasing urgency to understand this shared water system and to manage it actively, understanding it and thinking what we can do to maximize the benefits, minimizing the risk derived from it. And in order to do that, we need to manage it in an integrated way, which is likely incorporating different parts of the same aquifer from different countries. And it means linking surface and groundwater to maximize the benefits from both. So with that, the aim of our project was quite directly to enhance conjunctive management of the Tule Karoo. So we took a broader focus, thinking more generally in terms of transboundary waters. We hope our project contributes to the broader, more broadly, but specifically was aimed right at the Tule Karoo. And it's a 3-year project. We're at the end of year 2. The first year focused heavily on just kicking things off, getting a handle on the baseline and what's called the TDA, and I'll move into that just now. And then a lot of effort was on partner development, website establishment. There were 2 face-to-face dialogues in the old pre-COVID normal. And then based on the TDA, in year 2, we've been undertaking a range of more focused thematic investigations. One is focused on groundwater monitoring. Another one is ag water solutions. Another one is on assessing managed aquifer recharge suitability. And then dialogues have now moved virtual. There's also been some work led by Kwasi at DWS South Africa on groundwater dependent ecosystems. And then as we transition into year 3, which will be next year, there'll be an expansion of the monitoring network, continued work on ag water, and continued work on MAR, and then synthesizing lessons, and then hopefully advancing some project concepts on the way forward that can be channeled through the LIMCOM and what's called the LGC, the Limpopo Groundwater Committee, which has had its last meeting piggybacking on a project workshop of this project. In terms of the project partners, I haven't really hit on that much, but Brighton alluded to the fact that it is led by IMI, but there's a wealth of partners that we've collaborated with throughout, including the 3 country governments, Limpopo Watercourse Commission and the Limpopo Groundwater Committee. SADC-GMI, including Brighton personally, has been very active, especially on the groundwater monitoring aspect. Universities in Botswana and Zim, And then others, the last time I made a presentation, I got in trouble for not mentioning CRITIF. So CRITIF is also now starting to form a partnership with us as we look towards the final year. UIT in terms of data loggers, and then UNECE in terms of profiling this work globally. Yeah, so drilling down into the TDA. So one of the aims of this session was to compare experiences. So one of the experiences, or one aspect of the experience in our project, the Tule Karoo, as well as the Eastern Kalahari Karoo, was a TDA, a transboundary diagnostic analysis. And even as we look towards some of the other aquifers in the region where we've had projects, they've also included a TDA. And in terms of the aims of the TDA, they're there, you know, the 4 bullets. Basically to compile information from the different countries, synthesize it, kind of understand what we know, where's the depth of data, what we don't know, where are the gaps, and then through that to work towards prioritizing some key issues. And through all of this, fostering convergence on across countries sharing the system on this current state of conditions. Those are the aims of the Tule Karoo. In terms of when we work towards more profoundly, what's its value? Why are we doing this? In very simple terms, I put it there at the bottom of the screen, basically to avoid recycling the wheel, you know, rather than zipping ahead without kind of taking stock of what we currently know. The first step is kind of learning from what the countries have done, what they have compiled, synthesizing information and data on the basin, and then ultimately using that to motivate where we focus and invest. In terms of some of the key issues that came out of the TDA, you know, front and center, and I mean, it's interesting to know Brighton mentioned that in the preceding presentation as well. Front and center here is the need for monitoring, that the state of knowledge is low on what's currently known on the Tule Karoo aquifer and the system in which it's located. And again, we heard that when we had our session on Monday as well, sorry, Tuesday, with the remote twin Stampede. I think there's a lot of need for improving understanding still. So basically, there's a need for improved monitoring. And was a first key issue to fall out of the Tule Karoo TDA. Understanding river flow, groundwater recharge, really basic parameters, levels of surface and groundwater abstraction, understanding interactions between surface and groundwater. So there was still quite a bit that needed to be done just to get a handle on the current state of conditions in terms of groundwater trends, really basics. A second key issue was focused on resilience. So, I mean, it's something that's kind of generally known about challenges with climate variability and rainfall variability, rising temperatures. But through this work, we drilled into specifics in the Tule Karoo. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you see that we found a significant trend in rising mean annual temperatures in the region. And then the trend on rainfall was not significant, but we did see a trend in terms of declining rainfall. And on the bottom right of your screen, you see an image there at one station in Botswana that shows that rainfall's declining. And so there's a need to adapt to this. And there's various ways to adapt to it. One of them is thinking more broadly about source diversification, drawing on different water sources and thinking about it proactively rather than what's often done in terms of reactively. And I think part of that storyline, part of that approach is using like new tools, adding them to your arsenal, like managed aquifer recharge. And that's led to some work in the second year assessing suitability of MAR. In terms of the last 3 issues, which for time's sake, I'll consolidate into one slide. The other 3 issues that fell out of our work were the need to improve irrigation efficiency. So there is irrigation undertaken in the aquifer area. The efficiency seems variable, particularly outside of South Africa. In South Africa, there tend to be fairly high-tech systems. In Zimbabwe and Botswana, there may be scope to enhance efficiency, and so that led to some work in the second year on that area. Understanding environmental flows better and potential for harmonization across countries in this shared river system and shared surface groundwater system was another area that required focus. And then a final area that fell out of our work was water quality and contamination issues, both related to mines, many of which are now abandoned, and then inadequate sanitation. That was the final key issue to fall out of our work on the Tule Karoo. My last slide, I mean, trying to zoom out a bit and think about the role for TDA, which seems like a staple now, as I said earlier, of a lot of our, I say our in the broad sense, a lot of the region's approaches to conjunctive management in transboundary waters or transboundary aquifer management. Well, we often use it as a starting point. And in this project, undoubtedly, it laid a foundation. It worked towards fostering convergence on conditions in the Tule Karoo across countries, and it led to the identification of issues of focus, which have now received that focus in the project's second year. So, like I said earlier, some of the key areas in our second year is monitoring, and Guillermo will talk about that. I think the presentation, 2 presentations from now in about 30, 40 minutes. Ag water solutions was another thing that our work led to focus on in our second year, looking for ways to expand irrigation efficiency. It also led to an assessment of managed aquifer recharge suitability in the area. So those directly followed from the TDA. So there was a lot of value there. When you zoom out, though, as I try to think critically and comparing it with what we're finding across TDAs in the region, it seems like it's monitoring. That repeatedly features, as I said earlier, front and center in terms of what needs to be done. And now, as the project's now looking towards its third year, but as I take stock and think about things like what could have done better, or what could we have done differently, or what could we do differently if we're looking at the next shared aquifer that we'd like to focus on. As we look towards these additional transboundary aquifers, I wonder if we should kind of move monitoring earlier in the process. So we started our monitoring in the second year. Some other projects I've been involved in haven't actually done monitoring, but it seems like such a central and key issue. You wonder if that should feature prominently from the start of projects to lay a basis and inform some of the other areas. And it's not like that needs to be pursued in isolation. It could be pursued in parallel to other things. For example, if you want to do a TDA, you could equally kind of start assuming that you need to do monitoring and still do a TDA to continue to identify issues. But given the consistent need for monitoring, it seems, across the first 5 aquifers that have received focus in the region, that are shared, you might assume that the next one will require that focus, and so maybe we could start on that earlier. Is something that I might would be a learning from this work. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Just to echo some of your sentiments that we're living in a time where we have to adapt really to the changing physical environment, and the only way we can do that really is to monitor the resources so that we generate information that can inform us on the ways forward. So thank you so much for your presentation. I'll hand over now to Hans. Hans is going to present on the Eastern Kalahari Karoo, and he is going to also speak about the same areas that Jonathan was speaking about.
Okay, let me just quickly introduce myself. I'm Hans Beekman. I'm at the moment in the Netherlands, but we have been living for about 27 years in Southern Africa. And I was involved in this project and a number of them as well. So let me just switch this one a little bit off. Now, we're listening in for this presentation, which will be on the Eastern Kalahari Karoo transboundary aquifer, as already patient has been introducing, and I'm dealing with I will talk about the transboundary diagnostic analysis. Now, for this presentation, I mean, this is a collective effort, of course. We had a number of co-workers in the program: Samson Guru, Piet Kinabatu, he's also present, Kevin Peterson, Pinny Sitole, Derek Weston, Luc Chevalier, Timothy Dube, and Tokozani Kanyere. Now, we have been doing this project in a really kind of like a fast track mode. We started in April and will run up till the end of this month. So you can believe it if you compare it to the to the previous speaker, Jonathan, who had about 3 years. We had to do it in a relatively short time span. It's on water resources management research, in abbreviated the EKK-TBA. Now, the objective of the program is to provide the basis for enhancing and strengthening the understanding of and establishment of a platform for joint management of the EKK-TBA. On the left-hand side, you see the whole group who has been involved in and contributed to the TDA. I will present a bit of a background to the work we did. I will then go into the system boundary and highlight the TDA with regards to the thematic areas we have been investigating and doing studies on, and that will ultimately culminate into key issues of the TDA, which then feeds into a strategic action planning process. Now, the TDA itself is a technical analysis of transboundary problems, impacts, and causes, and Jonathan already alluded to that one. That is with the aim of arriving key issues of the areas which can be addressed through a strategic action plan in liaison with all the stakeholders involved. The analysis of the TDA really concerned more than other TDAs on defining the system boundaries, because they were not very well defined for the Eastern Kalahari transboundary, Eastern Kalahari-Karoo transboundary aquifer system. We have been collecting data and information and analyzed the data and information and identified and prioritized the transboundary problems. And my next speaker, basically, Sam Sunguru, will go much more deep into a thematic area of hydrogeology, since the groundwater is the main source of water in the area. As a background, the aquifer system is shared between Botswana and Zimbabwe, with a size of around 34,000 square kilometers and inhabited by 240,000 people, with a rainfall regime less than 500 millimeters per year, so also semi-arid. And you can see on the left-hand side the reddish area where it's demarcated. It straddles between straddles over Botswana and Zimbabwe. Now, in the beginning, we had a shared water risk workshop with stakeholders, and to identify, let's say, a number of the water risk as a starting point. And the major ones are groundwater over-exploitation, climate variability and change. We had, again, like also Jonathan mentioned, inadequate groundwater monitoring. And I will come back to these ones a little bit later. So let's first start with the system boundary, which obviously is critical in order to do such a TDA. We looked at data, information, and we did a quality control. We then looked more into the hydrogeology aspect of the region in lithostratigraphy and tectonics and regional piezometry. Now, what you see here on the slide, I just want to give you a general overview. There's a number of slides, but I'm not going to go really in detail, but at least that you have a grasp of the type of work we have been doing for this TDA. Now, we based ourselves on the SADC hydrogeological mapping project, which is also captured by the Groundwater Information Portal at IGRAC here in the Netherlands for SADC. And we filtered data on static water levels, lithology, water quality. And one of the outcomes was that the depth to the static water level in general represents different aquifer units. And that, of course, immediately poses some problems of interpretation. Information on lithology is poor, and information on water quality is lacking for Zambia and Zimbabwe in the database. And on the right-hand side, you see the general area we have been taking into account, which is much larger than the originally demarcated area. But what you see here is the borehole distribution, which is much more in the southern part of the original area than in the central, western, and northern part. So there's difference in terms of information availability. When we look at the geology, we looked at, let's say, from a broader perspective, the whole Kalahari-Karoo Basin, and we found that, obviously there's a good correlation among the different lithostratigraphic units. And in order to bring that back to the area where we were focusing on, it suggests, from a geological perspective, a larger area than originally demarcated. Again, a geological map here on the slide, where you can see the yellow part is the Kalahari cover. The northern, western, and the southern boundaries were ill-defined. Also, the eastern boundary only accounts, in this case, for half of the underlying basalt cover. So there are questions basically, why did we choose the area a bit larger? Also, if we consider, for instance, the basement rocks to the south and to the east, who could form a hydrogeological boundary, it suggests basically a larger area of the EKK-TBA. What we then did basically is to plot all the static water levels on a map. You can see here in front of you, and drew some flow patterns and flow lines into it. And what you can see here, if we would, let's say, demarcate a new area based on groundwater flow, then obviously with diverging lines, we can have a groundwater divide. We have also converging lines towards the west. That's a little bit less defined. We have lesser information on that side, but also suggests a much larger area for the EKK-TBA. Most boreholes are shallow, and they abstract from the uppermost aquifer system, which is the Kalahari group. And the groundwater flow in general mimics the surface topography of the area. Now, on this slide, you will see here from a surface water perspective that originally the original demarcated area was bounded by the dividing, the surface water divide between the Okavango River Basin and the Zambezi River Basin. And now what we see here is with the new boundary, it straddles over two river basins, because we could prove there's groundwater flow crossing the two river basins, which is quite unique for transboundary river basins and aquifer basins. Now, if you look then at the upper part, we refined the boundary as also taking into account the basement rocks, excluding the basement rocks. And what we found now that the area in general at the moment is tripled its original size. It includes major mines and well fields. It includes also the Maghadi pans towards the southwest of the area, and it straddles over two river basins. If we go into the thematic areas from a TDA perspective, and we looked into the demography and socioeconomics, and we tried to derive key messages out of it, which forms then the basis of identifying key issues. You see on the left-hand side, let's say the rural villages, the villages, towns, and in this case, on the right-hand side for Zimbabwe, Bulawayo City, which is at the fringe of the basin, the margin of the basin. Based on population censuses of 2011 and 2012, we estimated the total population in 2012 of the EKK-TBA around, let's say, 500,000 people, with 90% of the people living in the Zimbabwean side of the EKK-TBA. Then we projected the population towards 2020, which gives us a value of around 600,000 people. In Botswana, 16%, and Zimbabwe, 84%. Now, what is important if we project it towards 2050 is that we get almost a doubling of the population, almost up to 1 million. We looked at other issues like literacy, socioeconomics, health. I'm not going fully in detail, rather than only mentioning the mining, tourism, and commercial and subsistence farming, which obviously contributes to the GDP. Now, all of these together, basically, in socioeconomic development will mean that there will be an increased pressure on land and water resources. From a climate perspective, we found similar things as Jonathan was highlighting, in the sense that there was no statistically significant correlation or statistically correlation with increasing or decreasing rainfall, although there is a tendency of declining rainfall in the area. We used here, our colleagues, the climate research unit data. We downloaded those in order to arrive at annual average rainfall maps, and they complied very well with what we found in climate stages in the region. We also looked at minimum and maximum temperatures, but for those temperatures, definitely we found a statistically significant slight increase trend of the temperature. As a key message, basically what came out of it is that access to the data, it's always easy to say, but even from a distance with the COVID-19, it was very difficult to get it from the Zimbabwean side of the EKK-TBA. Data quality is also a major issue. There's high interannual variability in rainfall and increase in temperature, as I mentioned before, and the need for resilient and adaptation strategies to mitigate impact of climate variability and change. When we look at the surface water, I give it already as an introduction. On the left-hand side, you see the spreading of the stations we have been analyzing. That are stream gauging stations and climate stations. In general, we found as well as a key message that the data quality again is a major issue with discontinuous time series, etc. Most rivers in the area are also ephemeral, and surface groundwater interaction, we did base flow separation analysis, is relatively small. Now, on the thematic area of groundwater, I'm not going into detail in this one because my next speaker, Sam Sunguru, will do so. We looked critically at the geology of the area. He will speak more about it. We have an upper layer of Kalahari group deposits, which is the upper aquifer system, underlain by basalt. And then we have deeper system of the Natane forest sandstone and the Mea Arcose sandstone aquifers. Now, in general, what you see is rather complex. It's really complex in terms that it's really compartmentalized due to tectonic activities in the area. But we could at least set up a kind of three-dimensional model. Now, what you see here is on the margin, you still have all the well fields, which gave most of the data. And we try to upskill and use that data to infer the hydrogeology of the area, which generally shows that groundwater flows towards the Makgadikgadi bends. Now, what came out of the analysis is that, again, data quality being an issue. There's inadequate monitoring. There's upcoding of saline groundwater, and groundwater institutions lack the resources for efficient groundwater management and monitoring. Then we looked at another area of water use from an agricultural, domestic, mining, and environmental perspective. And you see on the pie chart as a summary of it, that contrary to most of the river basins, the industry or the mining activities have the largest share, 63% of groundwater use. Now, we here found as well as key issues, as key messages, groundwater overexploitation and the need for a sound understanding and projection of water requirements. It brings me to the land use and land cover. Where the key messages basically were that the study area faces negative environmental threats from both poor land use practices and climate variability and change. We have the issue of or the challenge of deforestation, which is a risk to protected areas, and that the protection of the EKK-TBA is very critical to ensure the preservation of natural habitats. Like the Makgadikgadi bends, etc., as well as the Wanga National Park and biodiversity. Now, since groundwater is the main source of water, we focused on groundwater governance. And just to be in a nutshell, there's need for a bilateral agreement and arrangements to manage the EKK-TBA, for instance, through a mechanism of the SADC Water Sector Institutional Framework through OCACOM and ZAMCOM, and it could be in the form of, for instance, a groundwater management unit or committee. This will be almost my last slide. Now, combining the shared water risks and key messages, we distilled key issues related to databases, water insecurity, environmental threats, groundwater management, and the need for that bilateral agreement. We added this whole thing basically with a gap and barrier analysis to get a broader perspective, and carried out a causal chain analysis of key transboundary water issues in multi-stakeholder workshops, from which we identified and formulated mitigation measures and so-called quick win measures, short-term interventions, which basically address the key issues. All of this basically forms then part of an input into a strategic action plan where we formulate shared vision, objectives, and prioritized actions and indicators, and hopefully to be implemented. Kia leboha, siyabonga, tatenda. Thank you very much for listening in.
Thank you, Hans, for keeping to your time, and quite interesting to hear about, adding knowledge to understanding more about the Eastern Kalahari Karoo. We have a few questions that have been posed in the Q&A, but I'll probably ask our speakers to respond to them directly. One of them is from Christina, who's asking about how the two aquifers were chosen, what informed that choice, and where to next from here. And Karen also wants to know the method, the geological features, how they were delineated for the Eastern Kalahari Karoo. So I'll just ask the two panelists, Hans and Jonathan, to answer those directly as we transcend to our next section, where we go into the specific areas, the thematic areas of hydrogeology and groundwater monitoring. So I would like to invite Mr. Sam Sunguro, who will just share with us more on the hydrogeology of the Eastern Kalahari Karoo. Over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Patience. Can I share my screen?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I think Hans has already. Okay, let me see whether I can actually go down here. Right. So basically, I'm Sam Sunguro, and on behalf of the team, which is actually indicated on your screens, I'll be presenting on the hydrogeology of the Eastern Kalahari Karoo transponder aquifer. So is this to say it's a presentation I'm doing on behalf of a larger team. And I think Hans has already spoken to issues of the objective of the project. I will not labor on that. And then the team this has already been shown by Hans. And what I will actually be going through is what is on the right of your screens. And I will be going through each of them. So in certain cases in detail, in certain cases I'll just rush through them in the sake of, or in the interest of time. So basically the scope and purpose of the study, the study was to provide hydrological data, analyze that data so that we are able to come up with ways of sustainably managing the transboundary aquifer system, and then also to enhance the capacity of the member states in terms of how they can actually collaboratively and effectively manage the groundwater resources and software resources of the basin in an integrated manner. And has already also spoken to issues of data collection. And basically what we use is data that came from peer-reviewed publications. We also had access to technical reports from the various countries, and also the team had a wide range of experience from within the region. Issues of data quality, I think Hans talked to that, on again, not labor that. And issues of climate, Hans has actually mentioned the issue of gaps. So what then do we do? If you look at the right side of your screens, we have got data represented in blue. This is observed data from the stations which are within the Ikekati Bay. If you can see on top left, I'm moving my cursor. These are the stations, the climate stations from which the data, observed data actually came from. And then the red represents data that was actually downloaded from the climate research unit. And you can actually see that, like for the Kasane, the Lakane, and the Malov, there is a good correlation between observed data and data that was actually downloaded from the CRU. And from this now, we can actually see that if you look at the spatial distribution of, like in this case, the min-monthly temperatures, they actually increase as we move from Zimbabwe in the eastern side of the Ikekati Bay, and as we move towards the western side of the basin, which is in Botswana. And the rainfall also has got a trend which actually increases from the southwestern part of the basin as we go towards the north and eastern part of the basin. And the topography, I mean, Nancy has already spoken about that. It's a general flat area. And we have got the high ground, which is around 1,300 meters above sea level in the eastern part. And as we go towards the Mahakali, we are looking at about 808 meters above sea level. And the gradients, we are looking at about 0.2 per mil in this area and around 0.4 per mil in this area. If you can see my cursor. And then it's actually, if you can see, it's only in the eastern part where we have more or less perennial river systems. And in the western part, we have got very few river systems because of the flatness of the topography. And when it comes to issues of runoff, we have got a huge variation in runoff. I mean, sometimes we've got data gaps, but for the Boteti and in Botswana, and which is this river system, and then we have the Kami river system, which is this one, which is part of the Gwai River, is a tributary of the Gwai River. And what we've actually noticed that the ponds, the Mahalali ponds, the water is saline, but again, the rivers, they are at their mouths with the ponds, the water is actually saline. But as we move further away from the ponds, the water becomes fresh. And we looked at issues of base flow, I mean, in terms of interaction between groundwater and surface water. You can actually see that for the Boteti and even for the Gwai, this is actually, the base flow only occurs after rainfall events. You can actually see plotted at the top. This is the rainfall data, and what we've actually noticed is that soon after a rainfall event, that's when you actually get base flow. And for the Gwai River system, the base flows are generally around 10 or even less percent, and whereas in the Boteti, you are looking at about 30%. And if we go on to the stratigraphy and the structural geology, we simplified the SADC geological legend to come up with a legend that is actually applicable to our Ikeketi Bay. And based on that, we also have the correlation that was actually done. We modified this after Katunanu, and our basin actually, if you can look, see my case, is actually straddling between these two areas. And the next one gives us the spatial geology of the area. And the right one is actually the pre-Kalahari formations. So what we have here, if we were to strip the yellow color that we're actually seeing on the left screen or left figure, we actually end up with what we have on the right. And it's actually indicating where we've got the basalt, which is this schist, and then we've got our sandstone formations, which are actually indicated where I'm actually showing with the mouse. And one thing that we have actually noticed also is that the geology of the area is heavily structurally controlled. We have got normal faults, which are quite prevalent within the basin, and we have got also dikes. And this actually has a bearing on the quality of the water, the flow of the water, flow directions and rates of flow. And the phase diagram has already spoken to this one. This figure just shows the complexity of the hydrogeology of the area, I mean, of the basin. And this is actually from an area called Dukwi. And you can actually see that, there's a lot of faulting, a lot of lineaments, uplifting, where we've got like this blue is the mere Akos sandstone, which is normally deep-seated, but here it has actually been thrust to the surface and exposed, and it's abutting the basement complex. And what we then did is we looked at the local hydrogeological perspective focusing on the well fields, because this is where we have got a lot of information. It's the well fields are the ones that are actually indicated in the map and where I'm actually showing with the mouse. And from that, we then try to project onto a basin-wide understanding of the hydrogeology. And what we actually note in terms of the stratigraphy is that we still have the Kalahari group, you know, overlying the basalt, which is underlined by the Intane sandstone, or the forest sandstone as they call it in Zimbabwe. And then we've got the lower Karoo groups. We've got groundwater flow is actually towards the Mahahali, because this is the lowest portion within the basin, and that groundwater is actually fresh along the fringes, you know, where these aquifers have actually been developed. And it's not a mere coincidence, but it's because the groundwater is actually fresh along the fringes, and this is where recharge is actually taking place. And it can be in the form of direct recharge with the fuse, or indirect recharge through the lineaments of force, which are shown in the previous slide. And the hydraulic characteristics actually tell us that we are dealing with the semi-confined, unconfined to semi-confined aquifers, and then confined aquifer systems. And these well fields are actually public owned, and some are like the Orapa, Leslekane, Damsha mines. These are privately owned well fields. And in terms of the groundwater chemistry, I mean, being typified by the Maitengwe area, you can actually see that there is zonation of our groundwater. You know, the groundwater quality deteriorates as we move away from the recharge areas. And if you look on the right side, we've got just an illustration of what is actually transpiring in terms of increase in salinity. We have, as we move away from the recharge areas, where the salinity increases as also as the aquifers actually become deeper. And projecting this on a regional hydrogeological perspective, you know, if you look at, Hans has shown this, the one at the bottom, this figure, and we have got most of the bores which we obtain from the SADC GIP, you know, they are actually shallow. And because we didn't have information on the lithologies intersected, we then used the map on the top right, which actually gives us the distribution of the Kalahari sand over our basin. And you can actually see that it's deepest along the east-west axis, which goes to almost 270 meters and in thickness. And also it's actually shallow as we go move away from the central portion of the basin. And this is where now we have most of these bores drilled. That's how we then knew that the bores were only drilled into the Kalahari group formation. And if you then combine from the various well fields that we have, you know, the flow, the groundwater flows we have from the various aquifer systems, which are actually shown as insets in this figure, you can actually see that there is a conformity between what is happening on a local scale in terms of groundwater flow, that is actually towards the Mahahali Pans, which acts as the discharge area, and what Hans has already presented in terms of the bathymetry, regional bathymetry obtained from the bores that we obtained from the SADC GIP. And in terms of hydraulic characteristics, you know, what we know is they are within the same order of magnitude, and that the Intane sandstone or forest sandstone and the near aquifers are the main aquifers within the basin, and the basalt is actually an aquitate where it's actually fractured and faulted, and you can actually be an aquiclude where, you know, it's not fractured and faulted. And also the fractures, the basement contracts, and the dikes are actually very critical in terms of enhancing, you know, the groundwater potential, because they act as a viaduct through which indirect recharge actually occurs. And this figure on the left is showing us recharge studies that were actually carried out in Southern Africa. And what we then did from the data that we have on the left side, we pulled out data from the EKKT Bay, studies from within the EKKT Bay and surrounding areas. So data from Botswana, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And we actually carried out a correlation, and you can actually see that, the bulk of the data, if you look at the standard deviations, we have the bulk of this. If you can see my cursor, this is representing half a standard deviation, and this one actually, the ones on the outer bounds are representing 1 standard deviation. And the bulk of our data actually falls within half a standard deviation, and which indicates that, there is no huge variability within the data. I bet we have got very few points for the welfares, because this is the data that is there. But again, if you carry out a correlation analysis between the recharge and the annual rainfall for the well field, we come up with an equation, which is actually shown at the bottom here, which relates the recharge to the amount of rainfall. And if you then plot that as a recharge potential map, this is what we actually end up with, where we have got recharge, lowest recharge occurring in the southwestern part of the country, also of the basin, and it increases as we go towards the northeastern parts of the basin.
Can I just give you 1 more minute, please,
this
Sam?
is just to show the conceptual model, of the basin. And on abstraction, Hans has already spoken to this. We've got mining actually constituting almost 2/3 of the abstraction. And this figure, now what we did, we tried to relate the recharge to the sustainable abstraction. And where we don't have data, we said, okay, well, how can actually countries actually benefit from the information that we have? We have illustrations here, like for the Nyamalov, we've actually realized that using the construction that we've done based on the previous relation that we established, you can actually see that we have a daily sustainable abstraction of 14,400 cubic meters per day. And this compares well with the one that was actually obtained by Beckman and Sungren in 2015 using modeling. And in the Duke area, we also use that, and you can actually see that we got 470, which compares well with the 400 that was obtained by the DWA. So this shows that as a starting point, we can actually try to implement that in the absence of data. And we then moved on to look at areas of potential future groundwater development. And these are actually informed by the outcrops, because we've realized that where we've got outcrops and recharge areas, the groundwater potential is good, and also the groundwater quality is good. And here we have 6 Kalahari group sediments, and the Wange National Park, which is in this part of the basin, relies on groundwater from the Kalahari for their needs. And Hans has already spoken about that, issues of management, what should actually be done. And we then said, as we need to actually come up with a groundwater monitoring network. I think Jonathan has spoken to this, Hans has also spoken to this, and we are proposing an 8-step approach to designing of a groundwater monitoring network for the basin, so that it can actually assist in sustainable management of our groundwater resources. And as a way forward, I've already mentioned about the need of groundwater management unit. This can be nested or appended to existing institutions. And there's need for capacity building if you realize the issue of data quality that was actually mentioned. And the monitoring programs, current ones, they lack in so many ways, and they need to be improved upon. Issues of data quality management, and also conjunctive use of groundwater. Jonathan talked to this, but also we need to go beyond that to say, because we have got limited water resources, what else can we do So we have to look at other innovative techniques in terms of conservation of our water resources, that the irrigation, we have to look at that as well. And I think that's all. Sorry for exceeding my time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sam. I think at this point we're running a little bit behind time, so I'll just invite Girma to please share his screen and take us through his presentation on groundwater monitoring in the Tuli Karoo. Girma?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Girma. So I'm a regional researcher in IUMI and currently based in Ethiopian office. However, I was working in South Africa, IUMI South Africa office for the last 5 years. For the sake of internet, so I would like to switch off the video. Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay. You can go ahead.
Okay. Where can I just okay. I don't know where to. Okay, my presentation today is about piloting of transponder groundwater monitoring network in the Tuli Karoo aquifer area. A lot of things has been said. Hello? Patience?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so my presentation today is about monitoring network piloting in Tuli Karoo transponder aquifer. A lot of things have been said about the necessity of groundwater monitor network from earlier presentation from TDA, from Jonathan, as well as from Samuel from Kalahari one. So we try to pilot transponder groundwater monitor in Tuli Karoo. So we are working in conjunction with, in collaboration with the person from each country. You can see contributor like Pesani from Department of South Africa, Ben Ngoni from Botswana, and also we have Sisiwa from Zimbabwe. We have also Leonard from Creative, Brighton from SADC-GMI, as well as Jonathan. So these are people who are working closely with me and iterating all the pilot or the design as well as the piloting of the monitor network. So to continue, it's already background is given by Jonathan. So I don't want to go to detail on the study area location on all these things. So, as you know, the study area is shared between the 3 countries, Botswana, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. About the majority of the area may be located in the Zimbabwean side. And when you talk about the hydrogeology or the geology of the area, the geology of the area, about 68% area covered by the volcanic rock, which is basalt, which is below it, we can get the more productive sandstone aquifer. So as you see in the cross section on the left side, you can see on the left bottom side, it is the cross section, which is on the Botswana side of the Tuli Karoo aquifer. So you can see, and maybe the sandstone is outcrop when it close to the edge of the aquifer, but toward the center of the aquifer area, it is very deep, and most of the boreholes are really accessing the top, the basaltic aquifer. But the sandstone aquifer is the first productive aquifer, followed by the basaltic one. So existing, when we talk about the existing monitor, is there any existing monitor network? Yes. There are some existing monitor network in the 2 countries, at least in Botswana and South Africa. You can see on the top right side in the green blue dot are the monitor network, which is existing, which is monitoring data maybe once in a month, or some areas we have in South Africa and some boreholes, there may be some data logger, but these are just borehole which is measured water level. But most of the boreholes are situated in some location, maybe they are close to the pumping production boreholes, or where they just want some kind of control on the production boreholes or pumping. However, in the Zimbabwean side, which is covering about 57% of the area, the aquifer area, there is no single production boreholes, no observation boreholes. All the red dots you can see is a production boreholes. So this is very concerning when you come to managing the aquifer, the whole aquifer as one integrated unit. So you have some boreholes, which is observation borehole on one side of the aquifer, but 50 more than half of the aquifer is not monitored. So this really is one shortcoming when you come to monitoring or assessing, understanding how much groundwater potential is there in the aquifer, how can be or recharge, discharge, all kind of mechanism. As you know, there are many advantages of monitoring groundwaters. All this may be related to identifying flow direction as presented in the earlier presentation, or producing of some piezometric map, which is also alluded in the TDA, which is we saw before. Assessing response of climate variability, recharge or discharge areas. Also, we have like understanding groundwater surface water interaction. And also, if we just build a three-dimensional model, maybe these observation boreholes may be used as to calibrate model, regional groundwater model, which can be used to assess the potential as well as to get some kind of water budget in the aquifer area. So these are some of the importance of monitoring or monitoring groundwater in the area, especially in the context of conjunctive use of groundwater surface water. So the objective of this study is co-design an integrated primary or primary monitoring network, groundwater monitoring network for the transponder aquifer area. Our concern is we just plan to have like a primary groundwater monitoring network, but this primary groundwater monitoring can be supplemented by using secondary monitoring networks at known hotspot location. As you know, we have two kinds of primary and secondary. The secondary monitoring networks are mostly used to monitor hotspot area where you have like excessive pumping or some kind of recharge discharge mechanism, so which is local to the specific impact that you want to monitor. But when you have a primary or baseline information network is used to have like a general understanding of the aquifer as a whole. So the next objective is to pilot any real-time monitoring system in a selected observation borehole to provide fast and reliable groundwater level, which can be acted upon in a timely manner. So after we design the primary monitoring networks, then we just try to select some observation borehole from those ones based on some criteria, and then we want to install some data logger in the monitoring network so that we can quantify some kind of near real-time data. However, the focus of our present monitoring is more of quantitative aspect. We are more focused on quantity, but we also use some kind of ECL conductivity as a proxy for water quality. So for now, our instrument, maybe our data logger instrumentation may focus on 3 parameters, which we have like water level, temperature, and EC. These are measured in real time, and it can be transmitted to data directly to the server, and then it can be visualized in real time sense. So these are mostly most of the work has undertaken as business as usual in context in 2020. I will talk about later when we have also this COVID context. So let me start with the design aspect. So when we design groundwater monitoring networks, before going to this, so let us describe about some of the components of the work, which is maybe before you just embark on the design of the monitoring network, maybe you have to conduct some kind of hydrosensors or assessing the condition of the present existing monitoring boreholes, what's the condition, the location, as well as the functionality, the suitability, all kind of thing. Then we just have to have like a design of a primary monitoring network, which is then we have to have some kind of installation of instruments, and then after installation of this instrumentation or data logger, then we analyze the data that we get from this system. So when we design monitoring network, there are two kinds of approach. These are the hydrogeologic approach and also the geostatic approach. So for this study, we combine the two, and we use both combined hydrogeologic and geostatic for the design aspect. As you know, the hydrologic approach mostly rely on expert judgment and also heavily dependent on the quantitative aspect of understanding the flow direction, understanding recharge area, understanding discharge area, the geology, the hydrogeology, all kinds of things. However, it's all the number of location of monitoring wells, all our observation boreholes are determined based on our hydrogeologic understanding. So this is essential in an area where we do have limited area to have like groundwater level. So this may be the only approach. If there is no any groundwater level data which may enable you to have like, hello? Excuse me, Patience, can you hear us?
Keep going, Gemma, you're fine.
Slight interference, but you can carry on.
Okay, sorry. If you don't hear from me, please let me know. So the main advantage of this approach is all the design aspect is relying on the expert on the hydrogeology in understanding, and this is only method that we can use if we don't have any groundwater level data that can be able us to do some kind of geostatistical approach where we can implement some geostatistical method to have for monitoring the design. However, the main disadvantage of this approach is there is no quantitative criteria to determine how many observation bores are required in the first place. So there is no performance criteria or some kind of measure to say this amount of observation boreholes are enough to do for the monitoring. So, so this is one of the methods. And the other method is the geostatistical approach, where we have maybe based on spatial correlation. The geological approach is depend on the observed groundwater level data. So based on the observed groundwater level data, you can assess the correlation between the observation or the groundwater level data. A spatial correlation is determined by using this variogram model, as you know. Then you fit different variogram model to your observed groundwater level data, and then you determine the parameters like the C range as well as the negative effect. So the range or the correlation length is the most important parameter to determine how many observation boreholes are really required for monitoring. So in general, you have like the we have different approach to fit the variogram model. So you can try different methods, and from those you can determine the correlation lengths, and this correlation lengths may be very useful for our design. So as you know, when the correlation length is really inversely proportional to the number of observations we are required. So when you have this, the correlation length is very short, then you may have a lot of observation boreholes. You need to be located to have maybe to quantify this heterogeneity. However, when you have like correlation lengths which is maybe longer or larger, then you have the number. It reduces the number of observation boreholes. So this work is really iterative with colleagues. There are different focal persons from each country where we talk about present our work, feedback, and we just iterate. So this is in collaboration with Department of Water Science South Africa, Department of Water Sanitation Botswana, Zinowa, as well as SADC-GMI and the Creative, which they put their comment as well as their feedback to the monitoring network. So to continue, the priority monitoring index, further what we did is we determined the priority monitoring index. This is done using GIS multi-criteria decision analysis, because it gives us the way to integrate different geologic, hydrogeologic, topographic, climatic information into one framework for analyzing the network design or to prioritize monitoring zones. So we have, we just overlay different maps, then we can come up with these are the points where we need to have an instrumentation, or you can get some priority index for, you say like, these are the more priority and these are less priority. This is based on map overlay. As you know, the GIS multi-criteria decision consists of different approaches. That is based on selection of criteria. You need to decide which criteria you need really to do this priority monitoring index. The second one is you need to have a standardization of these criteria, because they have different range, so you reclassify and standardize this criteria, then assign the relative weight for each criteria, and then you can combine all these criteria into one overall. So this is a map overlay technique. So the weighted linear combination is the most commonly used method for map overlay. For our case,
minutes, please, Germa. 2 more minutes.
Okay, no, you gave more time before. So in total, we have 7 criteria. We selected 7 criteria based on this literature review and data: availability, soil, slope, land use, land cover, geology, rainfall, limestone density, drainage density. As the speaker says, limestone density may be good for groundwater potential. So it's better to have like monitoring network where you have like more groundwater potential. Also, slope is inversely related to runoff. So all these kind of criteria are taken into account, and then map is overlaid. So on the left side, you can see map overlay. So the computer priority monitoring index range from 0.3 to 0.9. You can see the green ones are the high priority monitoring areas. These are more of close to the dikes, which is, I didn't show the dikes, but close to the dikes where you have alignment. So, and also you can see on the boundary of the area, most of the priority monitoring index are really shown. This is also is true that most of the sandstone aquifer is also some kind of outcrop in this area. When you have on the center, the sandstone aquifer is maybe quite deep. So those kind of things maybe maybe also illustrated here. Result combined with the approach, what we did is we just determined the correlation lengths. We got the correlation lengths of about 90 kilometers. Based on correlation lengths, we decided on a sampling strategy. This sampling strategy, we have used hexagonal sampling strategy. You can use grid, rectangular or triangular, but hexagonal found to be more optimal. So this is, then we come up with maybe 58 hexagonal grid, polygons. So at each center of the polygon, then we have to have a monitoring network. Then what we did was just compare the center of the polygon compared to the existing boreholes, and we just come up with how many boreholes really we need. So on the right side, you can see the combination of existing observation borehole, new observation borehole, which is proposed on the green, and the production boreholes, which can be used maybe if they are suitable for observation. So on the right side, you can see the combined monitoring network. Okay, the next one is the piloting. So for piloting from the design of the monitoring network, then we have to select some, based on criteria, we selected a few monitoring boreholes. For this year, our plan is to have like 4. So what are the criteria? The criteria, the first we choose is better the production borehole, the observation boreholes, is tapping both the productive sandstone aquifer as well as the tapping the sandstone aquifer. The second one is could also have like tapping both basaltic, the basalt and sandstone aquifer, or it can be in the interface between the basalt sandstone aquifer, or the borehole should be located strategically close to the river to understand ground surface water interaction. Also, is also to have borehole which is located close to the gauging station, because if you have a gauging station, it's easy to understand ground surface water interaction, both using water level measurement in the river as well as in the borehole. And also strings of network signal, because our aim is to have this, our system is real-time monitoring system, which is data, is not a traditional data logger, but the traditional logger combined with a telemetry system. We transmit data in a timely manner. So it needs some kind of network signal for transmitting data. And also the borehole needs to be also in the recharge area to enable assessment of recharge assessment, logical consideration, also technical consideration of the borehole. So based on this criteria, we selected 4 boreholes. We choose maybe now is 3 boreholes in South Africa. Initially, our plan is to have 1 borehole from each country, observation borehole to start 1 for Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Botswana, and 1 in strategic location. But due to COVID-19 and the hydro sensors, lack of observation borehole on Zimbabwe side, and then a decision was made to have like maybe 3 in Botswana and 1 in South Africa, because I say 3, that the third one is located in strategic location close to the Shashe River, 20 meters from the Shashe River. So the strategically located borehole is inside Botswana. That's why it gives 3 in Botswana and 1 in South Africa. This will be followed in the next year. So we'll make, maybe it will be compensated, will make equal distribution for the other countries. So CRDIF is coming to help us in the South Africa, in the Zimbabwean side of the monitoring. So we have a lot of discussion and iteration. So they are willing to help Zimbabwe side because they have a lot of work experience on the other side. So our aim is the next coming year will be in the coming next year is Botswana, South Africa, but CRDIF is working with us in the Zimbabwe side for the installation of data loggers. So we start our field instrumentation in February 2020 during we call it old normal. This is in joint installation of field first data logger, all institution that Department of Water Sanitation from Botswana, South Africa, SADC-GMI, IMI, as well as UIT from Germany, which is the company is providing the instrument. So the first instrumentation was done in February 2020. This was after presentation or feedback about the monitoring network in Silverfique. Then we installed this data logger, as we call it, all normal. Then we have to have a second round of instrumentation, but due to COVID, we didn't be able to install the data logger in person. So what we did was we have to provide training for focal person from each country. Then we give field assistance for the focal person. Then the focal person, they install the data logger. So we provide training on hardware component as well as software component, the data logger instrumentation, configuration, sensor calibration, all kind of thing. The training was conducted in two components. The first one is one-to-one training, which we provide in September 2022. Then we also provided for this one-to-one for person with instrument. Then we have like a larger group, including maybe 3 from each country, more to 50 people participated. So we provided for larger group, this kind of also capacity building in one sense. So with new normal, we installed the data logger in Botswana. Ben and his colleague installed in October 2028 in Botswana 2 data loggers. Telemetry system is also in South Africa, 1 in 5th November. So that is with the new normal. So in a conclusion, we improve monitoring transponder aquifer is widely viewed as very important. It's critical for many purposes, as I said. This work marked one of the first efforts to expand joint monitoring of a shared transponder aquifer. For now, we have like 58 monitors are found to be maybe optimal monitoring groundwater level in the transponder aquifer, but this needs to be phased out where we have data logger installation for this year, maybe 4 more will come in the next year, as I say, with help of CRDIF and maybe our 3rd year in the USAID project. So we are aiming to expand this. It's also it's important to note that the monitoring network design in this case is needs to be supplemented by secondary monitoring network. As I said, addressing local issues such as excessive pumping, drawdown, all these kind of things. So when we don't have like hotspot regions, so need to be supplemented by this secondary monitoring network. So within really existing monitoring networks should also not be eliminated from the system, should be kept there, because they are kind of, it gives local info understanding for the hydrogeology, as well as maybe used as a secondary groundwater network. Going forward, we will try to expand its data logger on its boreholes in Botswana and South Africa, while CRIDIF is helping or complementing this effort with research new borehole in Zim. So this is some of the most important collaboration with CRIDIF. Coupling these two efforts will achieve a holistic picture of the aquifer. So in general, having this monitoring network is very important for understanding or for the aquifer system, or as well as to build some kind of three-dimensional groundwater model and assess a resource in the transboundary aquifer, and also for groundwater management in general. So this is my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you,
so you are rushing me through, so thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that there was a lot to say, but we do have time limitations. Thank you so much for that. If you have any questions for the presenters, please include them in the Q&A section there. I think for now, we're going to invite our panelists to please get ready as we go into that section as part of the program. I'll also invite Kevin Peterson, who leads the Eastern Kalahari Karoo project, who will also be moderating this session. So on our panel today, we have Ms. Zioni Butao, who is from the Water Resources Department in Malawi. She's previously known as Ms. Zioni Uka, so it might be the name that appears on your program, but that's Ms. Zioni Butao from Water Resources Department in Malawi. We also have Mr. Pera Ramoeli from Okacom, and Mr. Prof. Pete Kinabato from University of Botswana, and Mr. Leonard Magara from CRIDIF. So those are our panelists today. We are going to get into that section now, and Ms. Zioni, are you online? Can you just put your video on, please, so we can see you? All our panelists, can you just switch on your video so that we can see you? So I'll just start by posing our first question to Zioni. Hi, Zioni. Are you on the call?
Hi. Yes, I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now I can see you. Great. So Zioni, thank you for joining us today. We'll just start by opening up the panel discussion with you. You were part of the government officials who took part in the Shire program, in the Shire Transboundary Aquifer project. And we just want to hear from you how the strategic action plan has been taken forward since the project ended. Your thoughts around that. Is there anything more that could have been done to ensure that those actions are implemented?
Thank you so much, Patience, for that question. First of all, let me indicate that this strategic action plan was to do with the Shire River Aquifer system, which is shared between Malawi and Mozambique. So we had a strategic action plan, which came actually from issues that came from the TDA. So we had a number of objectives. We had the vision, we had objectives, as well as we had a lot of actions that we did propose, we did come up with. We came up with this jointly, Malawi and Mozambique. There were about, I think, 39 or so actions. And out of this, we came up with, I would say we came up with some 6 priority actions after categorizing them. So let me say that what could be done at the moment in order to to enhance the operationalization of this of the SAP is the first thing I think that we need to do is we need to look at the issue of cooperation, because looking at the lessons that we learned during that the whole process actually of coming up with the SAP, the cooperation is key to transboundary any transboundary activity. Transboundary cooperation is key. And you look at, I'm looking at the cooperation actually not just as in transboundary. I'm looking at it in terms of the national level. We need cooperation because, you know, when you start looking at transboundary waters, it becomes a multidisciplinary issue. So we need cooperation at the national level. We need to involve other institutions as well that do matter in terms of that, stakeholders that are at national level. We also need to involve, we also need cooperation at the local level. Now we are talking of the Shire Basin now. We need cooperation at that. At that time, of course, when we are doing the SAP, we did have some cooperation at the national level. I remember we did work with some national stakeholders and so on. But I think that at the local level, maybe we may not have done that much. So I think it is very, but I look at it as very crucial. You know, these local level stakeholders, they do matter a lot. Whatever happens in the Shire Basin, they either benefit, or if there are issues like floods or whatever, if there are droughts, if there is lacking water, I mean, it will be them that will be impacted. So we did involve them that much that time, but I think it is very important as we go forward that we do involve them a lot, these people. And even at the national level, we also need to look at, issues to do with capacity. We need to capacitate our institutions because I think that that matters a lot. With the frameworks that we have for governance, for monitoring, I think they do matter a lot in this case because what policies do we have at the national level? I think these are very important. They do matter a lot. We need to have a good knowledge base. We need to have some financing in terms of even looking at the institutions. We need to have strong institutional capacity. These will matter a lot because in order for us to respond to the challenges, I think we need all these. And then looking at the transboundary level, I mean, we have to start first nationally. We say we have to work ourselves at national level first before we go to the transboundary. I mean, we have to look at issues at national level first, but transboundary level as well. I think we need that cooperation in terms of, you know, we came up with so many. We came up with actions like data sharing. We need to have an MOU in terms of data sharing between Malawi and Mozambique. We need to have a data sharing portal, and we need, for us, I think, to do this, we need to have that international cooperation or that transboundary cooperation. Let me mention before I go to the transboundary more. We have the NFG in Malawi, the National Focal Group. I'm sure some of you have been working SADC-GMI. No, I think this is one of the key national level groups that we also need to consider. We should make it work. I mean, for us in Malawi, actually, let me inform you that we have already started thinking of coming up with a proposal, a follow-up proposal on this. We have just started coming up with a proposal concerning this. We are looking at the actions that we did agree, and then how do we take them forward. So in our first sitting, when we were doing the training, we came up with something. It's a project to do with actually a follow-up between Malawi and Mozambique, which I think is quite good. But also in terms of a transboundary, I do remember that there was this, an agreement. It was a joint agreement between Malawi and Mozambique. It was to establish the Joint Water Commission on shared water courses that have common interest between Malawi and Mozambique. But then it's sort of, I think maybe that time we're not rigorous enough. It did not really take off that much. I think it will be quite important that we start looking at this and we start thinking, how do we revamp it, or what structure are we going to have? I mean, we need to have something like a body that looks at our shared water courses together. So I think that is quite very important. Let me also say that in terms of the local level, we need to look at issues. Local level assessments are important. We are looking at this transboundary aquifer at that level. looking at, we have looked at coming up with joint monitoring stations, but we should also look at the local level. We should be busy looking at it nationally. What is it that we are doing apart from thinking jointly? I mean, thinking transboundary. I mean, these aquifers, what are the vulnerable spots in them? What are the issues that we at local level are able to pinpoint them and say, okay, these are the issues? Then I think we'll be able now to go forward and look at the national level. There are some. Yeah, the national level.
Oh, sorry to cut you off, Daisy. But thank you.
Is that
sorry?
No, I've not finished.
Oh, okay, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Let me just finish. There's one more thing I wanted to say. We should also look at regional bodies. I mean, they have a role to play in these actions. If you look at our actions that we put in the national, I mean, in the strategic action plan, they were to do with, for example, the data actions. We talked of ZAMCOM. We have to have a protocol, data sharing protocol, but we have to think of ZAMCOM, ZAMWIS. I think in this case, ZAMCOM matters a lot. And at the moment, I know that there's no, I don't know whether it has been established yet, but that was the issue of establishing a groundwater committee under ZAMCOM. I think that would play a very crucial role in this because we need them. We need them as well. We need them very much. Of course, the SADC-GMI, we need them so much. I think that is all I can say because you have cut me, but I think that is, that's fine. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Zioni. That was very comprehensive. I mean, it gives us a real good picture of what's needed in terms of operationalizing the SAP. I mean, the cooperation at transboundary at national and local level, very important, as well as the financial capacity as well to ensure that these actions are carried forward. So thank you so much for that, Zioni. I'm going to hand over now to Kevin, who's going to moderate our next two panel speakers. Kevin.
Thank you. Thank you, Patience, and thank you also to Zioni, which I think highlighted in my mind an important issue of local transboundary implications and our focus to those issues on the ground. And then lastly, what you said about the role of RBOs and ZAMCOM in particular, what role they need to play. And so it's quite opportune that we've got Fera Ramauli as the next panelist. And basically, Fera, if you basically the question is, how would you describe the role of OCOCOM and by implications other RBOs also in supporting transboundary aquifer assessment? And the question is then, is an RBO a suitable institution to take some of these actions forward? And perhaps you've got some practical recommendations and thoughts or examples of how this can happen. Thank you, Fera.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, colleagues. At long last, I'm able to say something. Well, the question is quite interesting. I would first start to say, as a way of background, river basin organizations are conceived, designed, and subsequently established based on them regulating surface water resources. And there, as you know, contours are meant around the surface water catchments or basins. However, the critical importance of the whole water cycle, that is including the surface and the groundwater, is very critical for us to be able to manage the cooperation that is required when you establish these institutions. In this instance, therefore, it is not only how we can assist, but it's actually a central responsibility of RBOs to undertake work in relation to groundwater, particularly transboundary groundwater or transboundary aquifers. And the most important fact that we have to note is that in respect of groundwater is not always coincident with the surface water delineations. And therefore you have to be very clear. And it has been demonstrated, I think, in the Eastern Karoo Kalahari study, that EKK study that has just been presented to us, that in fact, aquifers can actually also cross two basins as opposed to just being within a particular basin. In some instances, this then requires the cooperation across the two river basin organizations that are managing the surface and groundwater within the framework of cooperation in the two river basin organizations' territories. So it is very critical that when we look at transboundary aquifers, a very specific role is there for RBOs. In our respective RBOs, for instance, in OCACOM, whilst we don't have a dedicated groundwater committee, we do have a water resources management technical committee, which looks at, among other things, groundwater as part of hydrology. And therefore, they are responsible for undertaking any work that is required to looking at groundwater. Groundwater became very critical and is very critical for OCACOM, for instance, in the sense that we have developed a water allocation strategy, which when we were trying to finalize it, became apparent that without knowledge and understanding of the extent, the availability, and the quantity of water, groundwater in this particular instance, it will be difficult to negotiate, discuss, and agree on strategies to allocate water to the various needs, to the various member states. And therefore, one of the issues that we need to resolve is to make sure that we have a very clear understanding of our groundwater situation in the basin. And to that effect, we are currently undertaking a study to assess the groundwater resources within the Okavango River Basin. And in fact, one of the things that we have identified there was limited information and data that can be used to give us a big picture in terms of these resources. Therefore, assessment of transboundary aquifers is not only an if, it's a must. And therefore, we are really very much willing to make sure that not only support, but get involved directly in the assessment. Because if we are to assist our member states to cooperate, we should have this information at our hands. We are establishing a decision support system. Among others, some of the inputs into that system will be groundwater information, and therefore it would be critical to allow the member states to be able to really look at what is this resource they are talking about, how they can share and develop it cooperatively. And the conjunctive use of surface and groundwater means that you really have to be able to know how much you have of each of the water resources. Therefore, the limited knowledge on the status of the groundwater makes it an imperative that we participate in the assessment of transboundary aquifers. A specific question relating to what role or is the RBO's most suitable institutions to take forward some of the activities? I think I've already addressed this in the sense that as it is and as we speak, some of the activities that are relating to water, groundwater resources, we are already undertaking as part of our program, as part of our strategic action program, because as you may be aware, the OCACOM has developed a strategic action program based on a transboundary diagnostic analysis, the TDA, and that is a program that we are implementing to ensure that we have a very good understanding of our water resources that we'll be managing. So I think I can only say that some of these actions that have been identified in the EKTT are very relevant, and it's the things that we are definitely going to take up in as far as they affect our basin and in collaboration with ZAMCOM, which is our sister basin. And you may be aware that even within the CASA, it is Kavango Zambezi, and therefore our activities are intertwined, and we cannot deal away with the fact that we have to cooperate, we have to talk to each other, and subsequently develop our programs in a joint manner. So I hope I have addressed both questions with those comments. And I can only tell you that specific activities is exactly what we are doing now. The groundwater assessment, the development of a DSS system that is all inclusive of both surveys and groundwater and all other information. And of course, the monitoring system that we are currently undertaking to develop for both surveys and groundwater in the basin. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro, for that insights. We really appreciate it. If I can swiftly move over to Pete, I call Pete Mr. TBA because he's been involved in almost all of the TBAs, and that is a unique position, and I think a privileged position in terms of you know, him being able to have been experienced, you know, in the different transboundary aquifers. So the question is, what would you say are some of the commonalities or differences you have observed and how the different TBAs are managed, specifically within a socio-economic context? I'm going to go you know, in the interest of time, perhaps if you then also kind of reflect about the role of universities in transboundary aquifer and conjunctive cooperation efforts. Pete?
Thank you, Kevin. Am I audible?
We can hear you.
Yes, you are. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Greetings, everybody, and I guess all protocol has been observed. Let me start by thanking you for this opportunity to reflect on the three questions that you have put before me. I think in terms of the commonalities for these 4 TBAs, I think I will distinguish them, for example, in the scale and also the demographies, as well as the land use activities. And you can already see that on the first day, Jonathan made a comparison between the Stamford and the Ramoto. And I just want to say that when you look at the 4, in terms of how they differ, for example, the EKK TBA that we have just completed is probably the largest in terms of the new boundary that Hans spoke about. And also in terms of the population, is the largest, followed by the Tuli Karoo, and these are ranges between around 120,000 in terms of population for the Tuli Karoo. And the size is quite small following after the Ramoto. But the dynamics actually are very interesting because with the Stamford and the EKK TBA, as well as the Tuli Karoo, that's where you've got the mining activities, the agriculture, as well as the tourism. And that is unique because when now you go to the Stamford, the main activities are agriculture without mining currently. So you can already see that there are some dynamics, and the manner in which they have got to be managed have got to take into consideration this important aspect of scale, the population that each EKKTB is saving, as well as the land uses that are within that. So there are many commonalities and differences. The hydrogeological is quite an interesting one because when you scan through, particularly the EKK TBA, the Tuli and the Stamford, they've got quite more or less a similar hydrogeological unit, particularly when it comes to the main aquifer. For example, in the EKK TBA, the Tuli Karoo and to a larger extent the Stamford, the sandstones are coming out, although called differently in different countries or also in different TBAs, but they actually form some of the main aquifers in the transboundary aquifers. So it's quite an interesting, even hydrogeologically, you can see some similarities, but when you cross to the Ramoto, you see a completely different story where you've got the calcified dolomites that even last 2 weeks back, Jonathan talked about. So those are the differences in terms of the hydrogeology, the demographics, and all the scales. Now moving on to the second point on the conjunctive use as well as other important components, but specifically on the TDA and the SAP, that is their importance or relevance in the management of the TBAs. Interestingly, you may have realized, for those of you who have seen the TDA for the EKK, TBA, and the Tule Karoo, in terms of the structure and the issues, they follow more or less the same or similar structure, which is a good thing, because when we developed this for the EKK TBA, we said, why reinvent the wheel when those who have gone before us have developed a structure that can communicate? Although the level of details might be different. For example, I think the latest, the EKK TBA, in terms of the focus, I think it is because they did not have much time, as Hans spoke earlier, but the level of details is quite amazing in terms of the thought process and the hydrogeological consideration and the time for setting up the system boundaries. I think it is also need to be appreciated. So while we worry more about time, but I think sometimes it's about what you bring in the table and at what level. But generally, when I conclude with the SAP, I think for the stamp rate, you might realize that the SAP, it was delayed because of the different processes, the phases of the project, and it is coming last, while the Ramuja of these four is the one that came out first. So we will see that even the level of strategic action plan are different. But what is key is that this SAP are actually teasing out the main issues, whether it's to do with the monitoring, as we have seen, because it has been highlighted in all the four TBAs, and as well as the fifth one, which is the shearing. I think you will realize that these are really important tools. In the stamp rate, we didn't call it the TDA, but it was the technical report, but it addressed the same issues. What is even more important is the issue of multidisciplinarity, because that is, you can see it throughout all the 5 TBAs. And that really is what I think even in the other TBAs should be followed. The last one, Kevin, not to miss my time, is to come back to the issue of the role of universities. I think you would agree with me that, you know, in as far as research is concerned, some of these projects we are doing them, and before long the project would be over. But if we institutionalize them within the universities in as far as research is concerned, because I believe that we have addressed the issue of institutionalizing them in terms of the cooperation, and that is a very important part with the RBOs coming in. For example, the case of the stamp rate, as I presented on the first day. But the other dimension is continuity and capacity building, and that is where research is coming in. And just to highlight that with the Ramuza in my involvement, we saw a lot of student activities, and I wish that could continue. IMI actually has done quite a lot in terms of internships and also leading to capacity building with the master's students. And I see some component of it also in the tooling. And I wish that the other TBAs could actually go that route so that we promote this capacity, we build capacity at a young age. They can continue with the issues of monitoring, because what you cannot just monitor, but you've got to analyze that. And that can be the role of the students that are coming on board. And let us not forget that they can also play a critical role in developing numerical groundwater models, and the patience that comes with that should also be given to the students in our different countries and our different institutions. So really, I think these are the dynamics that I bring forward. And I must say that, yes, they are at different levels, but I think they converge towards one thing, Kevin, and I think you know that better, that if you take this integrated approach, it builds on what we normally talk about, the conjunctive use, and bringing in other parties on the table. So with those few comments, I think if you give me another chance, I'll speak about something else. But for now, I think it addresses your concerns. Thank you, Kevin.
Yes, Pete, thank you very much. I think we're out of chances. Patience, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Kevin. What an interesting discussion, and we're fast running out of time. So I would like to hand over quickly to Leonard to just master all his powers of summary as he just tells us the role of CRIDIF in engaging with transboundary basins and aquifers specifically, and how that differs from their other activities, which are to do with infrastructure development, and maybe also how they prioritize transboundary basins. Please, Leonard, we have to finish before the next session starts at 14:50. Thank you.
I will try, and I won't go into any of the protocol, but I think it's important for us to know that water is a shared resource. It's a continuum, it knows no boundaries. And I think that's the acknowledgement of the UN and the SADC protocol in defining these water courses that then have both surface and groundwater. And for that reason, that's where CRIDIF primary focus or primary mandate focuses on this transboundary basis, purely because of that. And our work in CRIDIF is really right from the start, from the resource development, which is all the planning, gathering of data, planning, resource development, usage for climate and economic resilience. That's where sort of kind of CRIDIF comes in, and we work at all levels. Transboundary, which is multi-country or international, national, subnational, and all that is to ensure that the whole planning cycle is covered right across the whole project cycle. And we assist in infrastructure development at all these levels, whether it's an RBO, it's SADC Secretariat, or it's utilities, or it's councils, or it's the likes of SADC-GMI, we work through all of that. And the key really is planning, development, finance, and implement. There is a resource, and I have been listening over the days to a lot of science from our hydrogeologists, which really is impressive. I've also been listening to a number of issues to do with monitoring, especially this earlier just now, from my colleagues from IWMI. And a lot of this engineering is about the link from the resource to the consumer. That's where the engineer comes in, or a structure like CRIDIF comes in. And if I just focus on groundwater, then I say the science is excellent on groundwater. The talk about monitoring or the implementation of monitoring systems is a developing. It's not yet fully developed. The demand for monitoring is still huge. It's a developing need. I think the other area that really requires a lot of work is the modeling of the data that comes in to end up with things to say, this is the sustainable abstraction yield. I was quite impressed listening to Sam Sunguro talk about sustainable abstraction from this well field, sustainable abstraction from this well field. I think there is still a huge gap for groundwater in the region to come up with those kind of numbers so that the engineer can take that water, develop infrastructure, and provide to the consumer, which is the gap that CRIDIF then fulfills. So
thank you, Leonard.
If we can do that, then I think we are there. And I think I'll summarize and end there because time is run out.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to have to cut you off, but we are running out of time. So colleagues, this takes us to the end of our session. And I would like to just ask Jonathan to give us, a 1-minute closing remarks, and then we are free to go and refresh for 4 minutes before we jump into the closing session at 14:50. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patience. I'll try to keep it very brief and just maybe underline, there seems to be like just a wealth of experience, of growing experience in transboundary aquifer management and conjunctive management across borders in the region. Which is excellent. I mean, some of my key takeaways, in very, very brief, there's a lot of commonality, judging from what Pete was saying, and when I compare some of the early presentations across TDAs in terms of approaches, in terms of findings, monitoring and resilience came through on both. I loved what Zione was saying about local level stakeholder engagement. I think traditionally when we think of transboundary waters, it's capital city to capital city, but really it's not capital cities that are directly, stakeholders on these things. It's more local level, people. So I think that's a very good point. It was excellent to hear Para's point that RBOs very much welcome this nesting. Interesting also to note that the Eastern Kalahari Karoo presents a little bit of an unusual case, that it falls into 2 different basins. So that adds a layer of complication, which will need to be managed. And then Pete's points about universities, also excellent to kind of like institutionalize and sustain some of the key outputs of products and to capacity to develop. And then at the end, I think Leonard, if I to try to put it in a nutshell phrase, it was ultimately in a way to like balance, oftentimes, sometimes heavy paper and process with practice to make sure what we do, a lot of these heavy lifting on analysis and whatnot translates into outcomes and practice. And it's good we don't forget that that's the ultimate goal here. Okay, great. Thanks a lot to everybody. Hopefully we can have another one of these sometime in 21 and continue the dialogue, because I think it was very interesting. Thank you very much. Enjoy the break and then the closing.
Thank you very much. I think Tokozani always wants to take a photo. Tokozani, or whoever. So can everybody that's been part of this session just put their cameras on? Right?
Okay.
I don't know if somebody's doing about it. I'm just going to do a print screen.
Everyone, here we are.
Yes.
I'm also going to take a photo. This is Nasia. Can everybody smile again on 1, 2, 3? Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you very much, patience.
Everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next session will be the closing session. Thank you very much, patience. I know you tried getting everyone online. There's definitely a wealth of experience here, and everybody wants to have a say. But thank you very much. I think our last session will be the closing session, and yes, we will hear from Prof. Kamu on publication considerations, and then a bit more on the conference rapporteur, the chief overview of SADC-GMI. Slight changes in that program, vote of thanks. Before that, the executive director for SADC-GMI would like to have a word, and then we will go into a vote of thanks. So I will, Brighton, give everyone about 5 minutes, maybe just to take a comfort break, and then we can resume that session. Thank you very much. See you in 5. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed your comfort break. We will be going into our closing session right now. This closing session is just to wrap up everything. In the absence of Prof. Kamu, if he finds us going, could I ask the Chief Rapporteur to maybe shed some light on the proceedings while we wait for Prof. Kamu to arrive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bertram. Right on here, I will present the rapporteur's report. Let me quickly share my screen. Apologies, I was expecting to do it after Prof. Kamu. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Thank you for being with us right up to the end. I will make a report on the proceedings as captured by the team of rapporteurs shown before us: Modric Gomo, James Manda, Nindelani Lalumbe, Sivashni, Mukosho Chongo, Mike Amajiwa, and myself. those were the themes of our conference, which spoke to enhancing water and food security through sustainable groundwater development in the SADC region. I will not go into the sub-themes, we will come back to them. Just briefly, we have the statistics around the conference. We had 176 registered participants, including the presenters. We are, however, in the process of extracting the final figures from the Zoom platform and also consolidating the information from the registers. We had 2 keynote presentations by Dr. Kevin Peterson and by Dr. Karen Vilworth. We did not have poster presentations in this conference. The organizing committee decided that being the safest one, being a first virtual conference that we are hosting, let's keep it simple for a beginning. We had 4 special sessions, and those are the lead conveners of those special sessions: UNESCO IHP, IMI, IUCN, and the SADC-GMI. We had quite very fruitful discussions through 6 panel discussions. And lastly, the oral presentations that we had an 89% turn up. So if you look at the table there, that is a summary of what we had planned and what we ended up achieving. So overall, we had planned to have 45 presentations, and we managed to have 40 presentations, giving a non-turn up rate of about, we missed 5 papers. Presenters didn't turn up in 5 events for one reason or the other. So going forward, I'll just quickly go through the sub-themes and to capture the key messages. Apologies, you might see that the slides that follow are a bit busy, but I'm not going to read word for word. I'll try as much as possible to summarize. So we opened our conference with key messages, with the official opening ceremonies, which were done by the SADC-GMI director, the SADC secretariat through the senior program officer for water, and the official opening was done by the chair or the current chair of SADC, who's the director of water in Mozambique. So key messages coming out of that official opening was that there's need for a better understanding of the WEFE nexus, and also to advocate for central groundwater, for a central role of groundwater in the nexus, and this has to be anchored on a sound understanding of groundwater system. It was also highlighted and emphasized that we need to start thinking of ways of how we can make groundwater contribute in responding to the current COVID pandemic, especially that's around the issues to do with WASH. And it was also highlighted that there's need for political decisions to be made to break the WEFE nexus barriers. I think in some of the special sessions, this thought kept cropping up. And lastly, another very important message coming out of that is that there are opportunities in sub-Saharan Africa to ramp up groundwater development, and that this has to be supported by a policy framework to enhance groundwater as a catalyst for development. Sub-theme 1, we looked at sustainable groundwater for use for a food and food secure SADC region. We had the role of groundwater and food security being highlighted by 2 case studies, one from Malawi, harnessing, which looked at harnessing artesian flow from an artesian well and being used for community activities. In this case, I think it was in a fishery. And it was also, we also had a report detailing the contribution of groundwater to irrigation, and with a case study from the Kafula Futa area catchment in Zambia. We had a deliberation on big data analytics and machine learning and the applications in the region, issues to do with downscaling of the datasets and their applicability. We also had a closely related study that can benefit from machine learning and big data analytics, which is a regional numerical groundwater modeling in the Limpopo. And one issue where that we realized that can be done was that filling the data gaps that the study in the Limpopo Basin is experiencing. We had a sharing of experience from the Danish, and we had 2 approaches, which is one airborne and surface groundwater geophysics being piloted in the Okavango in Tanzania, and that these are also being very useful in the location or siting of groundwater drilling points. and also the use of remote control of groundwater pumping and distribution by means of decentralized or app-based instrumentation. We closed the day, that was day one, with the greater special session, and it was noted that there have been significant successes in the region and also emanating from the greater 1 and 2, notably around the multi-country cooperation mechanism, which was piloted in the STARS and in Orasecom. And there are significant, there's signs of significant potential of that MCCM being adopted in other basins. It was also highlighted that there is need for political buy-in, which is critical for the success of our interventions in the TBAs. From a regional perspective, it was also noticed that the Gigreta Phase 1 and Gigreta Phase 2 have made significant contributions in the implementation of the revised strategic action plan from 2016 to 2020. And looking forward, it was felt that Gigreta Phase 3 and any other interventions in other TBAs need to develop data collection and data sharing protocols, practice efficient use of existing data, promotion of conjunctive water management, and also the involvement of academic researchers in these investigations in the TBAs and also through Gigreta 3. Sub-theme 2 looked at the climate challenge of urban water and threats and roles of groundwater. So basically, we had investigations that were done in South Africa and Namibia that looked at pollution of groundwater resources in the Amatako Basin, which was largely due to impacts. We also had a discussion or an investigation that looked at the applications of remote sensing as a technology for remediation of polluted groundwater resources in urban settings as a way of improving resilience in these settings. We had a discussion from IGRAC on the game theory or on the groundwater game, which offers a very important platform for training on the main concepts of groundwater management, and also that it takes a multi-sectorial approach, which is what most of the contributions in the conference have been alluding to. We looked at the use of GRACE data in revising the regional groundwater risk map, and also how this revised regional groundwater risk map has been used to map or has been incorporated into mapping of hotspots, which are most vulnerable to drought in the SADC region, and also a suite of technical interventions aimed at improving resilience in the region being developed. And we allude that this is a very important investigation. We closed that day with a special session implemented under the leadership of IMI through Dr. Karen Viworth, which among a lot of very interesting observations highlighted the following: that there's a large potential for smallholder irrigation in sub-Saharan Africa, and that for groundwater to contribute to smallholder irrigation in sub-Saharan Africa, and that groundwater still remains the preferred source of water for many farmers in Africa. Closely related to this are the examples from Zambia, the Kafula Futa catchment, where groundwater is the main irrigation water source. I just thought to emphasize this, so this was presented under sub-theme 1. And then we also realized that there was a need to develop common awareness and understanding for decision makers in regard to the role of, to the significance of groundwater in food security. We also had a very strong point relating to the decolonization of water laws, especially in the African context. The last point talks to the Kuvalai and the existence of boreholes that are continuously broken down for a larger part of the time due to failure of pumps, solar and solar panels or the borehole itself, and that a possible solution was the setting up of local water communities to collect user fees in charge of maintenance and small repairs to improve borehole functionalities. I think this is a very significant observation, though it is being reported from the Kuvalai. I think most of us will agree that it applies probably to most cases in the region. And also, lastly, the insufficient recognition of the relevance of political and governance factors in the management of groundwater. Sub-theme 3, which we started today, we started with the hydrogeological map of Lesotho, which went beyond the establishment of the shapefiles and etc. in a GIS environment, but went a step further to try and implement a water balance for the basin and also have initial estimates of the available water at the basin level. We had a very interesting discussion or presentation around the Namibian country support tool, and this looked at technology options that are available for scaling up, artificial recharge, desalinization, and also there were a lot of issues that were discussed here, including the threat to groundwater due to climate change, alien invasive species, saltwater intrusion, more importantly, I think, poor drilling practices, and issues that relate to pollution. Closely related to that, we had a presentation that spoke to the World Water Quality Assessment, and it also highlighted threats to groundwater, and it talked to challenges for groundwater.
2 minutes.
And it spoke to challenges around groundwater assessments, and we had issues to do with upscaling and also what can be done at the local level, including the SADC-GMI, river basin organizations, etc., etc. Then we had a presentation from the IUCN, which spoke to the need to break silos in the WEFE nexus, and also the lack of integration, and we had a proposal for a dialogue approach to the WEFE nexus. And then lastly, just before we broke to come for the closing session, we had a discussion around the Tuli Karoo and the studies being undertaken in the EKK TBA. Similarities have been drawn. Both developed a TDA and are in the process of developing a JSAP. And also we noted some differences. The EKK TBA has gone the route of a fairly detailed hydrogeological investigation, whereas the Tuli Karoo has also gone into the design of a monitoring network based on the realization that monitoring has been a theme that runs out of almost all of our TBAs in the region. And the monitoring network has been designed and has been presented before us. Main issues coming out of the panel discussion were that RBOs are responsible for TBAs management, and also we had a presentation on the decision support system being set up within OPACOM, and that decision support system will also have a groundwater input that is supposed to be input. And we also had discussions around the need to localize research by means of recruiting young researchers, and also the role of CREDIF, where they emphasize that in as much as they value the investigation and studies that go into these TBAs and groundwater investigations, they are mainly interested in development of infrastructure to move the water to say for consumer water security. I think, Chair, I'll end here. Thank you and apologies for taking your time. Let me just say, going forward, this is a snapshot of what has happened in our conference. The rapporteurs will compile a full rapporteurs report, which will be taken through the technical committee of the conference and then published. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Brighton. Thank you for summarizing these 3 important days and all the deliberations. I think rapporteurs have probably have the the hardest job to capture and to listen. I mean, especially if you're a subject specialist, you get carried away and you have to listen to all these things. Talking about subject specialists, we've got the Gamo on the line as well, and he's going to tell us a bit on the publication consideration that will stem from this conference.
So I was just saying, to give you a bit of the background for some of the guys, maybe from the previous conference, that's the second conference that was held in Johannesburg. We were privileged then to be given a platform to submit the papers emanating from the conference for a publication consideration in a special in a conference special issue in the Journal of Sustainable Water Resource Management. That's the SWAM Journal. This is an Elsevier Springer Journal. This opportunity was made possible by the chief editor of the journal, Dr. James Lamarach, who also graced the occasion during the 2019 conference. So the idea from the previous conference was to publish the papers from the conference. It was supposed to be by middle of this year, but when we started the year, then we had the challenges obviously due to the pandemic that we still have. So the process was very, very slow. I think even up to now, we're still actually in the process of still receiving the papers from some of the guys who participated. But what happened then was because of that, this platform is still open. Actually, if you are interested in actually submitting your paper, what I just want to say is although the intention has been obviously to try and have a very good working relationship with the SWAM Journal so that perhaps periodically, maybe all the conference or maybe once in 2 years, we can be able to at least collect some of the papers and then publish them through the special issue through the journal. But for this was the first time we were collaborating. They suggested that it will actually maybe be much more accommodative in terms of trying to get as much papers as possible. So the special issue was termed Waters of Africa. But like I say, it's something that emanates from the relationship that we're trying to foster with them. So with time, I'm sure it will be possible for actually the special issue maybe to specifically focus on what we're doing. But this is the platform that is available. If you're interested, it's still open and accepting papers also from this conference, or perhaps any other papers that you have, you could be able to submit it. At the moment, the tentative date, I say tentative because we have so many challenges. It might eventually maybe shift again, depending on the progress. It's 31 March 2021. If possible, if you are interested, you're welcome to submit your paper, to write, perhaps maybe you have not written, but to at least compile your paper, perhaps January, February, and also March, you can. I think this is just for some of the guys, especially the younger guys who are maybe also not so familiar, but I know a lot of you guys also, you're familiar with the publication process, or at least how we have to prepare the papers. It's a small quick guide. I think I'll be done in just very short time. When we prepare in terms of the layout, in terms of the fonts and all the other things, we can find the guidelines there. That's on the general guidelines. Yeah, in case maybe the link doesn't open, I think if you just search also Google search a SWAM Journal, you will still see also the information for the authors. When we have prepared our manuscript or papers, typically they refer in the general industry as manuscript. When we've done that, we need obviously to submit the paper for the manuscript for review. How do we do it? It's straightforward. Like I say, most of you guys know. First step, we can go to the editorial manager of the SWAM Journal. Then from there, we click the website, we connect to the website. Then number two, if we are registered already, I think a lot of guys are registered already with the editorial manager. Then if you're registered already, it's easy. You just have to, if you're not registered, then the first thing when you log in there, obviously it asks you to register so that you can be able to log into the system. If you're registered already, I'm sure most of you guys will know, then you log in as the author. Then the next thing is, obviously you would open the web, when you log in, the page is going to open. When the page is opened, under the new manuscript, which is, we've registered under the new manuscript, which is just here. We will see the new submissions. Then we have to come and click right there under submit new manuscript. When we've done that, we should be able to locate the special issue that I'm referring to. So there's options there under select the article type. you will have to select it as a special issue, Waters of Africa. Then after that, you have the next option. Obviously, the next option is to proceed after the selection. After proceeding, then you start inputting your files, uploading your files, of course, in line with the instruction that you will have got initially when you were preparing your article or your paper. Then when you've submitted, you will get a confirmation in terms of your reference number for the manuscript, should you want to follow up, and also you get steps on how, obviously, how it's going to work as part of the review process. And then, well, we have to wait. But one thing that I should also mention is for this thing to be a success, we all qualify. I say all the participants, we all qualify to peer review the papers being considered, obviously, for the publication. I urge you all and appeal that, if possible, as much as you can, just please accept the invitation to review the manuscripts and help us, because this is a voluntary thing. It obviously relies on the voluntary service of all the people involved. So just remember that if you see the invitation, it's like most likely going to be, it's coming from this journal, and to be related, obviously, to some of the papers from the conference. But at the same time, like I say, it's also open to all the other African authors. Then, just to say, if you have other questions related to this, please feel free to contact myself, Modric. Those are my emails, but I also have two other assistant guest editors who are helping me. That is Dr. Kawawa Banda from the University of Zambia, and also Prof. Pete Kenabato, that's from the University of Botswana. And the expectation is that we will get more papers. But like I say, let me just highlight quickly. Well, I know there is, sometimes people say, why should we publish? Obviously, normally it's associated with researchers or academics, but I think it is for everyone. If we have done some good job and we want to share the knowledge with the rest of the world to see it, it will still also help to publish in a peer-reviewed journal. At the same time, it also gives us more confidence and in terms of knowing that the way we do our work is also acceptable at an international kind of a level. Okay, thank you. This is the end of the story.
Thank you, Gamu. I think it's like you said there at the end, definitely it's not just for academics, the technocrats. Please take this opportunity to publish your work during this for this conference. I would now like to go to the executive director for the SADC-GMI, James. If you can just put on your camera and say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you to all the participants and to all the people who participated in this conference. Thank you to everyone for attending this third SADC Groundwater Conference. I feel obliged to reach out to each and every one of you for dedicating so much time to be with us in the cumulative 3 days to date. When the reality struck on us as SADC-GMI, that would not be able to host a physical conference this year as we had planned in Windhoek, Namibia, due to the challenges of COVID. We were kind of disheartened, but we are glad that we took the opportunity to look back and say, we have a constituency to serve, and that constituency is yourselves. We got back to ourselves and looked at the opportunities we had to host this conference virtually. You proved us right in the sense that we decided to host this conference virtually. And in our view, we think we have served our constituency, which is yourselves, in a way that we look back and say we are happy that we could exchange ideas and discuss the issues that affect us on a daily basis. We sincerely appreciate your support as we continue to answer many questions about groundwater that is as obscure as the underground nature of the resource that we are exploring. Coming out of this conference, I believe as the groundwater family, we are wiser than we came into this conference. We have collectively brought forth opportunities to continue working together, enhancing the sustainability of conjunctive utilization of groundwater and surface water to build the resilience in the SADC region through the 3 I's, which are institutions, infrastructure, and information. We are fully aware of the cross-cutting nature of research, capacity building, and knowledge management in trying to push forward the issue of conjunctive utilization of surface and groundwater. Through this conference, we have learned several tools and strategies to move forward the promotion of sustainable use of groundwater in the context of the WEFE nexus, some of which include national and transboundary water governance, integrated water resources management, cross-sectoral approaches, water diplomacy, including collaboration, which looks at the national context, the transboundary context, the regional context, the continental context, as testified by the presence of AMCAO in our activities in the past 3 days, as well as the global context, as testified by the different institutions that participated in the conference. We also saw the issue of data collection and management as a very important aspect of moving forward with our agenda of promoting conjunctive use of groundwater resources for sustainable development. In all our endeavors, we should not lose sight of what our decision makers want. They don't want all the data that we talk about. They don't want all the databases that we may create. They don't want all those scientific models modeling groundwater or surface water. What they want is information on how much groundwater is available for exploitation to service the different communities that we are supposed to serve. Finally, let me appreciate all those who worked so hard to make this conference possible. I know my board chairperson in the person of Dr. Patrice Kabeya, who will mention some of the stakeholders by name. But in my view, I think it would be important to highlight some of the people that made significant contributions to make this conference a success. Firstly, let me acknowledge the work that went into this initiative through Frey Intermedia, who worked tirelessly, probably a month before we started preparations for this conference, in collaboration with our communications and knowledge management specialists in the name of Mr. Tokosani Tlamini and Mr. Brighton Munyai, who worked so hard in his technical capacity as our technical anchor for groundwater in the SADC region. And of course, behind the scenes, we had Miss Sharon Mofokeng, who worked so hard in the admin and finance portfolio to ensure that this conference would succeed. I would also want to mention our interpreters from DMME. They've worked so hard. I think throughout this conference, we had virtually zero interruptions that culminated from interpretation issues. So I'd like to appreciate DMME for a job very well done. Of course, I have to acknowledge the virtual catering team for the outstanding service. I know we didn't take physical lunches and physical tea breaks, but I think like our program director of today, Mr. Bertram Swartz, was always highlighting that we go for our tea breaks and lunch breaks. I'm sure there was a virtual team that was supporting this particular initiative. I thank you all for the commitment that you have shown to SADC-GMI. SADC-GMI is your baby. SADC-GMI has to grow through all of you, and you are the constituency that can make SADC-GMI to serve on its mandate as provided in the different policies and perspectives of SADC and at global level through the linkages that we provide with the AMCAO and other structures globally. So thank you so much. I really feel that you have done justice to our confidence that we expressed in trying to convene this conference, even when the chips were down, even when it looked like it would not be a successful event. We believed that you would come forward to support this event, make it the success that it was. So thank you very much. Keep safe in this era where COVID is ravaging our societies. Keep safe in this era when even the economic implications of COVID are ravaging our situations in our personal and organizational perspectives. I believe that we will have an opportunity in the short term to meet physically and to congratulate each other and to encourage each other for the work that we need to do to make the invisible visible. Groundwater visible in equal measure to surface water. Thank you so much, and all the best in your endeavors moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. James. Yes, this is definitely a different era, and you rightfully said this. So we were looking forward to hosting SADC-GMI in Windhoek this year. Hopefully we'll get a chance next year to do that, or do we have to bid for it? Dr. James, I don't see SADC Secretariat online for some closing remarks.
I'm around.
Or do we have?
They are there.
Yeah, we are.
You are there. Thank you very much. There we go.
Okay.
Over to the big boss. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And I wish to thank all participants on behalf of SADC Secretariat for attending this particular conference and making it a success. A success in a very complex environment, a success in a very difficult time. But the excellence of quality of papers and the research being undertaken, I think, will help the region to shift their policies or to adapt or to readjust their policies and strategies in order to meet the water security of the future. And this particular conference was really held under the theme enhancing water and food security through sustainable groundwater management in the SADC region. This theme had a number of 3 sub-themes, which were sustainable groundwater use for a food secure SADC region, the climate change challenge for urban water and food security threat and the role of groundwater, enhancing the contribution of groundwater in the WEFE nexus through effective groundwater conference at national and transboundary level. Then I wish also to thank the sponsors and partners who really contributed a lot and worked very hard in order to make this particular conference a success. First of all, in the first order, I wish to thank the University of Strathclyde, IWMI, IUCN, UNESCO, IHP, IGRAT, FAO, IGS, BGR, and AMCO for the work, for the job well done and the support rendered to the SADC-GMI. At the technical level,
we have the technical committee members who really contributed a lot and make this particular conference a success. We have Dr. Kevin Peterson from the University of West Cape, South Africa, Professor Pai Kenabato from the University of Botswana, Professor Modrek Gomo, Institute for Groundwater Study, University of the Free State, South Africa. We have got Dr. Kirsty Upton, British Geological Survey, the United Kingdom, Mr. Brighton Muyani, SADC-GMI, South Africa, Dr. Karen Wilhoff, International Water Management Institute, South Africa, Raquel Sosa, Netherlands, International Groundwater Resource Assessment Center. Then we have got Winnie Kabinda, S. Alahare, Namibia, Dr. Kawawa Banda, University of Zambia, Engineer James Karamba, SADC-GMI, South Africa, Mr. Pitram Swat, Minister of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform, then Wendy Frazika, PGR German. Thank you very much for contributing and for making this particular event a success. Then the key message which we can derive from this particular meeting or conference is that groundwater can make a significant contribution in responding to the current COVID pandemic. Political decisions need to be made to break the WEFE nexus barriers. There are opportunities in the sub-Saharan Africa to ramp up groundwater development, supported by a policy framework to enhance groundwater as a catalyst for development. Emerging trends in big data and machine learning provide an opportunity to understand groundwater. The region continues to make strides in transboundary aquifers management and governance. 5 of the 3 transboundary aquifers have been investigated. Active partners include UNESCO, IWMI, SADC-GMI have contributed to that particular transboundary aquifer. Scope of learning on the groundwater experience from Denmark, especially around the decentralized water supply system in the rural and the remote area, is very critical and we can also derive some knowledge from there in order to shape policy which really can help the region to move forward. Worldwide quality assessment highlighted threat to groundwater with region and the local scale initiative to understand and the threat to the groundwater. Thank you very much, dear participants, and wish you a very good journey. I hope your flight will be waiting for you so that don't miss your flight. Otherwise, you'll be caught up by the COVID. Thank you very much.